ready to witness some history.
The Wallaby Gold is back.
He's got 50 to run. Max Jorgensen is going to score for Australia.
ABC Sport is your home of the Wallabies this month.
And Australia wins the Test match.
Tune in for every home test on ABC Listen. Just look for the ABC Sport Extra vote.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rising all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Throws it. Kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
She's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot. His kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Thursday night footy at the Cattery, the on-ramp to round 19 of the Premiership season. And for the Cats, they've been out of sorts in recent times. They've lost 5 of their last 6. They're also banged up. They've made 7 changes to take on the Saints. St Kilda currently clinging on to a wildcard spot. It is a defining night in their season as they look to break a 27-year hoodoo down here at Cardinia Park. It's all set up for us. An intriguing Thursday night, the Cats and the Saints, right here on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is a clear night with only 20% chance of rain in Geelong. It's currently a dozen degrees and shouldn't drop below double digits during playing time, which is about as much as you can ask for a winter's night down here in Geelong in the middle of July. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Clinchy, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Corbin. Some days we lament heading down to the highway to Geelong, and yet I've loved my time as I sat back, took in some podcasts and some UK media reaction after England were beaten in the World Cup. So sometimes you get to enjoy it, and then the prospect of what we have tonight. So as you said, 27 years ago, round 10, 1999, the last time St Kilda won here at Cardinia Park. I was doing my quick maths. I think Adam Ramanauskas wasn't a premiership bomber, but he was in his first year. Cameron Ling was about to get drafted for the Cats. I was 16. I've got you at about 11.
Younger than that.
Younger.
think I would have been 99, born in 91, so I would have been 8 years old.
8 years old. So I guess for some Saints fans, this has been the bridge in which they haven't been able to conquer, to come down to Geelong and to beat the Cats, and maybe they've never been more vulnerable than they are tonight. And yet for all the showmanship and selling of St Kilda, tonight's the night. Show us what you can do and prove that you belong in the wildcard conversation. And really for St Kilda, they've probably got to win 4 of their last 6 to make that position, and what a big statement it would be if they can do it psychologically tonight against the Cats.
13 games without a win down here. They've had 3 games where they've lost by 12 points or less, so they've been close. They've had 2 games they've lost by over 100 points and another by 96, so they've had a bit of everything in their previous ventures down the highway. Let's see what we get tonight. That game that you spoke about from 1999, Nathan Burke, part of our crew, he got the top votes in the Brownlow medal that night, and Barry Hall kicked 4, so it was a long time ago when the Saints last saluted down here at Cardinia Park. Teams are in. There's no late change. There's plenty of changes at selection, though. We'll get to some of those. The legendary Cat, 3-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Clinchy, Rammer, Benny, everybody out there. Hope you're enjoying the night. Listen, maybe it was just a coincidence that the 1999 draft went the way it was and St Kilda never beat us down here again. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. But it was good playing the Saints here on occasion. A couple of those bigger wins did go the right way, and it was always fun. But I also know that we're going to be catching up with Lenny Hayes a little bit later on. We played a couple of those early young St Kilda teams when we were a young Cat team down here, and some of those clashes were brutal, and probably were little previews of some later games, finals games and grand final games. So they were always good contests, and that's what I'm expecting tonight. The Cats are not in good form. We'll get to the fact that they made 7 changes, which is massive, a massive thing to do to the team. And the Saints are building their form and have given themselves a really good chance. So it's going to be on. It's a big one for Ross Lyons boys to knock over that hurdle of winning down here. And if the Cats drop another one, well, they're just in free fall, aren't they?
I don't think it would fill St Kilda fans from that 2009 grand final, but how sweet it would be if they did play a part in Geelong not in finals. And if that was to happen, that would be just the 3rd time since that golden generation from 2007 onwards. So Geelong normally come good at this time of the season, but that famous Matthew Scarlett toe poke and the Paul Chapman goal, Max Rook goal for Saints fans, Corby, I don't think it would fill the cup, but it would certainly help, wouldn't it?
It's all business this time of year, so 6 games to go. That's it in the regular season for each of the 18 teams. One man who's a September specialist. He plays his best footy in the spring and he brings his best on the microphone. He's, of course, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. Adam Ramanauskas is with us again tonight. Hello, Ram.
Yes, very good evening. Ring the bells. It's finally crisis time at Geelong, and I am absolutely wrapped. 7 changes is unheard of at Cardinia Park.
Officially a crisis.
Crisis.
Wipe that smile off your face, Rammer.
They've had it too good, the Cats fans. So incredible. Look, it's incredible. When the teams came out last night for this game and seeing 7 changes, and now a couple were managed, but there's a little whisper that the managed may have been they've got a slight injury or even omitted from the team, and we might be able to do a little bit more digging on that a little bit later. But it's unheard of from Geelong. They've been so consistent with their performance, with their selection, but 7 changes and it's crisis. Lingy may have to put the hoops back on, I think, just to sort things out.
That would be a crisis.
So Nevitt and Bowes both lost their place. They're omitted. Bruin and Cameron injured. No surprises there. Obviously, Bruin ended up in hospital with a neck injury, and Jeremy Cameron was in all sorts of pain on the green whistle and has had surgery on that AC joint injury. But then the 3 guys that are managed, so Kolodjasny, Martin, Blitzarves. It is a short week.
I get the Martin one because he's got an injury history.
Yep.
Five-day break.
Yeah, Blitzarves is one of the fittest players in the AFL competition still at the age he is.
He is older, though.
He's older.
Yes.
Don't defend him.
Has been asked to play ruck a little in recent weeks. But, I mean, the big one, Rammer, is can they be a threat without Jeremy Cameron?
Well, that's right. And I think that's where now Shannon Neal's got to stand up. He served his apprenticeship at this football club. So it's now his turn to really take over the forward line and be the presence which we're all expecting to be. He's a very good player, but they need him up and fire. They need him to average, basically, in these final 4 games, 4 goals, final 6 games, 4 goals a game.
Are you at crisis point yet, Lingy?
Not crisis, but tonight would quickly bring that on, I think, in all seriousness. And Rammer's points are great. It is big to make 7 changes. Their form hasn't been there. And when you have a game like last week where you build such a healthy lead and you have it there sitting on your platter and you can't finish it off, and I get that a couple of injuries may have played a part, but they still had it and then they blew it, they would be getting worried. They'd be getting worried about the form of some of the players. Yeah. Sean Manor couldn't have done any more last week. Had 40-odd and kicked 4, I think it was, and was just brilliant. But then the gap between the really best players who are playing good football and the drop-off is too big. We see Brian Myers and Brad Close come into the team. It's probably been a little bit of a surprise that Brian Myers hasn't been playing each week, dominated the VFL. They need those high half forwards, connectors between midfield and forward line back in form. But because at the moment, their best has been really good and their worst has been pretty poor.
I think it's a huge opportunity for James Worpel tonight. So he comes into the team. Obviously a high-priced recruit through free agency last year. Hasn't been able to hold a consistent place in this team all year. They've lacked through the midfield. I think, they're very... With Bailey Smith and Max Holmes, you know what you're getting with them most weeks. But just that harder edge through the middle of the ground with Worpel and Atkins most likely, I think could be really important tonight for the Cats.
So the ends, Myers, Close, O'Connor comes back, Edwards is back to ruck, Jai Clark's in. We haven't seen him since round 3, and James Worpel, who we haven't seen since round 9, and then there's Jay Polkinghorne, who's on debut tonight, and we'll tell you more about him as we work our way through.
Yeah, well, he was the one I was going to mention. So we've done Geelong in the VFL the last couple of weeks. He's kicked multiple goals in all 6 of his games, including 5 against Richmond last week. So some Geelong fans might think, where's he been? And yet he hasn't had a lot of luck with injuries. He's been banged down the door. The other one is Brian Myers, who went in the midfield and kicked 3 goals last week. So with your experience, Lingy, how many changes for Geelong would traditionally disrupt their system?
No, it's a fair question because we harp on that number of being 7. It seems like a lot. I love the fact Polkinghorne has got an opportunity. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's at the expense of Jeremy Cameron going out of the team. But they've loved him for a while now. He played in one of the pre-season practice matches. I think it was the Hawthorn game, and they liked what they saw. But he was never quite going to jump over the top of Shannon Neal and also Jeremy Cameron. And then Paddy Dangerfield kind of plays as another forward up there as well. He's got his chance now. That's exciting. But a debutant isn't the one who's going to get you back playing your absolute best footy. It's exciting. He brings a little bit of exuberance. Hopefully he gets a kick or 2. But it's back to the other players who've been playing each week. Probably Brian Myers and O'Connor. And as Rama said, James Worpel coming in. Experienced players who know what it takes at this level. They're the ones who've got to get the job done. It should not fall to Jay Polkinghorne to kick 6 to win the game for the Cats. That is completely unrealistic. It is the others who've got to grit their teeth now and simply win tonight.
Jai Clark's the other one, Cobb.
Yeah.
Obviously a high draft pick and a terrific kid.
Yep.
Terrific kid, but they clearly with Clark and Worpel coming in, that's just the harder edge that they want through the middle of the ground. They've been lacking that. So let's see what they bring tonight.
You would have been asked this question so many times, Lingy, I'm sure, in the last couple of weeks. But the Cats have lost 5 of their last 6. It's such an unusual form line. Ben told us on Monday night, on AFL Monday, the last premiership team that had a 6-week stretch where they lost 5 games was Richmond in 1969. And so I know you sort of think we're talking about Geelong in that lens because they've earned that over a long period of time, that we measure them by, where they are in the premiership pecking order. I mean, they're 9th at the moment, clinging onto a wildcard spot. When people come up to you in the street and they say, hey, Lingy, what's up with the Cats? What do you tell them? What's wrong with Geelong at the moment?
It's a multifaceted answer that you have to give and often don't have a lot of time to do it.
Look at him. He's just avoiding.
Multifaceted. You're at the service station. Someone walks past you quickly. Right. What would you say?
So last week, around the contest, they got beaten badly. Yeah. I didn't love that at all. Some of the I come back to that word connection between the midfield and the forward line. So those higher half forwards, the mids pushing forward, being able to effectively get the ball into that forward line to make it dangerous again. We think of the Cats last year as the build-up to the finals. They were just zinging that ball around. They were almost impossible to defend. They don't have that sort of ball movement, those running patterns. So that's part of it. It's been a strange 5 losses in the last 6 weeks because they've been so good in patches of the game, because they pushed Fremantle, the best team in the comp, so far. A couple of really narrow ones. So you can pick the glass half full option and say there's lots of good there, But unfortunately, it's still equating to losses, and that's what you're judged on come the end of the year.
Well, those 5 losses, Lingy, have all been less than 24 points.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're losing by 8-9 goals where you sort of go, oh, we're in a lot of trouble here.
Yep.
A couple of things go the other way in a game, and you win the game.
Absolutely.
The Cats 9-8 on the season. They're 9th up against the Saints, who are 8-9 in 10th spot. Both teams coming off a short week, which is interesting when you look at their recent history of 5-day breaks. Geelong, as they have done in recent times, 5-0 in their last 5 starts coming off a 5-day break. So the short week hasn't troubled them, despite the fact they're an older list in the competition. And for St Kilda under Ross Lyon, it has been an issue. They're 1-3 under Ross since he came back to the club in 2023. So the short breaks haven't done the Saints too good in recent times. So if you look at Geelong's best team and those that are absent tonight, obviously Bruin and Cameron, 2 on the injury list. Apart from that, the 3 guys managed: Kolodjasny, Martin, Blitzarb. So there are 7 changes, but it's not as if there's sort of 10 or 12 unavailable. Essentially, if we're saying managed and we're saying they're team options, essentially there's only 2 guys that are unavailable to them tonight due to injury, and then there's the asterisks obviously on the other 3 as to why they are unavailable off the short week. There's no late change. The Cats and the Saints, our broadcast game Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron is downstairs. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. I am down here with James Kelly, the Geelong assistant coach. 7 changes. How do you ensure that isn't destabilising for the team tonight, James?
We'd like to think we've been relatively planned with it. The loss last week and the few injuries last week aside, we like to think that we, as best we can, get out in front of 5-day breaks. So the injuries last week, plus with our sort of macro plan with the 5-day break in our fixture, those sort of 2 things have come together to make 7 changes. The 7 changes weren't off the back of either one. It's just kind of the merging of those 2 issues that we've had this week.
So the guys like Blitzarves, Martin, Kolodjasny, who are listed as managed, that was pre-planned? There's no little niggles or anything like that?
No, yeah, pre-planned. I think if you sort of look back at most of our 5-day breaks, we've done that with a few older players. I think with the length of the season and the length of the games themselves and the rotations and all that sort of stuff, that all ties into, we still just like to have a big squad and manage our senior players when we can. We've been doing that at Geelong since Scotty first walked in the door. So for us, at the back end of the year, we want our senior players playing well. So this just gives them an opportunity to do that.
I don't mean to hit you over the head with this. 1969 was the last time that a premiership team lost 5 out of 6 games in their premiership season. That was Richmond that year. You guys have lost 5 of your last 6. You guys continue to be thought of as a premiership team. Why do you believe you still can be this year?
Well, I think you just got to be in the fight. To believe you're a premiership team, you actually have to think that and live and breathe that. If at any stage we start to look at stats from, no disrespect, but stats from 1969, thinking that it's going to mean that we're not a chance, we may as well just pack up and play the kids now. But we don't feel like we're in that position. The finals and the grand final can be won from anywhere. So, like any other team, when we're out of it, we're out of it. But we're not at that point yet.
Jay Polkinghorn, I think it's 20 goals in 5 weeks in the VFL. He's been in very, very good form. Who is he as a player? What can the Cats fans expect to see tonight?
He's a pretty rangy sort of player, is probably the way I'd describe him. He's a genuine third tall forward. He's got this uncanny ability to read the ball in the air and mark it in sort of awkward positions. I wouldn't say he's the sort of player who takes hangers, but he has this really uncanny knack of getting his opponent under the ball and sometimes even marking the ball behind himself. He's got this really innate skill, which is really unique, which is why we drafted him and why we really liked him. And he's worked hard on his game and his endurance and things like that. So, the good thing about the injuries and the 5-day break is it presents an opportunity. There's, himself and Killian Burke and Lenny Hoffman and Nick Driscoll and guys like that who we'd really love to get games into. And, Dragon gets his opportunity this week.
I'll send you... Dragon, interesting nickname. I'll send you upstairs for a few questions from Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling, and I think you might have a few questions of your own for maybe Lingy as well.
Are you coming to dinner on Wednesday? I haven't written back to my message.
I knew I hadn't written back. I kept looking at it and thinking, I'll get back to you eventually, Cal. But, I'll try to come along. I'm sorry, my friend.
I don't like the try there. We'll see you there at 7.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
I better fire some questions at you then, so I look like a professional. Are you... we focus on, and we were just talking then, Rama and I, about the fact that your good's been very good. And obviously, just in different times in games, it's dropped off a little bit. And ultimately, that's why you've lost those 5 out of the last 6. What's the key, though? What if you could fix 1 or 2 things just quickly tonight, what do you need to hone in on?
Yeah, great question. I mean, my bias would always be to defend the ground better. I think one of the issues we've had is our ball use inside forward 50 hasn't been ideal, and that's exacerbated the issues that we've had in our defence. So the ball's coming through just in an un-Geelong-like fashion out of our forward line. So that's one thing that, like sort of to your point, has been good in parts, but not good enough in others. Even early in the game last week, we defended the front half of the ground really well, but still let a couple of goals through. So we'd love to have a game where we finish the first quarter on 2 goals and they finish the first quarter on 0 because we've defended the ground really well. It's unlikely in this sort of brand of footy that both teams play, but that's sort of our aspiration with defending the ground. And if we can give our forwards a bit more of a chance, mids use the ball a bit better inside 50 and we can keep it in there for longer, that looks more like a Geelong game to us, and that's what we'll be going after. And the fortunate thing for us is St Kilda love rebounding out of their back line and through D-mid and through the corridor. So, Naz gets back there, Heels back there. They love getting their formation up the ground to defend and then resetting really hard. So that's going to be a real battle for us. So we're prepared to meet it head on.
It's a really good point you make. So we talk about this often about defending better. However, sometimes better ball use, better offence can lead to much better defence. So you bring in Brad Close and Graham Myers, 2 players who are very good as those connectors between the forward line and the midfield. Is that one area that just needs to lift your ability to take the ball inside forward 50 much more efficiently so you can get those results you're talking about?
Yeah, definitely. And that's one part of it with those guys with their ball use, but also their endurance and their athleticism to be able to keep our formation connected. So sometimes when we've entered the ball inside, we haven't marked it and stuff, and then we're asking Jeremy and Pat and Jack Martin to do this enormous amount of work when they're the contested players ahead of the ball. So bringing in a few guys with a few more wheels will help us A, use the ball better, and B, keep our formation connected so we can get more representation in the front half of the ground.
Cal, I think we all know how good of a player Naz is, and I'm sure there'll be some attention on him tonight, but I'm more interested in the plan with Cal Wilkie tonight. He's been incredible in St Kilda's back half, intercept marks, he plays on an opponent. Is there a plan tonight to try isolate him, to try drag him away? What will that look like without obviously Jezza there?
Yeah, well, without Jeremy there, first of all, we'll sort of see who he goes to. We'll try to, as much as we can, make sure, without giving too much away, how we can manipulate a match-up with him. But certainly he's a really good player, and if he starts marking the ball, A, we're not entering it that well in there, or B, we're not contesting with him in those contests well enough. So I think it's a bit of a shared responsibility across the whole forward line. We don't want him finishing the game with 10 intercepts and 20 marks total across the game. So he's one of those guys who, if their defence breaks down, he can hold it together for them. So certainly we'll have a real team focus on making sure the ball comes to ground down there.
James, it's Corbin Middlemass here. James Kelly with us, by the way, on ABC Sport. The obligatory question at this stage of the year when multiple teams are looking for a senior coach, and you're a highly credentialed assistant. I know you spoke with us a fortnight ago. There was a report that came out this week from Jake Noel talking about the fact that you'd prioritise the Carlton job over the Essendon job. Can you explain to us sort of what does that mean? Are you out of the Essendon role, or are you just focusing more of your interest on one than the other? Can you explain a little bit of that for us?
I can expand on it a tiny bit, but forgive me if it's not as much as you'd like. I think I'm sort of not fully in or fully out of any process at this stage, and I think specifically about the Essendon one, I reckon there's been enough noise around the whole process itself. So I'm kind of reserving my right not to talk about it if I don't have to. Out of respect for both footy clubs, I don't want to be talking about either one out of school. Their process is their process. How they want to do it is up to them. So I'm just along for the ride, and I'll find out what I need to find out in due course.
But if Essendon said to you, hey, we want you to come and present and everything else, you're still part of that?
Well, that's the sort of thing I don't really want to expand on too much. But if that happens, I've had a conversation with Tim Roberts, the CEO, and that's as far as we've gotten this far.
And you're a very mature footy club. You've got a lot of guys that are obviously in the mix for senior coaching roles. How does Chris approach that with you guys, knowing that obviously there's that out there, but there's also the eyes on the prize and obviously what's in front of this Geelong group in 2026?
Yeah, I think at the risk of sounding a bit like Scotty, we sort of pride ourselves on walking and chewing gum at the same time. So I feel really confident that we can do our job every week. We're a really good coaching group. We work well together. We're really close. So we can have those conversations really openly, but then just go back to what we do every day and work each week to try to get the team in a good spot to win a game of footy. And for me personally, I'm a bit more relaxed about these things. Riles is walking past me. Him and I have talked about different things at different stages, and so have Bucks and I. So I think we're all sort of helping each other out a little bit with the stuff off the field. And personally as well with Scotty, I just find Scotty to be a great sounding board and mentor with all this sort of stuff. And I've only ever found him to be really giving of his time with me.
James, good luck with that, and good luck the rest of the way with the Cats in 2026. Appreciate your time.
Cheers.
James Kelly with us from the Geelong Football Club, their assistant coach.
Can I ask Lingy one question?
You can.
Because Lingy and Cal obviously played so much football together. Why will James Kelly be a very good senior coach?
A very good relationship person, first and foremost, at his core. He was always brilliant with young players, experienced players, could talk to coaches, to board level, to everyone, and just had good relationships. So I think that will be at the core, and still is at the core of what he does. It's funny, we joked about the text message for dinner. But that's what he sent it out to 8 or 10 of us. Hey, let's catch up for dinner next Wednesday. That's just what he does naturally. Yeah. Very good. And then he's got the footy acumen as well. He knows the X's and O's of football, and he understands that. But we see now Stephen King have immediate success at Melbourne because he's a great relationship coach. And you can, if you've got and Cal doesn't, but if you've got a slight deficiency in the real tactical analysis stuff, you hire somebody for that. He's a great relationship person. I'm glad he mentioned Riles. So Riles is James Rowley. For those who wouldn't know, he's walking past. He's an assistant coach here at the Cats. He's deep involved as well in any conversations. Everybody focuses on Cal because he's a bit more high profile. Nathan Buckley clearly as well, who's presenting to Tasmania. James Rowley is a really highly rated assistant coach. Has been assistant coach of the year, I think, when he was at the Adelaide Crows. He will be deep in all conversations for any vacant senior coaching position. So there's a couple who may be gone from the Cats or may go deep through a process and either just miss out or get the job.
I didn't really understand it, to be honest. That it was I get the idea of the report that he's focusing on one more than the other and everything else, but as you heard him say there, at the end of the day, you don't really have a decision to make until you've been offered the job, do you? Like at the end of the day, you can say, "Hey, I'm prioritising this," or "I'm focused on that." Like until they say, "Hey, which one would you rather coach, Essendon or Carlton?" You don't really have a decision to make. If Carlton decide he's not their coach, and then Essendon decide, "Hey, we want you," I know which way he's going to go.
Look, and both are in different stages.
That's what I was going to say. Is one process slightly ahead of the other, which is sort of what he's saying, is that if they approach me, I'll consider it?
No, they are. They're both certainly in different stages, but I'm talking about their list as well. So if I was asking you, Lee, and you know James Kelly really well, what list would he be more suited to at this stage?
Well, it's a great question because clearly Carlton's list is more advanced right now.
But is that his strength to go into that list or a developing list in Essendon?
I think he'd be fine in either scenario. I think he could have a little an upswing in immediately with a Carlton.
Yeah.
But I think he'd also be unbelievable at building a list and saying, hey, we're going to spend 4 years, we're going to go to the draft, we're also going to, we're still looking for the right free agent to bring in at the right time.
They're going to grind.
Yeah, he he would be excellent at that. He truly would be.
Would Essendon be the toughest job in footy at the moment? You think of Nathan Buckley putting his hand up for Tasmania?
Well, Tassie's tough.
Different challenge. But
different challenge. Yeah,
Tassie's the hardest job.
Yeah. But Essendon has its headaches. They are a big club that isn't necessarily all on the same page yet, and they're trying to bring that together under the current board and president. But it's such a big, strong, powerful club that hasn't had the success to match their size and their power. Bringing that all together is the challenge. If you get that right, though, you have an absolute juggernaut on your hands. We've always said that about Carlton as well.
Yeah, restore one of the powerhouses.
Yeah, when you get that right, look out, because the money is there.
They'll Essendon, if it gets right at Essendon, they'll have 120,000 members tomorrow.
Correct.
It's the get it right part that probably scares
that's right. It is the get it right
James
part,
Kelly.
no doubt.
We get to see the Saints again tonight on Thursday Night Footy. We'll go inside their camp shortly. Their Thursday night record in recent times has not been crash hot. Both these two teams have lost their last 3 Thursday night fixtures. The difference is St Kilda's Thursday night fixtures stretch across the last 3 seasons. Geelong's Thursday night fixtures, they've played 3 of their last 5 on Thursday night, in which they've lost each of them. So 2 teams on a 3-game losing skid on Thursday Night Footy. We're going to pause. We'll be back in about 15 seconds on the other side of it. We'll go inside the Saints camp with Lenny Hayes and all the teams from round 19, and there are a boatload of changes to get through. We'll do it next. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
How much can we really know about the dead?
In our podcast, we're gossiping each week about the divas, ruffians and con men of Australia's past.
So join me, Alicia Simmons.
And me, Lee Boucher. Search the Dead Can't Sue podcast on ABC.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It is the Cats and the Saints. Great to have you with us wherever you're listening across the country. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat, the Essendon Premiership player Adam Ramanaskas and Ben Cameron on the boundary's edge. There is no late change here. All the changes were made on Wednesday night when the teams came out. The Cats made 7 of them. 7 changes, only 2 of them forced. Bruin and Cameron both injured. Kolodjasny, Martin, Blitzarves all managed, and Nevitt and Bose have been dropped. In comes O'Connor, Myers, Close, Edwards, Clark, Warple, and Jay Polkinghorne makes his debut, pick 44 in 2024's national draft. He was the Cats' leading goal kicker at VFL level last year, and he's kicked 16 goals in his last 5 games. While for the Saints, Nasai Wanganeen-Miller plays his 100th AFL game tonight. Hunter Clark returns, and Angus Hastie is out of the team, omitted. The rest of the changes for round 19 footy, and there's a lot of them here, so we might just work our way through a few of the top line.
Just get comfortable, everyone.
Yes, I'm not going to go through the whole boring list like a big shopping list, but I'll read the key names amongst all this. 4 unforced changes for the Swans after their loss to Fremantle. Riley Bice is back, as is Logan McDonald and Malcolm Roses. But Braden Campbell, who we haven't seen all year, has had a shin problem. He's in for the Swans. Hugo Hall-Kahan comes back in for the Crows, and Isaac Cumming also returns. Lairds injured, Taylor Walker managed. So no Tex off the short week.
Makes sense.
Yeah, particularly at his age. He's in form, but they'll have to do it without him on the Friday night at the SCG. To Saturday footy, Hayden Young's back for the Dockers. Shea Bolton's out managed with he's been carrying a hand injury. But the big news here is that Justin Longmuir said today, hey, Mason Cox is our guy for now. He's marginally ahead of Sean Darcy. And so Cox stays, Darcy misses. Meanwhile, at Port Adelaide, there's a heap of changes here. Lukosius injured, as is Georgiades, Butters, and Ware's been omitted. Horn Francis suspended.
That's a horror list, isn't it?
For a team without a whole lot of name brand stars and depth at this stage, anyway, they're big outs. North Melbourne and Melbourne. Bailey Scott gets a look at it after 40-plus in the VFL. Blamires is injured, as we knew, and Zach Banch also injured. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, Fritsch and Heath return to their lineup. Carlton, Collingwood. So plain old-fashioned hate Saturday night at the MCG. Quaynor, Harrison and West all in for the Magpies. Howe's injured, as is Lockie Schultz, which we knew. Meanwhile, for Carlton, Akers, Reedy and Lord, the three ins. Ollie Hollands has been omitted amongst three players to go out. Riley and Ice in the other two. The Eagles, as named. And then for the Brisbane Lions, Tunstall comes in for Bruce Reveal, who misses due to personal reasons. Sunday footy just squads at this stage. The name brand guys here again. Sam Lawler back for Richmond. So
great.
Great to see him return after that Achilles problem he had a few weeks back. Ben Miller, unfortunately, injured, which will hurt their back line. And for the Hawks, they're all back. So Weddle, Battle, Watson, all named. Amon out injured, as is Will Day, so he's going to miss this week. The Suns up against the Bulldogs. Dan Rioli listed amongst the ins, as is Ben Long. Ben Rioli previously played for South Fremantle, so shout out to Ben Rioli, who I'm sure is listening, driving around in Perth. Will Graham's out injured, and Nick Holman's been managed. Meanwhile, for the Bulldogs, Caulfield, Sanders, English, all amongst the ins there. Bailey Dale out injured. And then the last game of the round, Essendon and GWS. Jackson Artemis listed for his debut game, so he's the number one pick in the mid-season draft. Jordan Ridley amongst the ins for Essendon, along with Cole Langford. While for the Giants, they get back Lockie Whitfield returning from concussion, and Max Krzyzewski named amongst the ins. Harvey Thomas out managed, who's put together a fine year as the number one rated wingman in the game.
You've done well there, Corbs. That's a lot of ins and outs.
That's not every name, but they're at least the bigger names amongst all of those for the weekend.
It almost gets to our favourite part of the season. 6 weeks to go, 54 games remaining. We start to do the maths as to who's going to finish in what spots, and we start to look at sort of top four is probably 17 wins, so Fremantle have almost guaranteed that, and yet Sydney play Adelaide, and the possibility, well, if the Swans are the second best side, will beat the Crows, who are trying to force their way into the top four. 15 wins is probably going to get you top six. So that's the rest of where Geelong are at the moment, 9 wins and 8 losses. And then the Saints in 10th spot, they're on 8 wins, and you're probably looking at, 12 wins to make sure you guarantee yourself a wildcard safe passage. So it's sort of the AFL's promoter's dream. You've got Carlton and Collingwood on Saturday night facing each other, and one will take a slight step forward. The other makes it a little harder, be it the Blues need to get a lot right to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we often, 12 wins used to be, that'd get you the top 8 and you'd be fine. Yep. Now we know we've got the extra round, but also we've got a couple of teams who are particularly poor as far as win-losses go. So a lot of those wins go to the teams up the top half of the ladder. So we end up in a situation where you could win 12 games and maybe you're just getting into 10th spot.
Percentage potentially could decide whether you get in or not. So teams like the Bulldogs, St Kilda, who are chasing the season, even GWS, they need absolutely everything to go right. And probably Geelong are one of those sides that they could rattle off 3 or 4 wins in succession, which we know they've been capable of doing, and all of a sudden they're fighting for that top 6 spot, or they could lose a couple and they're tempted to fall out the trap door.
Yep, that's the big risk, isn't it? That's what makes tonight so important. It is a huge game. If the Cats continue on their fall, they are very, very vulnerable, full stop. If they win and then they've got that run home against a couple of the lower teams, you're right, all of a sudden we're talking about them locking into that top 6. And the Saints, they found a little bit of form and a bit of way of playing. They've got Naz a heap of the ball. Bradley Hills found a heap of the footy last week. They've got the runners and the creators combined with some of their structure that they do. They're just starting to become more dangerous as an opponent. Can they turn that into another big win tonight and set up their chance to get into that wildcard group?
No late change, the Cats and the Saints to get us going around that 19 of the AFL Premiership season. We can duck inside the St Kilda camp, and Ben Cameron's downstairs. Ben.
I'm down here with the GM of football at St Kilda, Lenny Hayes. Lenny, the last time St Kilda won down here, you were playing game number 6. You had 5 disposals. Why is it so hard to win down here?
It's a good question, and I reckon I'll have more impact tonight than I had back then. Look, it's been a long time, and they've just played the ground so well, and they've been so good for so long, haven't they, the Cats? So enormous amount of respect for them as a football club, and it's going to be another good challenge tonight. 7 changes for them tonight. It's a very different looking Cats team to what we're used to. What do you expect from them? Yeah, it is and it isn't. I mean, you look at some of the calibre of player that they brought in, and 4 of them are bona fide AFL players, aren't they? And I think 3 are premiership players. So it's not like they've brought in, 7 kids. So we expect the Geelong that you always get, the team that are going to throw a few different challenges at you. They're really tough around the contest. They put really good pressure on you, and they play this ground really well. So it's going to be a big challenge for us.
Nasiah Wanganeen-Malera plays his 100th game here tonight. There was a period where you stepped back into a development role, I think, at St Kilda, when he might have been sort of coming through and you were working with him. When did you realise how special this guy could be?
I reckon I was sitting on the couch in the Blue Mountains watching the Saints play, and I knew he'd be pretty special. So, look, he's shown some great signs right from the start. I think he started on the wing and then he went to half back. And look, Corey Enright has had a huge amount to do with Naz in his development and what he's been able to do. And in 100 games, I saw Rui in the rooms just before, and he said, "I'm not sure I've seen a better 100 games in anyone in his time in footy." So that's a fair compliment, and he just goes from strength to strength. So we're lucky to have him.
What is it about him that makes him so special through your eyes?
Oh, I think we obviously see the marks and the skill and the speed, but he's a winner. He's a very competitive person. He cares a lot about his mates. And he's just able to play all different positions as well, which is, I think some of the greats that have played the game have been like that. I think of a guy like Matty Pavlich who could play forward, midfield and down back. And Naz is a very different player to Matty Pavlich, but it's a pretty unique ability to be able to play in all 3 lines and do it at a high level like Naz does.
I feel like the trend at the moment in the AFL is everyone saying, I haven't thought about it. I'm sure as the GM of footy, you have thought about keeping Naz beyond next year. Like, what does he need to see to stay at the Saints beyond next year, do you think?
Oh, look, I don't know. I mean, that's probably a question for Naz, but I think all we can do is try to create an environment that allows him to play his best footy, allows him to enjoy himself, and to see him with a smile on his face at training and in games. And he's obviously built a great connection with Brad Hill and bringing Liam Ryan in. And, he also came through with Mitch Owens and Marcus Windhager, and there's a really good young midfield that we've built around Naz at the moment. So hopefully he sees a bright future for the club, which I think he does. He's really invested, and those things will take care of themselves in due course.
VFL teams don't come out until tomorrow. Will Max King play in the VFL on Saturday?
Unlikely for this week. He'll again have another good session over the weekend and come into our program as he has been the last couple of weeks next week. And I think we play on Sunday. I think both teams play next Sunday. So once we get through that session on Friday, we should see him available at some point. Whether it's VFL or AFL, we'll have to wait.
He's not rehabbing for the twos. Is there a chance he comes straight back into the AFL side?
There's a chance. Yeah, there's definitely a chance. But again, that'll be a decision for the match committee come next Friday.
It was reported during the week by Xander Maguire that Darcy Wilson is keen to stay. You're just working out the details with his management group. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's. I think it's fair to say that. Look, every indication that we've seen from Darcy that he's really happy at the club and he believes in the direction of the club. And yeah, we've got an experienced list management team. We're sure they'll get taken care of in the next couple of weeks.
It feels like a bit of a different way that you guys have gone about managing your salary cap. Do you feel like it's working at the moment? We've seen the Lachie Neale situation play out, and a lot of people have drawn the conclusion that maybe there wasn't adequate funds for him. But do you feel like the model's on track?
I think it's always going to take time, I think. And I think with the way the competition's set up is we had to do something as a football club, and it's been a strategic plan over a number of years. It isn't just something that we thought at the end of the last year, let's go out and get these players. This has been a targeted approach that's been built over a number of years. And that was always going to take time. So we feel like we've improved as a football club. Tonight's another great test and one that we're really looking forward to. So, I think it's on track. We're not exactly where we'd like to be, but we feel like we're building pretty nicely.
I'm not trying to link you to Essendon or Carlton or any of the jobs that are ongoing at the moment, but there was a time when you were very much linked to a lot of those gigs and spoken a lot about as a future senior coach. You've gone back and done a development role. Now you're the GM of football. Like, in the future, do you feel like now that you've done such a variety of roles, you would be better prepared, or is senior coaching just something that's not for you?
Oh, look, at the moment, I'm just trying to get this GM role right. And look, I've really enjoyed it this year. It's been very different. It's a great challenge, and I'm just really enjoying being part of this footy club and trying to get our next premiership. I'm not looking too far ahead, to be honest.
I reckon it sounds like the worst job in footy. Everyone's problems lands on your doorstep. Appreciate your time, Lenny. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks very much for having me.
Lenny Hayes speaking there with Ben Cameron, the GM of footy at the St Kilda Football Club. So interesting insight there on Max King. I know, Clinchy, you had your
I'm flat, Corby, I'm flat.
You had your fingers crossed. He was going to play in the VFL on Saturday, which is, of course, the ABC TV broad telecast game, but not to be.
Would have been nice just to see him run around. Unfortunately, last time we did play VFL, suffered a hamstring injury before half-time, so I can sort of get the logic between let's just do the conditioning and play him in the AFL, but I don't know, Rama, Lee, that's got its own risk about it. 5 on the bench at AFL level, but if you don't play him in a lead-up match, Max King, and bring him straight back into the AFL...
How long can you wait now?
I guess so.
Like, it's sort of got to the point where...
He may as well break down at AFL.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. For his own well-being.
Yeah, and sort of... Like, when's the last time we saw him in a game?
2024.
Like, it's a long time ago, and there's a lot of money sitting on... That's a lot of money sitting on the sideline. So if he's right to play, you know what, go and try kick us a couple of goals. It's not like they've got a genuine key forward that he's in real form that he's going to be taking the spot off.
And it's funny, it is very different football between VFL and AFL. And sometimes when you're a good player, and which Max King is when he's playing well, it's easier to get a kick at AFL level. Because you run to the right spot and you get a little break and the ball just hits you on the chest, or you're playing with other players who are smart enough to create space. So I reckon he's actually a better chance of succeeding at AFL level, feeling good about himself, and they can manage him enough. I don't mind. Just play it, They got to find out one way or the other, because if they are on a course to making finals via the wild card this year, and Max King's going to potentially be a part of that, well, then he's got to play at some stage. And it can't be the last round before finals, because you wouldn't then take him into a final in that situation. So take him into a game next week or the week after, whenever it might be. And if he breaks down then, he would have broke down in the VFL.
And rest assured, Corby, the only person more disappointed than me would be Brendan Gatto when Ross Lyon would have rang and said, sorry, BJ, we're not going to play him this week. The Saints are fighting for a top 10 spot in the VFL as well. The Cats are on top of the ladder and they're dominating everything.
Some other news out of today, Josh Smiley. So he was a really high pick in his draft year. In fact, in his underage year, he was the presumptive number 1 for his national draft. And when I say slid, he was still taken inside the top 10. But unfortunately, he's had repeated quad injuries and all sorts of soft tissue complaints, has not got a run at it. The Tigers have put a line through him for the year, so he's done. So he's not going to play a single AFL game in his first 2 years in the AFL system. The other news today is that a $20,000 fine for careless contact with an umpire for the Essendon Football Club. So this is a cumulative thing, because Angus Clark and Sullivan Roby both got fines last weekend. That makes it 5. 5's the threshold, $20,000 fine for the club. So the Bombers have been whacked with that earlier today. And we just heard the teams moments ago. The top line thoughts there, obviously. Taylor Walker's out. Hayden Young's back for the Dockers. Cox has been chosen over Darcy. Jeremy Howe's injured for the Pies. Sam Lawler comes back for Richmond against the Hawks. Rioli's back for the Suns, and Jackson Artemis to debut for the Bombers.
It is a true art form, the way you get games into young players. Yeah. So you talk about Smiley and now Lawler coming back in. You need those games. You need to clock up as many as you possibly can in those young years. And we're talking about young players who are in rebuilding teams, not teams that are really in contention. But you have to do it so strategically, because if they are constantly breaking down, that is then robbing them of continuity in games down the track. And you get to 2 years in, and let's call that ballpark 45 games, and they've only played 10 of those, then their peak is being held back longer. And the teams that get it right and clock up those games in the right manner, rested at the right time, maybe played against a certain opponent that is going to be beneficial to them, and then they miss a game where it might be a big, strong, just contested machine team, and you go, okay, they won't play then because it's going to bang up their body, and then that'll allow them to play the following 4. It's almost a scientific formula. If you get it right, it sets you up for genuine success, assuming you've drafted well and the talent's there and the hunger's there. But if you get it wrong, you start worrying after 2 years the decisions have got to be made. Now, a Lawler and a Smiley, they're going to continue and persist with them because of their talent levels that coming out of under-18s. But you start scratching your head and thinking, okay, where exactly is this young player going to be by the time they're 22 or 23? And your plans become a little more grey for them and for the group. So it's good to see Lawler back. I'm pumped for that. I love him.
Here come the Saints out onto Caninia Park. They've made just one change from the team that beat Port Adelaide last Saturday afternoon. Hunter Clark's in and Angus Hastie is the man who loses his place. They're trying to do something that no St Kilda team has done in 27 years. 13 failed attempts, and that is win here at Caninia Park. They're just a game behind the Cats. They sit a position apart on the premiership table, 9th versus 10th as we enter round 19 of the premiership season. 100 games for Naz tonight. Where are we left when it comes to plaudits for Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller about what he's achieved in his first 100 games? I heard St Kilda people saying, and Lenny Hayes mentioned with us moments ago, it might be the best 100 games ever. I thought that might be a little bit of a stretch, but the last 40 in particular have been pretty good.
Well, the stat that supports him is he's the first St Kilda player to have 5 consecutive weeks where he has over 30 disposals and kicks a goal. So you think of all their legendary Hall of Famers, the likes of Nathan Burke and Lenny Hayes, they're all-time full forwards, but they've never had someone who's been able to do that across a 5-week period where they have 30-plus disposals and kicks a goal. Now, the game has changed, but it does show that what an asset he's going to be for the next 100 games.
Yeah. It's just the gun.
Full stop.
You know, we watched him last week live, and teams are trying to tag him, they're trying to run with him, they're trying to take him to spots that he's uncomfortable, but he's just a star.
Is it the best 100 games you've ever seen, Ram?
No. John Coleman's were pretty good.
He is like a Mark Blitzabs, though, a better football version where he could play almost anywhere on the field. Yeah. He could probably pinch it in the ruck if he absolutely wanted to.
Yeah.
So what a luxury for a coach to say, we'll just put your half back for the moment, get our run going. We'll put your full forward, play to the goal square. We need some clearances.
Yeah, and his
work rate is incredible.
Yeah, work rate's incredible. And then you get him the ball, and his ball use is so sublime. And the speed with which it gets to his teammate just catches his opposition out. The only one who's similar with the kicking speed, and Naz is better than him, but he's also building his own career nicely, is Finn Callaghan. The way the ball travels through the air with those two kicking means the team defence structure, formations that AFL teams run with these days, they actually get caught. They're 2 metres out of place when Naz is kicking the footy. And then that opens it up. If they do get it in quick enough, players like Liam Ryan and those sorts of exciting forwards, they can then go to work. So somehow Geelong will have to have a plan for him. Mind you, every team has a plan for him, and it doesn't really stop him.
Nah. Make sure once he takes the kick-ins, he doesn't get it back. It's probably plan 1.
Yep. Last 4 games, the Saints, by the way, number 1, defensive 50 to inside 50. So 33% they're transitioning the ball. So that underpins what the Saints have been doing in recent times. They're on, I think they've won 3 of the last 4 games. They're on a 2-game winning sequence into this afternoon.
You know what they're doing really well to that is, so Naz does get it. But opposition are saying, "Hey, let's stop Naz. Let's let someone else get the ball." But now somebody else is getting the ball and is damaging too. So it's
Brad Hill,
or it's Garcia, or it's Maxie Hall, or it's Jackson Clare. Or any of these runners over different weeks are getting it. So now teams have got to think, "Oh, we want to stop Naz, and we've got to stop Naz, but we can't do it at the expense of those 5 other players who are starting to hurt us more too." So they do have more options now, which is great to see. Ross is actually freeing them up a little bit to do that, which is great.
Welcome to Geelong, where the big Cats roam. The Saints have arrived, but this is our home, is what the banner reads as the Cats make their way out onto Caninia Park. Their jumper is a predominantly light-based jumper. It's predominantly white with obviously the blue hoops, so as a result they are in the white shorts. And St Kilda, despite the fact that the road team, they're all in black, they're wearing their home jumper, so with the red, white and black columns and the black shorts tonight. It is a clear night at the Cattery. We're about 8 minutes away from the bounce. 12 degrees is the temperature at the moment. It's only expected to drop to 11 during playing time, and there's a 20% chance of rain. The Cats are so intriguing tonight, given the fact they've made 7 changes. They've lost 5 of their last 6. It's so unusual that we talk about a Geelong team in that manner. What are you looking for tonight, Lingy? That the Saints are the best first quarter team in the comp, so they've trailed only twice at quarter time. So feels like we're going to learn a lot by quarter time as to what we're in for tonight.
We certainly will. Adam Ramanauskas was all over this early on. If we go back before 7 o'clock, the ability to win the ball in the contest in the middle of the ground is still crucial to the Cats.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's ebbed and flowed over the last 6 weeks, and a lot of it is left to Tom Atkins. Bailey Smith is an outstanding runner. Max Holmes is half-back or midfield occasionally too, and an outstanding runner and game breaker. They are terrific players. But Atkins is the one in and under. Now they bring in James Warple and they bring in Clark, and there's just an ability then to not let up in that part of the ground, to have that battering ram and bull in the middle going to work. And that's what they've got to build it on. The Saints are going to try and take that away from them. The Saints want to get it to the outside, to their runners and move the ball. So they're going to have a lot of work to do in there. But I think Geelong's inclusions is a clear statement that Chris Scott says, hey, we've got to be so much better in the contest in the middle of the ground.
The inside 50 numbers are fascinating. So they've had 129 entries in the last 2 weeks. How do you go 0-2 when you have 129 entries? They kicked 14 goals against the Lions in a shootout. They only kicked 11 goals last week from 60 inside 50s.
That goes back to Lingy's point about the half forwards and what they're doing. So, the connection piece for Geelong is something that we rarely speak about. You go back so many years to how good they were at goal assist and score involvements and the like, but now you look at the way that ball's coming inside forward 50 and it's coming out just as quick. And that's a real issue for the Cats, because if it's coming out just as quick, it gives Geelong's defence, which has forever been a strength, the chance to set up behind the ball. Now, teams are scoring against Geelong heavily and quickly, which is very, very uncommon.
You look down there at the forward group, Ramo, who are warming up together, and Brad Close, Brian Myers, Sean Manor, Ollie Wiltshire, those small to medium deep forwards, half forwards, high half forwards, just buzzing around, they become almost the most important players for the Cats. Delivery inside 50, but as you're talking about there, if St Kilda go to rebound it, and they want to rebound it, and Corb said the stat, they are very good at rebounding it, they have to be all over St Kilda. If they're not, and the Saints get some nice flow from their rebounds, the Saints can well and truly kick a winning score and take them apart.
Just having a look, Jack Henry is warming up with the defenders tonight, so he has played in the forward line at various times, but Patrick Dangerfield, obviously alongside Shannon Neal, will lead the forward line without Jeremy Cameron, the Coleman medalist for last year. I'm curious, Rama, how much tonight on St Kilda? I mean, Ross Lyon is good mates with Chris Scott, both experienced coaches. Ross has built this list. They played in an elimination final in his first season in 2023. Feels like it's been building for a moment like tonight where they beat a scalp, they take a contender down.
Yeah, you feel like they sort of have to go, yep, they are on the right path, or yes, they are a good team, and yes, what Ross Lyon and his coaching staff is trying to do is working. So I do like that they play a lot quicker game, because Ross Lyon teams have forever been sort of defensive, dour, slow ball movement teams. But now,
can you beat Geelong playing that way?
No. You have to run the ball at Geelong quickly and often.
Yep, and especially here.
Yeah,
so
long ground.
Yep,
you got to attack through corridor here. Like Geelong love pushing. As narrow as the ground is, Geelong want you to push out wide, because sort of it's the distance out wide here at Cardinia Park. It's a long way back down the goal when you have to cut the angle back. So you see Geelong play so often through the middle of the ground here.
And the teams that have had success here, and I think of that Brisbane game, was it last year?
Well, we had only, 2 weeks ago, where they had
2 weeks ago,
7 inside 50, so 7 goals.
Yeah, they just whipped the ball into the middle of the ground. Even if it was slightly risky, they just still pumped it in there, and it can open them up. People say because it's such a skinny ground, the corridor's not open. No, rubbish. It's open. You just got to be prepared to go there quick. If you hesitate for 3 seconds, then it does get clogged up, and the Cats get perfectly set, and they create turnovers, and the ball lives in the Cats' forward half of the ground. You whip it in there, you can go through them. As Rama said, you then run it at them, and you test the last line of their defensive structure, and anyone becomes vulnerable then. So that's the test for the Saints to be able to do that.
And Corby, while the Saints haven't won here, Ross Lyon certainly has when he was coaching the Fremantle Dockers, a qualifying final in which Stephen Hill snuck on from the bench and kicked what proved to be the winning goal. And so many curiosities. I mean, with no Tom de Koning against his brother Sam, so Rowan Marshall gets an opportunity to once more lay his claim. And of course, the Cats were one of the clubs that were interested in him. And Ross Lyon gave a trademark Ross Lyon answer in his press conference that it was noted and accurate in terms of the speculation as to whether he might seek a request a trade at the end of the season. So everything's up for grabs tonight.
He was pretty keen to reinforce, wasn't he, that the situation hasn't changed and that he's a contracted player. And I wonder with St Kilda's strategy, and you heard Lenny Hayes speak about it a short time ago, whether that was all part of it, that they knew that a few people would be not disgruntled, but at least feel like, well, if all this money's going around, it's going to everybody else, that you sign a bunch of guys out, extend them, knowing that, hey, they're our guys.
Yep.
And then we're going to hold them to the contracts because we know that, yes, there's going to be a few guys unhappy, but we'll manage that as best we can. And while we've got them all together, we're going to have to try and make hay while we've got them all there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rama's probably best equipped to talk about this, given the role that he's held for a long time. When clubs sign players to longer-term contracts, they do that knowing that, well, maybe there's a chance in 3 or 4 years' time that we're possibly getting them for slightly unders or at least good value. Yep. That's the risk the club takes, that they're going to be playing even better football by then, and the open market, they could get more. But you've locked them away. That's good list management. Players probably then think, well, hang on, I'm playing better footy, I want more money. But you can't, am I right in saying, Ram, I know you've, as a manager's hat, you constantly want better contracts for your players. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you'd sign the longer one and then you're on slightly unders, well played football club.
Well, I think it's well played everybody.
Yeah.
Because I look at it and you take the risk as a really good player and go, I'm going to have a shorter term deal, and then you injure yourself.
Yeah.
Well, that's the risk.
Yep.
So there's risk associated with it. Now, the club takes on a long term deal knowing they own the contract of the player. So if they want to trade him at some stage, they can as well. So, look, there's risk associated with it all, but money in the bank for a player has always been, I think, the best option.
But isn't that the curiosity around the St Kilda list strategy? Is they've kind of pushed everything down the road to 2027 when Naz comes out of contract, Hugo Garcia's out of contract, Max Hall's out of contract all of a sudden, and then the question, do you have money for Lachie Neale? Well, we're going to have to spend some money at some stage. So Darcy Wilson out of contract this season, so you want to make sure you're not giving up too much to leave yourself vulnerable.
Really, that's clubs attacking their list now, knowing that they're vulnerable.
Then you hope the cap goes up, and you also hope that they can see it by then, the players, that it feels like, hey, do I really want to walk away from this team when they're on the verge of contention? Ben Cameron's with us in the front row of the grandstand tonight. Good evening, Ben. Oh.
Ben's disappeared.
You got us, Ben?
Might be a bit chilly for him down there, Corbs.
No. I think he's still talking to James Kelly.
What would Essendon have to do to convince you to put your hand up?
All right. We'll get back to that in just a moment. So I think he's got an issue just getting programmed with us. So we'll check in with Ben as we work our way through. It's a fascinating way to start round 19 of the AFL Premiership season. Two teams who have both lost their last 3 Thursday night fixtures. The Saints have not won down here in 27 years, and the Cats trying to reverse a recent trend.
Surprise, surprise. Oisin Mullen straight to Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller. That was the most obvious move in the game.
Happy 100.
Yes.
You can run around with me all night. So Oisin Mullen will be in his back pocket. The Saints have won 4 of their last 7 against the Cats, but the 4 wins all at Docklands. The 3 losses, you guessed it, here at Cardinia Park. Who is going to break the trend tonight? The Saints and the Cats on Thursday night. You're with Matt Clinch.
Edwards and Marshall to get us underway in the middle of the ground. Hall sharked it beautifully. Can't get a clean hand pass away to Wood. He's tackled by Tom Atkins, and the umpire will circle and ball it up. So Cal Wilkie alongside Polkinghorn, the debutant. Patrick Dangerfield in the goal square as well, alongside Stocker. Thrown up, Marshall wins down the tap. Can't follow up, socket off the ground by Manor. Got it to half forward. Garcia races back for the Saints. Hand pass to Hill. Hand pass to Wilson. Cuts on his right-hand side. Looks to send out to the broadcast wing. Burns the target. Brought down by Mark O'Connor. Higgins too slow. Tackled by Jai Clark holding the ball. Geelong take it back at left half forward.
So Jai Clark is going to put them inside 50 with the kick to full forward. Out the back is Manor, marks and goals. Could not have started any better for the Cats. Nana kicks the first 45 seconds in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Geelong 1 straight, St Kilda yet to score. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. As you mentioned, 12 degrees here tonight. It's much nicer than the last time we were down here at the Cattery, and off to a hot start. The Cats there with that goal.
Terrific work by Jai Clark early on. Looks like he's coming off so going as a defender there, Ramo. He's often played as an inside mid, but just constantly trying to add strings to his bow so he can get a game. Great tackle on Jack Higgins, then got it in nice and deep. And Sean Manor, who was on fire last week, said, thank you very much. I'll continue on my merry way.
Jai Clark in his first game of AFL since round 3 has been averaging with those numbers across half back around 26 disposals per game. His last 3 have been 30 or above. Edwards in the middle of the ground, one down the tap, then tried to follow up, was taken high by Roll Marshall. So a free kick going Geelong's way. Bailey Smith wanted the hand pass, that option dries up, so he gives it to Max Holmes. The speedy Cat looks up inside 50. Dangerfield leads out, spoiled away by Silvani. He's up against Neal. Brad Hill tries to knock it away. Dempsey lays the tackle on him. And Tukalite out of play in the right forward pocket. Geelong heading to the Joel Selwood end in the opening quarter. It's a cool night in Geelong, but not nearly as cold as it was a few weeks ago.
Cats in the blue and white hoops. The white shorts on tonight. St Kilda in their home jumper. The red, white and black columns and the black shorts. Boundary throw in. Edwards wins the hit out, but straight to Naz. Got a hand pass away. Ends up out of play. Umpire forgiving, says throw it in. Cats appealing for deliberate.
Have you seen a deliberate paid all year, now that we've had the lasso rule? It's like they've forgotten about the deliberate.
Very, very few.
Scoring ones more than out-of-bounds ones.
Yes. One straight to yet to score. Geelong, the early territory dominance inside the opening 3 minutes. Nana looks to soccer it further forward, intercepted by Wood. Thought about the kick, handball away to Windhager. He gets it out of defence. Oh, big fly from Caminiti, no mark. Hall couldn't scoop it up. The Cats can. Only momentarily, though, as Atkins tackled as soon as he got it. So a ball up between wing and half forward for Geelong. They won the toss through Patrick Dangerfield. They are kicking to the city end in the opening turn.
And O'Shea Mullen bouncing into Nasai Wangani Miller at every stoppage as O'Shea Mullen gets a clearance here to Tom Atkins to close. Across half back, O'Sullivan feeds it to Max Holmes. Has Mark O'Connor at left half forward. Pokes the kick looking for Neal on the bounce. Tries to lose Silvani. Then lost his footing. And did he tap that over the boundary line? The umpire says throw it in. Left half forward for Geelong. So Dangerfield alongside Stocker. Polkinghorn on debut has Cal Wilkie, so St Kilda would love that matchup. And Shannon Neal alongside Jack Silvani. At the other end, it's Guthrie and Ryan. Mitch Owen alongside Tom Stewart. Caminiti on Jack Henry. Thrown in. Marshall tries to knock it down to the front. Windhager takes it. Manor takes him. He can't get a hand pass away. And the umpire will ball it up still at left half forward for Geelong. They lead 1 straight 6 to St Kilda, yet to score.
SMS number 0437 774 774. Edwards wins it down. Atkins, hand pass away to Bailey Smith. Loads up, drives it deep forward. Down there is Polkinghorn, punched away from him. The debutant spills in the direction of Myers, scoops it up in the pocket. Handball back to Neal. Hall tackles him to ground. Ball comes out. Says keep going. O'Connell collects. He's tackled. Another stoppage inside the Cats forward 50. First entertaining message of the night was, look, Lingy and Rama sound very similar, so can they please say their own name before speaking? We'll see if we can differentiate as best we can throughout the night. O'Connell tries to clear, straight to O'Connor. Cats are on, handball to Atkins. They've got the first 2. Atkins hooks it through from 40 out. And the Cats with a dream start at home. We're 5 minutes in. Geelong 2 straight. St Kilda yet to go over halfway.
No, they've been impressive early, the Cats. Strong around the contest, set up really well. And remember, we spoke about this in the pre-game, didn't we? Once you get it locked in that end of the ground, the Cats, it's hard to move it through. You've got to be prepared to be brave with it. And at the moment, the Saints kind of just throwing it on the boot or wild handballs. Not really prepared to actually take the game on.
Well, that was horrible by St Kilda there in a defensive 50 stoppage. They just left Tom Atkins all by himself inside forward 50. So once that scrubby kick came out, it's a simple handball.
Yeah.
So I don't know where the checking was there. And Atkins set himself up perfectly, virtually in the corridor inside 50.
18 disposals to 8, Rammer, the way of Geelong. Edwards out of the middle of the ground, but it's shot forward by Max Hall. Inside 50, Jai Clark races back for Geelong. Gathers first, looks out towards half-back. Guthrie dropped the mark. In fact, it was Dempsey who dropped the mark. Is able to get it back to Jack Henry. A relieving kick up the wing. Good body use from Connor O'Sullivan. Takes the mark and runs through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Mullen. Hand pass to Max Holmes. Looks out to the broadcast wing. And Mark O'Connor takes the mark, wants to feed it wide. Tom Stewart off half-back, drives it inside 50. Shannon Neal out the back, getting back. Silvani gets a fist in there. And it bounces through for a minor score. Living dangerously, playing in front of Shannon Neal. The Cats, 2-1-13. St Kilda yet to score. 6 minutes gone. Opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Did you see that, though? Arriving behind Neal was both Myers and Manor free in the goal square. Hard run. The Saints players didn't go with them.
Bradley Hill long to half-back, but it's picked off. Humphreys with the intercept mark. Kicks back to the corridor, finds Warple. He gets a look at it again in Geelong colours. Swings a kick to right half forward for Jack Henry. Short kick down to the 50 and finds Dempsey.
Well, it's clear that Geelong want to simply move the ball. They don't want St Kilda's defence to set. So, Humphreys takes the mark on one side of the 50 around the arc, and then the ball's now all the way on the other side with Dempsey, and there's effectively 3 kicks to get there.
Kicked multiple goals in his last 2. Ollie Dempsey, this from 52 metres out. Low trajectory drop punt right to the goal line. It carries the pack. Don't tell me. This is a horror show to start for St Kilda. And it's getting worse. 3-1 to no score. Dempsey pops it through from 52 out. And a mass of bodies in the goal square. They all missed it. Out the back it goes and through the major opening for a goal. 3-1-19 to yet to score. We're only 7.5 minutes in, and Dempsey becomes Geelong's 3rd goal kicker.
Well, Liggy, 5 inside 50s to 1. 7 marks to 0. So St Kilda have had the ball in their hands 10 times. Geelong have had it 31 times, but that's unforgivable on the goal line.
Correct.
You've got 2 key defenders that are ruckman on the goal line, and none of them can get their hand on the ball. That's really poor. So 2 goals effectively have been gifted to Geelong.
You're spot on. Even that one inside 50 you said for the Saints, it stayed in there for half a second. Jai Clark cleaned it up and rebounded it. They got to fix it up quick. The Saints
just reviewing this.
I reckon it has flicked a hand.
Brush the hand of either Edwards or Rowan Marshall, and it did. So scratch that. Corby hates. He does beautiful note keeping, so he's got the whiteout ready.
I'm disappointed as well, Corbs.
I'll tell you what, it's good for the review, though, at St Kilda that was touched, because
it's good for the Saints fans.
Well, I don't think a St Kilda player touched it. I think it was a Geelong player that touched it.
Might still come up.
So now it's a 14-point lead the way of the Cats, with a behind registered rather than a goal. And there's some relieved St Kilda players, no more than Rowan Marshall. Stocker with the kick in duty. Veers out to the left back pocket. Kicks up towards Marshall. No mark claim. Taken by Mark O'Connor. Feeds it back to Jai Clark. Against the boundary line, Mullen was over it. And a lasso free kick will go the way of the Saints at right half back. Geelong 2-2-14. St Kilda yet to score. They've been inside 50 yet. Rammer once.
Yep.
And it's 33 disposals to 11, so not quite the intent they would have liked, trying to break a 27-year hoodoo, having not won down here at Cardinia Park. Here's Hunter Clark, who takes the mark. He's back in the lineup for St Kilda fans. Hasn't featured at AFL level since the early stage of the season. This kick is too close to the boundary line, looking for Cooper Sharman out of bounds on the full. No, he got a hand to it. Sam DeConing can't believe it, and the umpire says throw it in. Brett Roseberry down there. It's been a flashpoint for umpiring in the last week. We might have AI helping out. Greg Swan discussing some of the technology available at Docklands they're going to trial. Not sure if that's really what we need, but we'll see.
Boundary throw in. Marshall palms it straight down to Mullen. Gets a hand pass out through the tackle to Smith. Handball away to O'Connor. Up over halfway for the Cats to close. Handball to Warple. Now 70 out. Pokes the kick inside 50. Silvani, the second time tonight, covers across and knocks it out of play. So he's doing his bit in the back line, which is under siege. 10 minutes in, Geelong by 14.
I also heard Greg Swan say they're not going to go away from the 4 umpires.
Is that good or bad?
That made me very, very sad.
I'll tell you who it's good for. Ray Chamberlain, who's doing a great job as part of our commentary team on a Saturday afternoon. Never as we need a better clarification from what the umpires are trying to adjudicate. Marcus Windhager at right half back. Geelong by 14 points up the wing. O'Sullivan had a big piece of it. Was taken high. will get a free kick against Cooper Sharman in front of the two benches. Goals to Manor and to Atkins to open proceedings for Geelong. They've lost their last 3, 5 of their last 6, trying to get back on track. Such big stakes tonight. Jack Henry across half-back. Kicks to Guthrie. Just pokes a kick over the top to Clark. Wilson tried to close the space. Couldn't get a hand there.
The Saints are just trying to go real one-on-one here, not letting the Cats possess the ball too much. So he's just going to have to go long.
Possession number 4 for him. Back in the side, up the wing. Marshall takes the mark in front of Shannon Neal. Saints have it at left half-back.
Well set up by the Saints. That was much better. Shut down the options and set up down the line. Good play.
Back to Stocker. Long kick to the wing. Max Holmes breaks it up. Spills down to O'Connor. Gives it back to Holmes. He's tackled immediately by Ryan Burns. Not to be confused with the other R. Burns that played a lot of footy here, which Ronnie Burns, who we loved, of course.
Love Ronnie.
The Geelong jumper, it's R. Burns for the Saints tonight. Different spelling too, as DeConing grabs it out of the ruck. Handball out in front of Ollie Wiltshire. Tumbles a kick inside 50. Shannon Neal whacks it further afield, but slides out next to the behind post.
Always been very grateful of Ronnie. He gave me my first goal in football. He was running inside 50, about 40 out on the run, and he squared it up to me, which was a miracle. That he didn't have a shot.
Did he kick it across the goal?
I saved that for the next week against you, Rammer.
Remember the deep pockets here and Ronnie doing the Peter Dacos effort and running around from the pockets. He was a
Rocket Ronnie Burns.
Absolute master.
Very hard matchup he was, Ronnie.
Oh, I can imagine. Went to Adelaide, didn't he, after his stint at the Cats? So from the boundary throw, we now got a ball up inside the forward 50 for Geelong. Ruck Shearer down, scooped up by Ollie Henry. Got a hand pass away, stolen by Ryan Burns. Hand pass over to Garcia. He got it to Windhager. Garcia goes and collects it. Windhager couldn't trap it. Gives it back to Hunter Clark. Kicks out of defence. Kind bounce here for Cooper Sharman. Saints away on the wing. Gives it to Higgins.
Almost tackled by Jai Clark. Socket off the ground by Cooper Sharman. Picked up by Zach Guthrie. Kicks back up the wing. Geelong win the battle. Bailey Smith marks at left half forward. Spots Graham Myers in the middle of the ground. He waits for players on the overlap. Lake standing on the mark. Drives it inside 50. Wilkie was waiting for that kick.
Incredible by Wilkie. He had no opponent. He just watched Graham Myers' eyes where he was going. Myers is probably the best kick going inside 50 in the competition. Wilkie just gobbled that up so easy.
Wilkie called to play on, sends it out to Mason Wood. So, yeah, with 50 disposals to 25 the way of Geelong, you wonder which of the leaders are going to step up with Jack Sinclair out for the rest of the season. The co-captain, Carl Wilkie, has to do so. Up the wing, off hands. It's taken by Guthrie, who returns it straight down the line. And Mason Wood with an intercepting mark at left half back.
Dan Cameron on the boundary. Then.
Yeah, Sean Manor has come from the ground, just getting a little bit of work done on his right hamstring at the moment. So an early involvement for Steve Saunders, the hamstring specialist, down here on the bench.
Wilkie kicks down the wing, intercepted by DeConing. Hand pass away to Dempsey, gives it to Bailey Smith. Ugly kick inside 50, one bounce. Out of play at about throwing 40 out from the Cats goal. So Geelong 2-2. St Kilda yet to score. We're 13 and a half minutes in. No late change. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas. I promise you there are two people here. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Start of round 19. Rucks miss it completely from the boundary throw-in. Dempsey kicks it straight off the bonce of Filippo. Ricochets back into the pack. Hunter Clark, hand pass out to Liam Henry. He's caught, stripped off it by Smith. Atkins stands up with the footy. Somehow fought through a two-man tackle and got it out. Garcia bobbles it away back to Hunter Clark. High up and under down the wing, and Caminiti forced to revert to his defensive prowess and knock the ball free from DeConing and over the boundary line. So boundary throwing on the wing. Just on DeConing, by the way, you mentioned it earlier, Clinchy. It was meant to be the matchup with his brother tonight. First time that they'll go at it with, obviously, Tom changing clubs in the off-season, so the Geelong-St Kilda matchup. Tom actually owns the head-to-head over Sam, despite Geelong's winning record recently, 3-2.
And maybe the paycheck. Filippo dodging and weaving on the wing, sends it up towards half-forward. Jack Henry courageously back with the flight, takes the mark. So 9 of the first 10 inside 50s have gone the way of the Cats, and St Kilda only inside 50 once as they work it across half-back. Connor O'Sullivan works it to Jai Clark in his new role. He's had a bit of the footy as well. Mark O'Connor leads the way with 6 disposals. Lawson Humphrey at half-back will get it back here from Guthrie. Took on one. Ryan slipped over with Henry's pressure. Got a hand pass to Guthrie. They get out of defence. Bailey Smith up the wing. Close. Got cannon into from behind by Wilkie, and this might be 50. Umpire hasn't said yet. No, he's going to not impede any further, and Close has it on the wing.
Haven't seen him since round 12. Brad Close. Premiership count, of course, after a stint in the VFL. Contest kick inside 50. Spills down in front of Bailey Smith. He just whacks it forward straight to Silvani. Saints back the other way. Handball to Stocker. Kicks looking for Liam Ryan. Almost a hanger on his head. Guthrie went flying through. Not to be. Manor straight off the bench. Collects. Kicks inboard. Finds Myers. Geelong going forward again. Myers lays it up. And here's the debutant. Polkinghorn.
But that's why Ram was saying Brian Myers is one of the best inside 50 kicks. It looked like he was going to Ollie Dempsey on the lead, and just his ability to check the kick with his different kicking style makes it so hard to read. It was a beautiful kick into the path of Polkinghorn. This will get the crowd going if he can kick his first goal in AFL footy.
What a kick. Just lay it up, run and jump at it, straight up the pipe. Marks 25 out straight in front. Jay Polkinghorn, the 20-year-old, on debut, straight in front. And Jay's big day starts with a goal. His first in AFL footy. And Jay Polkinghorn joins that elusive club. The first kick, first goal club at AFL level. 3-2 yet to score. It's all Geelong. They lead by 20 points after 17 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Lingy and Rammer.
Oh, it's just a moment, I think, for any player, Lingy, when they kick their first goal, particularly a big key forward. You know, he's had to wait his turn at the Cats, but that's a great mark too. You look at Jack Silvani there, who's been a terrific defender for St Kilda this year. We saw Polkinghorn early in the pre-season. He looked like he was, looked good, but he's had to wait till round 19 to get a game.
How many games into your career to your first goal?
3 or 4 maybe. Yeah.
Hit 44 back in 2024. The second-year Cat gets his opportunity and makes the most of it. We're going to have a secondary stoppage in the middle of Cardinia Park.
Joe de Goose at Subiaco in the goal spirit and put it up into the third tier.
Beautiful.
Polkinghorn grew up in Penong, 800 kilometres west of Adelaide, went to boarding school and then made his way to Geelong. Max Holmes gets the clearance, kicks the Cats up wide to half forward. Jack Silvani leads Shannon Neal in the foot race. And it goes out of play for a boundary throw in. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Mark O'Connor's come to the bench and just dealing with either a quad injury or a hip flexor injury on the left-hand side. So just getting a little bit of treatment on that at the moment.
It was a late out, Mark O'Connor, with a quad injury last week against the Giants, so no luck for him. Darcy Wilson runs on the ball, tackled by Warple, just got a hand pass away. Holmes is onto it, off the outside of the boot, kicks long to the goal square. Polkinghorn caught behind against Cal Wilkie. They tangle. Wiltshire almost was able to swoove his way through, but couldn't keep the ball alive.
He's been important, Mark O'Connor, early on. So he's playing as almost a high half-back, pushing up to the wing, and structurally important, just sealing the outside, not letting St Kilda get that rebound going. So they'll want him back out there. He's an important, underrated player.
Another forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. Bobbled on a second time in front of Manor. Couldn't trap it. Now the pack forms top of the goal square. Somehow comes out to Warple. Warple goals. Geelong have got the first 4. 19 minutes in and James Warple, the best and fairest winning Hawk, plays his first game since round 9 and hits the scoreboard. We are only 19 minutes in. St Kilda haven't scored. Geelong 4-2-26.
Well, just some stats to back up exactly what's going on. 13-1 inside 50s. I think the other couple of times that the Saints have been inside 50 has been when Geelong have gone backwards with
That's a horror show
with the switch kick. Contested possessions, Rama, Cats +9. And then that's leading to uncontested possessions. What's my maths like? +32, 47 to 15. So only 15 uncontested possessions for the Saints so far.
40 more possessions for the Cats at the moment. They're controlling the game through marks. 21 marks to 6. But when they're marking, it's evident that they want to move the ball quickly. So not allow St Kilda's defence to set.
So back in the middle of the ground, who can stand up for St Kilda? Gathered by Garcia. Hat pass to Nasai Wanganeen Miller in game 100. It's offline to the left. Trying to be the hero. It rolls out of play up against the left behind post. And a boundary throw in.
Gee, Naz running through there. It's almost one you put in the book. He doesn't often miss by that much. He just got, Oisin Mullen got the starting point wrong and Naz was gone.
Just his second disposal of the game in the centre square there. Mitch Owen doing the ruck work against Edwards. Edwards decisively wins the tap, gains 20 metres. Running onto it, Liam Ryan broke a tackle, got a hand pass to Garcia, hand pass to Higgins, headed in against the boundary line, 45 metres out. O'Connor comes over the top and spoils it out of play in the right forward pocket. Caminiti was there alongside Messiah Wangani Millera on a throw in 25 metres around from the St Kilda goal. They're heading to the players' stand-in the opening quarter. How they need some scoreboard effort.
Just looking through the first kick, first goal club, the very official list on Wikipedia, which you can find. More on that in a moment. The Geelong pass as Owens is tackled by Holmes. All legal, said the umpire. Lake races away with the ball from that. Got a hand pass out to Higgins on the boundary line. Hooks a kick back to full forward. Liam Henry slips over it. It'll sit up for Stewart off the back flank. He kicks wide for Geelong and Neil takes the sprawling mark.
Oh, did he drop it?
It's going to be paid.
Unbelievable kick, but...
Yeah. Took a divot on the way through. Shannon Neal from the defensive half will send it up over halfway. Ollie Henry with the sit. Flew at it. Not to be. Hill back in dispute. About 5 players diving on top of it. Ump gives them a moment to work it out. Comes to Ollie Henry. He's tackled, dispossessed. Lake wins it for St Kilda. Handball to Garcia. Feeds it forward to Liam Henry. Draws the defender. Or at least tried to. Got a hand pass to Burns who ran out of room. Took it out of bounds. And the umpire inside the field of play is saying, spin it in.
What's interesting...
It'll be a boundary throwing.
What's interesting, Corb, is Brad Hill last week was incredible in the first half against Port Adelaide, 21 possessions. This week, he's got the matchup of both Myers and Close, so they're rotating off the bench. And they're making him really accountable, trying to take him up into play. But they're being very damaging with their foot skills.
Ryan Marshall out of the ruck, but he kicks a 2-on-1 against Caminiti. Higgins keeps it alive. Hand pass to Mitch Owen. One way, then the other. Owens feeds the hand pass to Garcia. Run down by Atkins. Great chase. The desperate in and under midfielder is setting the tone tonight. A great run-down chase. And having kicked a goal earlier, he has it 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Geelong leading by 26 points, 4-2-26 to St Kilda yet to score. Kicks into the back pocket for Bailey Smith. He looks up the wing. Warple's the target. Sat in the air. Allowed Darcy Wilson over the top. Couldn't complete the mark. Holmes lost it. Picked up by De Koning. Hand pass away to Edwards. Hand pass too sharp in the end for Wiltshire, and it goes out of play. That'll be a lasso free kick for the Saints. Wangani Miller will take it between wing and half forward.
As in his 100th game, puts it inside the forward 50. Getting back Sam De Koning. Spoils down to Guthrie. Effort to keep it alive. Turned out okay. Stewart played the ball. Everyone else stopped. Got a handball back to O'Sullivan. His kick goes to the opposite pocket and finds Humphreys. Goes short to Bailey Smith. Not the required range. Ball continues to live in motion at the moment. Long kick to the wing. Stocker couldn't quite mark. Ball hits the deck. Hill paddles it out in front. Controls it. Handball inside 50 to Hall. His hand pass broken up. Stewart back on it for the Cats. Hand pass away to Humphreys. And off he goes, characteristically off the back flank, turns it over straight to Stocker. Marks underneath the Hickey stand, right on halfway to 26-point lead for Geelong. That's their score. St Kilda haven't scored 24 minutes in.
Stocker drives St Kilda inside 50. Guthrie flies in front, spills out the way of Garcia. Can't knock it clear. Now gets a hand pass out to Higgins, draws an opponent. Hand pass to Owens, kicks partially smothered. Tom Stewart picks it up for Geelong in the back pocket. Hand pass to Humphreys, kicks to 2-on-2s up on the wing. Dempsey in front, can't complete the mark. Ollie Henry tries to keep it alive. And he gets a shove out of play. So left half forward for St Kilda. It's Geelong who lead by 26 points. The inside 50s 13-6, and the Saints, as you said, Corby, have been a good first quarter side. They've won 15 of their first 17 quarters. Not at this stage, trailing by 26 points.
2 they've lost. One of them was opening round, so it's really 15 of the last 16 even to make it more dramatic. The only loss, the only time they trailed at quarter time was the Hawks, also on a Thursday night. From the stoppage, the Saints win it. Naz gets involved, gives it to Marshall, kicks inside 50. Owens a fair bit of it, no mark. Ball spills down Geelong's way. Close, got it out of defence, trying to find Manor. He turns it over too. So some territory wins here for the Saints, but they haven't been able to put it on the board. Windhager to Silvani, out to Stocker. His lateral kick missed the target. Wilkie grabs it, slips over. Saints now under pressure at halfback. O'Connell hands it away to Windhager. Short kick to Silvani. The Saints settle it down. 25 minutes in, defensive side of the wing. Silvani short to Wilson.
Yeah, they're going nowhere though. Geelong just continue to push them back. This will be a long kick by Wilson. It'd be a shallow entry.
Has to drive it to half forward, which ends up luckily finding Hugo Garcia, who was all on his own at right half forward. But the Cats have flooded the numbers back. Out pass a little loose for Wilson. Has to get it back from Wilkshire. Out pass to Garcia. Drives St Kilda inside 50. Marshall's the target. Edwards in from the side, takes the mark.
Had to go to Marshall the first time. Instead of the handball, Marshall had drifted down, as you like, from your ruckman, open side of the ground, and had a good run and jump, isolated. Just chose the wrong option.
The voice of Cameron Ling, who said you cannot move the ball slowly against this Geelong side. That's exactly what St Kilda are doing at the moment. Kick up the wing. O'Connell was crashed into and the ball spills out. Stocker lays the tackle, and at the very bottom of the pack is Max Holmes and Lake Tangling. Gives us a chance to go down to Ben Cameron.
Yeah, Mark O'Connor's still getting that quad/hip flexor worked on, so it's been the best part of 8 minutes while he's been on the bench here.
Hall to Lake, handball away to Garcia, puts on the Jets. Can he finish on the run? Yes, knocks it through. And is that the spark that the Saints needed? A stoppage goal for St Kilda, and Hugo Garcia at speed finishes on the run, and it's a nice goal. St Kilda's first of the night, one straight. Geelong 4-2, 26 minutes in. Cats by 20.
And they've had a good last little 5 minutes. It hasn't been overly pretty, but
controlled the ball a little bit.
Yeah, and a bit more of the ground. It's actually been living in that St Kilda half of the ground. When Geelong have tried to exit a few times, there's been enough pressure to create that turnover. The one interesting stat at the moment with the Saints, they've had 33 kicks, Rama, and 40 handballs.
And that's testament to Geelong's pressure.
Yeah, just forcing the overuse. But if they can manage to stay composed, the Saints, they've just wrestled back a little bit of the momentum.
It's always interesting watching Bailey Smith at defensive stoppages. His direct opponent was Hugo Garcia there. And he's a ball watcher. That's what happens with Bailey Smith. And look, so he should be. He gets so much of the ball, but when it's your time to defend, you've got to defend.
Saints have had the last 5 clearances until this one. Edwards gets a free kick in the middle of the ground, up towards half forward. Saints numbers went out. Travalia gets a half pass away to Hall in 2 minds, turns it over. Humphreys takes it for Geelong. Half pass to close to Warple, trying to sidestep a Tapala. Travalia did well, forces a turnover. Awkward left foot there from Darcy Wilson, who's now pleading it came off a Geelong player.
And he got it too.
And he will get a lasso free kick at half back. So he made something out of nothing there. Couldn't kick on his left, but in the end gets a resulting free kick. So
just to throw in.
All credit to him. 20-point lead the way of the Cats. Darcy Wilson long up the wing, spalled away from Rowan Marshall. Mitch Owens crashes into an opponent. Holmes tries the underground hand pass along the boundary line. I mean, it is a throw in rather than a free kick. Centre wing under the ridge, Hickey stand. Geelong by 20 points, 4-2-26 to St Kilda 1 straight 6 through 28 minutes of the opening term on ABC Sport.
Marshall and Edwards go at it. Ball spills underneath a number of players, and at the end Hall extracts it a second time. Got it to Filippo, away to Windhager, tossed it out, back to Wilson, hand pass over the top to Filippo. He's 60 metres out, ugly kick inside 50, spoiled away by Jack Henry, ball hits the deck, Jai Clark scoops it in, now has to release, Jack Henry grabs it and he's tackled the ball up. 29 minutes into the opening term, 4-2-26 to 1 straight 6. Cats by 20, forward 50 stoppage for the Saints, grabbed out of the ruck. Marshall jams it on the boot and he's got it there. Something out of nothing for the Saints. They've got back-to-back majors. 4-2-26 to 2 straight 12. And Rowan Marshall cuts the deficit to 14, 29 minutes in. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas.
That's why you kick it to Rowan Marshall when he's inside forward 50, because he's going to be a lot stronger than Mitch Edwards. So there, you look, he just holds his ground in that ruck contest. Rowan Marshall now it's directly in front, 30 metres out from goal, and it's a great learning for Edwards when he is in that situation to, hey, you can't give up that front position in that ruck contest, because he's a good player. Marshall had 30 possessions last week against Port Adelaide and played incredibly well.
St Kilda responded though, Lingy.
Yeah, they have.
13 of the first 14 inside 50s the way of Geelong, and St Kilda have had the last 9. Back in the middle of the ground, free kick for a hold, going the way of Geelong, and it's going to go the way of O'Shea Mullen, who has a tagging job on Messiah Wanganeen Miller. He's had 4 disposals now in his 100th game. As Mullen looks up towards Wilshire, just ragdolled Ryan Burns, and then in the end the hand pass comes out to Atkins. He tries to break away from a Liam O'Connell tackle, and the Saints through Filippo. 1-2 with Windhager. Into the middle of the ground for Hall, who just reels in the mark. In front of Clark, he has it at the back edge of the centre square.
Hall looks out wide, kicks to that eastern wing, gets to Garcia on the hop, slides through to him, kicks to a dangerous one-on-one. Filippo the target, Smith breaks it up, ball hits the deck, Filippo goes and retrieves it. In the end, he's bowled over, close collects in the long sleeves, tackled the ground, ball up.
That Hall kick there, he's in the middle of the ground. That just can't go wide. It can't. It's got to go inside forward 50, that kick.
From the ball up, spills down to Ollie Dempsey. Hurried kick beyond the wing, and Stocker did well. Went the spoil initially and then claimed the mark. It was eventually paid, but by then he'd already rushed a handball. Back to Wilkie, misses him. Wilkie goes and gets it. Short kick finds Windhager, defensive side of the wing. 31 minutes into this opening term, a 14-point lead for the Cats, 4-2 to 2 straight.
All that overlap run, Rammer, which the Saints have been so known for in recent weeks. The kick up towards Rowan Marshall, can't take the mark, does gather it first. Hand pass ricocheted off the foot of O'Shea Mullen. His hand pass is chopped off by Naz. Wanganeen Miller through traffic, almost brought down by Edwards. Got it away to Travalia, to Filippo. Hand pass into the middle of the ground to Windhager. Links up with Hunter Clark. Now the crucial kick inside 50. Higgins on the lead, can't take the mark. Jack Henry makes the spoil, and Humphreys just kicks out to space. Foot races on, getting there first. O'Connell for St Kilda. Hand pass to late, tackled by Jai Clark. The hand pass gave him no support, and in the end he just knocked it out of play.
Well, didn't he want that, Rammer?
He's hunted his first quarter, Jai Clark, so that's his, I mean, it's his fourth tackle, third tackle. So I don't mind him as a defender.
First game since round 3, Jai Clark kicks to St Kilda's number 3. Silvani had a fair bit of it. Mark wasn't paid. Hits the deck. Handball back to Windhager, to Stocker, and now to Hunter Clark. Also back in the team. Hand pass goes forward now to Wilson. Quick handball away to Burns. His hand pass a turnover. Jai Clark intercepts. Gives it to Close. Handball onto Warple. Kicks down to half forward. Wilkie over the back. Puts his fist through it. In characteristic fashion, ball hits the deck. Smith scoops it up. Geelong now gather again through Mullen. He's tackled. Look away handball. A turnover. Back the other way. Lake to Garcia to Hall. Hand pass a little hot for Burns. Knocked it out but turned it over. And Holmes able to intercept. Gives it to Ollie Wiltshire.
He steps around a tackle. Kicks up towards the 50. Ollie Henry coming from a long way back. Can't take the mark as he lands awkwardly. Windhager picks it up for the Saints. Hand pass back to Stocker. Tries to swing the switch. It's marked by Travalia. Looks out to the Hickey stand side. Has Cooper Sharman leading into space. But it's a long way home as they go out wide to the Reg Hickey stand side. Cooper Sharman spinning the footy in his hands as he looks out towards half forward. No other option but to drive it long towards Jack Higgins. He did well just to nudge Jack Henry underneath. Takes the mark, kicks inside 50, but not before the siren sounds for quarter time. So Geelong started on fire with the opening 4 goals of the match. They had one which was disallowed as well, so it could have been 5. They got out by 26 points before St Kilda finished with the last 2 goals of the quarter. Geelong 4-2-26 to St Kilda 2 straight 12. The goals for Geelong, Manor, Atkins, Polkinghorne and Warple. While for St Kilda, Garcia and Marshall. Ben Cameron's on the boundary for us.
Yeah, Mark O'Connor was still getting work done on that quad or hip flexor at the end of the quarter. He did get up for a moment, did a run through, looked really quite ginger when he did that. Got more work done. He looks a little bit sore as he walks out to the quarter time huddle. Also, Sean Manor, he came to the bench and they put some compression tape on that right leg. Got some work on his hamstring during that first quarter. So a couple of watches there for Geelong.
Thanks, Ben. Keep an eye on Kel Wilkie too. I don't know if it's just a pit stop.
It felt like a pit stop, but it's always odd that you see players running off the ground like that.
Particularly at quarter time when you're out there sort of burning so many fluids and you generally lose more than you're able to take in. But Kel Wilkie ducking off the ground there at quarter time, so ran straight down the race for St Kilda. Off the SMS, a couple coming through. G'day, guys. Phil from Victoria. Unless Ross gives them a serve at quarter time, Saints are gone. They look sluggish and not switched on already. Thanks, Phil.
I wonder if Phil sent that, though, at about the 20-minute mark. Because the last 10 was better.
Yep.
Much better by the Saints.
I think that's about right, judging by the timing on that. And from Brett in Canberra, hi, Corby. Cats look really switched on. Saints a little bit reluctant tonight. Has Manor been the best small forward in recent weeks?
Certainly was last week. Yeah, his form's been very, very good. Especially when it's good. He has monster games.
And I mentioned it during the call, so Jay Polkinghorne joins the club of first kick, first goal. A couple of the others that are on that list, according to our reliable source of Wikipedia, Barry Stoneham.
Oh, yes.
Sean Denham. Nathan Ablett. All on that list. Asava Radagalia. Travis Varco, all from a Geelong perspective, and a guy by the name of Alec Matheson. Now, Alec Matheson is probably my all-time favourite interview guest. He kicked his first goal with his first kick in 1944.
Yes.
Played 7 games for Geelong, was a leading aircraftman in the RAAF, served in World War II. Told us a great story. We interviewed him during COVID, and he was in his late 90s at that particular stage, but unbelievable to be able to interview someone, obviously, that went to war and played league football. But he spoke about the 1937 grand final, where he was only a very young man, as you can imagine, at that particular time. We're interviewing him in 2020. And he said he told his parents, due to the outbreak of polio at the time, that they weren't allowed to go up to the city, but he told his parents he went rabbiting and they caught the train up and they went to the 1937 grand final. So lifelong Cats man. And so little shout out for Alec Matheson, who also did it. First goal, first kick in league footy. All right, it's quarter time here at the start of round 19, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Back with the thoughts of Lingy and Rama next.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
So Jai Clark is going to put them inside 50 with the kick to full forward. Out the back is Manor, marks and goals. Could not have started any better for the Cats. Manor kicks the first, 45 seconds in. Manor straight off the bench, collects, kicks it forward, finds Myers. Geelong going forward again. Myers lays it up, and here's the debutant, Polkinghorne. Jay Polkinghorne, the 20-year-old, on debut, straight in front. And Jay's big day starts with a goal. His first in AFL footy, and Jay Polkinghorne joins that elusive club. The first kick, first goal club at AFL level. Another forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. Bobbled on a second time in front of Manor, couldn't trap it. Now the pack forms top of the goal square, somehow comes out to Warple. Warple goals. Geelong have got the first 4. Ball to Lake, handball away to Garcia, puts on the Jets. Can he finish on the run? Yes. Knocks it through. And is that the spark that the Saints needed? A stoppage goal for St Kilda, and Hugo Garcia at speed finishes on the run. And it's a nice goal. St Kilda's first of the night.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the opening term. The Cats the first 26 points. That's their score, 4-2. They lead St Kilda 2 straight. The Saints with the last 2 goals in the game. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. It's quarter time, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Geelong by 14.
Well, we certainly got to the point in that first quarter at about the 20-minute mark, 21-minute mark of the quarter, and we thought, well, hang on a second. The Cats are just completely dominant, owning the ball, owning the territory, 13 inside 50s to 1. The Saints were coughing it up. Rama brought up some really good points where occasionally they just big blues. The handball out the back, I think it was the Tom Atkins goal from memory, was just really poor marking inside forward 50. Then the one that eventually got reversed that had been touched, it looked like a really poor defensive effort to not even get a hand on the ball. But then it did flip. To give St Kilda absolute credit, their pressure went up a little bit, and when Geelong won the ball down back, they started coughing it up a bit, trying to kick it, almost just dumping it out of their back 50, which allowed Saints to get some repeat inside 50s, repeat entries, own a little bit of territory, take some pressure off their defenders, and then were able to hit the scoreboard through Rowan Marshall and also Hugo Garcia. I think out of all the Saints players, Rowan Marshall's looked the most threatening. I think he likes the matchup of the young Mitch Edwards. Now, Edwards is a jumper. You can see him launch in the centre bounces, and Edwards is probably beating him there. But around the ground, Marshall's backing himself, and he got that goal from just being stronger, took that front position and kicked the goal. But he's pushing forward now, Marshall, and thinking, hey, get it to me. I'll kick goals on this kid.
Is he auditioning? Is that what you... Maybe he's just trying to impress?
I don't know. I reckon there's sometimes you turn up and you're playing a young kid and you probably just think, I've got you.
Yeah.
I know you're going to be a good player one day and you're showing some good signs, but today I'm bigger, stronger, more mature. I'm going to take you to the cleaners.
Both sides called to kick 2 goals from stoppages. Geelong kicked 2 more goals from turnovers. That'll be the interesting part to watch.
Saints with the last 2 in the game. Geelong with the first 26 points, and they lead by 14. Out of the middle, Warple first disposal. Handball away to Mullen. Long kick to full forward. Dangerfield's down there. Hands to it, no mark. Spills to Stocker. Tackled by Polkinghorn. Lost it. Myers collects for Geelong. He's tackled. Ball up. 25 out from the Cats' goal.
Wanganeen Miller 5 touches so far. Mullen doing a pretty good job on him.
Marshall grabs it out of the ruck. Holds out to Koning. Got it down to Wood. High up and under, clearing kick to half-back. Owens flies from the back. No mark, spills down to Stewart. Hand pass meant for Warple. He's bowled over, picked off by Sharman. Hand pass away to Wilson. He gives it to Owens. Now to O'Connell. And the hand pass comes wide to Silvani, who can hit up Burns on the wing.
Has it at left half back. Geelong by 14 points. Works it over the top to Garcia. 11 disposals for him in the first quarter. It's up to Darcy Wilson. Garcia, he's running the boundary, so why not give it back to him? He's kicking to the pocket. O'Sullivan slipped over. Bailey Smith has to gather. O'Sullivan slipped over a second time. Jai Clark cleans it up. Hand pass to Stewart. Back to O'Sullivan. A third involvement to a stationary Mark O'Connor. He's tackled by Burns. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Saints' goal. So Mark O'Connor back into the action. Thrown up. Marshall beaten on this occasion by Koning. Got it down to Bailey Smith. Kick up the wing in the direction of Neal and Dangerfield. Dangerfield didn't get a touch in the first quarter. Was he tackled without it there? Umpire says play on. And it's gathered by Stocker. His opponent turns it straight over to Bailey Smith. And they're the type of turnovers which will be frustrating Ross Lyon. Geelong by 14 points.
Headband on again tonight. Bailey Smith. Karate Kid look. Comes wide to O'Connor. Back from a quad injury which kept him out of the Giants game. Kicks down the wing and DeConey stands tall, takes the mark. That's Sam, the only one out there tonight. Tom obviously still injured with that rib complaint. Hand pass away to Warple. Heads down to half forward. Polkinghorn wins the tangle with Wilkie.
That's a great ball.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a terrific sign. Wilkie was probably in the better position as that ball was in flight.
Yeah.
The Polkinghorn just wanted it more.
He's 10 years younger than Kel Wilkie. Wilkie's playing his 173rd consecutive game tonight. And Jay Polkinghorn's on debut. Having played 17 games in the VFL last year, kicked 31 goals. He's kicked 16 goals in his last 5 games this year. Already got one tonight. This at right half forward. He'll have to kick it all at 50 metres. The drop punt is coming back. It hits the post. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just that mark there, it took me back to our interview with James Kelly pre-game. I asked him about Jay Polkinghorn, and he did say, look, he's not the biggest or the strongest, but he can be ungainly and just find a way to mark the ball when you don't expect him to. And that's exactly what we saw there.
The side, Wanganeen Miller plays on, dances around Dangerfield, gave it to Brad Hill, back to Naz. This is the set play. Kick is a turnover though. Dempsey knocks it out to Jai Clark. 1-2. It's back to Jai Clark. Asai lays the tackle and wins the battle this time. You were not passing
and
it.
That's going to be reversed.
A bit of a shove in the back.
Yep, reversed for the shove. Didn't need to do it. The tackle was outstanding.
Ill discipline. Geelong take it. Max Holmes gets the hand pass along to the goal square. It might go all the way. Did it kiss the right goalpost on the way through? We're just going to check.
Kel Wilkie's confident it did. And I think even the Geelong players' reaction.
You know who's not confidently? Our goal umpire.
Yeah, he's going to have a look. We're going to have a review. But I think Polkinghorn's reaction from the Cats said it hit it, and so did Wilkie's.
Kissed into about a foot up into the right goalpost, so it's going to be a minor score. Geelong's lead will be 16 points. But they are threatening. That would be the concern, is that when they get it on the run at half forward, they look like they're going to score.
So it's the third time this year the Saints down at quarter time.
That's interesting, the reversal of the Naz tackle there. That happens often in a game. And I don't mind it being reversed, but I hope it's going to be consistent now.
Hill long to half-back. Philippo takes the mark, keeps it moving down that eastern side turnover. The intercept mark there for Stewart. Edges Marshall underneath the footy. Looks corridor and it opens up for Geelong. Finds Smith. Swings the kick wide to Close. He's got Holmes running in support. Close kicks inside a crowded forward 50. Dangerfield over the back. DeCone and his own teammate spoils him. Spills down towards Wilkie. Gives a handball back to Hill. Short kick to the back pocket. Woodmarks can settle it down the left footer. 5 minutes into the second term. 16-point lead for Geelong.
Wood switches play across the face of goal. Marcus taken by Stocker. He stepped off his line, called to play on. Myers initially doesn't run at him. So chips it to Brad Hill, who marks in the right back pocket. Career best numbers for the 33-year-old, averaging 25.3 disposals a game after a purple patch in the last month. This kick is a turnover, and Bailey Smith, who started hot, possession number 15 from 55. He sends it long to the goal square. Neal's there. Wilkie this time makes the spoil. They race after it. Polkinghorn can't beat Neal. Hand pass to Silvani. Nice sidestep. Kick is a turnover, though. Myers gathers in the right forward pocket, turns to goal and bangs it through. Welcome back, Brian Myers. Partially torn ACL or not, but not many can finish like that. Cutting boundary side in the right forward pocket. And the Cats have 5 of the first 7 goals in the match. And after St Kilda kicked 2 goals ahead at quarter time, the Cats restore the order. 5-4-34 to St Kilda 2 straight 12. 5 minutes gone in the second quarter on ABC Sport. With Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Lee.
I just like the pressure. I think for Geelong, we're so used to seeing the skill level and the like, but the pressure's been incredible, I think, to start this game by the Cats, and particularly in the forward half of the ground there. Jack Silvani usually, so composed with the ball there, but had 2 Geelong players around him when he was trying to exit Geelong's 50, and it just simply went to Myers, who was able to kick an easy goal.
22-point lead for the Cats. Sam DeCone controls it out of the middle. Surge kick forward. Silvani at the drop spills the mark. Awkward spinning footy. Close had it, lost it, slips through his legs, and in the end it's Garcia who's able to settle it down. Just bangs it out of defence. Up to the wing. Still no clean takeaway. In the end, Wiltshire attacks it. Hand pass away to Holmes for Geelong, and Lake locks him up immediately. It's Campbell Lake, the 21-year-old, picked 7 in the mid-season draft. Record numbers of mid-season recruits coming straight in and playing immediately in 2026 so far from the ball up or out of play. So we're throwing 70 out from the Cats goal right half forward. Corp and Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanaskas, your call team. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport here at Cardinia Park. It is Geelong who lead it by 22.
12 of 18. Corby from the mid-season draft have featured so far in 2026. O'Shea Mullen a little slow. Tackled by Hall. Ball spills out. Not rewarded this time. Darcy Wilson tries to knock it out from Holmes. Rowan Marshall in the end. Gets a hand pass out to Filippo. Awkward bouncing ball for Caminiti. Half forward. Might suit Ryan. Vacant 50. Kicks towards the goal square. Can it tumble through? It bounces and gets there. As Humphreys and Henry were trying to race back. Something against the run of play, really, for St Kilda. And Liam Ryan is the player you want the footy in the hands of. If you're looking for something magical from half forward, he's able to do that. Geelong 5-4-34, St Kilda 3 straight 18. The Saints answer immediately back after the Geelong goal at the other end. Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanaskas with you on ABC Sport.
You're right, it's against the run of play, but that's what Liam Ryan can do. It was just brilliant, and he summed it up straight away. So he just immediately kicked. He knew he was under pressure, but he knew that the ball was a chance to run on, but he also thought perhaps Liam Henry might be a little sneaky chance, even if it sits up and doesn't keep bouncing, to get onto the soccer. It goes to show how quick Lawson Humphrey is as well, because he stayed with Liam Henry. Oh, my goodness. Well, we'll cross someone out of our book as well, Corpse. Get the white out now.
It's been a brutal night for the budget.
Guthrie got a fingertip to it, a lunging effort at the very last moment.
So how's that? That's got nothing to do with the goal line. That comes all the way back from where the ball was kicked, 70 metres out. 5-4 to 2-1. So first blemish of the night, St Kilda's way. More intervention from the Arc. 9 minutes into this second term. Humphreys, the kick-out duties, takes some ground, sends it down the wing. Dempsey got a hand pass over his shoulder to Adkins. Handball onto Myers. Tackled and worried out of it by Hill. Scrap on the deck for the footy. Still no claim takeaway here. Throw a blanket over half a dozen, and the ump says, I'll have it. No late change coming in. Joe Polkinghorn on debut, kicked a goal. And his first kick in AFL footy. He's got a behind since then. 7 changes for the Cats and for the Saints. They get a Geelong team who have lost 5 of their last 6. Saints playing for their season conceded the first 26 points of the night. Ball up on the outer wing, or more at half forward for the Saints. Cats win it. Holmes back to Guthrie. Handball away to Wiltshire. Sends a kick down the wing. Hands on it from Shannon Neal. He was infringed. In fact, Close was infringed. Takes it quickly by hand to Holmes.
Against Brad Hill. Sends it up towards half forward. Dempsey had to go back with a flight against Wilkie. And the ball is sprawled out of play. Left half forward under the red Hickey stand for the Cats. So Geelong 5-4-34. St Kilda 2-1-13. Took past 10 minutes gone in the second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass, Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling. Ben Cameron on the boundary tonight. Thrown in. Marshall tries to work it over the back. Dempsey tackled. Bailey Smith just hacks it up towards half forward. Brad Hill swats it away. Jai Clark gathers. Late tackles him and rides him into the turf. The umpire will ball it up just short of centre half forward for the Cats.
He's been clean as well, Jai Clark. You highlighted his great tackling. His ground ball has been excellent.
Cats by 21 from the ball up, comes to Holmes. He's worried out of it. Marshall picked his pocket, got it to Hall. His hand pass broken up. Jai Clark intercepts, gives it to DeConing. Handball away to O'Connor. Shallow entry inside 50. Silvani intercepts. Handball away to Hall. Gave it to Burns. Burns caught, holding the ball. And the free kick will come back. The Cats will get it. True centre half forward, and Brad Close again.
Burns is probably the one out there on multiple occasions has looked a little fumbly. And
O'Connor as well, maybe?
Yeah, and just with the Geelong pressure, they brought in those forwards. Close is going to go short to Brian Myers and improve the angle. Not necessarily the distance, but Brad Close is not a long kicker of the footy. So he's given it to Gryan, who we know is an outstanding field kicker.
That's not a great sign from Brad Hill. He just puts his hand up and apologises and said, sorry, switched off, my fault.
Yeah, but his matchup has been Close or Myers all night. And I think you, Corbin, and you, Clinch, have called those two names a lot in this first half.
So Myers kicking around the corner from straight in front, 40 metres out. Never doubted him. Through it goes. And Myers has kicked the only 2 goals in his second term, which is now a dozen minutes old. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lingy and Rama. It is Geelong 6-4-40. They lead St Kilda 2-1-13.
Growing up in a Geelong household, my kids and all of us, and we're Geelong-centric down here in this town, trying to convince kids that Gryan Myers' kicking style works beautifully for him, amazingly for him. But perhaps not to replicate it. It is a difficult task because they constantly say, but Gryan does it. Yeah. But Gryan... Boys, it's remarkable that he is such a brilliant kick with that style.
Remember Matt Suckling was a bit similar. Yeah. Not even as exaggerated as that.
No. Nathan Buckley had that piercing kick with a similar style. Not obviously as extreme. Edwards in the middle of the ground, wins down the tap. Slapped out by Atkins, got it to Bailey Smith. Edwards has to stand up in a tackle surrounded by 3 St Kilda players. And the umpire will ball it up.
Like, it's hard to call, isn't it? But he kicked around a corner from straight in front.
He would have stepped off his line, according to Greg Swan. And the tackle from Liam Henry here as Lawson Humphries tries to break away. But Gryan Myers, Chris Scott said he's still a big part of our plans despite having a partially torn ACL, played in 3 VFL games and has 2 goals in this second quarter. Atkins can't break away from Jack Higgins and Darcy Wilson, and the umpire will throw it aloft again. A lot of numbers around this stoppage. Edwards tries to tap it down. Wilson sockers it off the ground for St Kilda. Myers gets a hand pass forward. Burns races after it for St Kilda. Beat Warple to the footy but left it behind. Warple now set upon by Darcy Wilson, and the umpire will ball it up.
And this is the problem for Brad Hill. He's trying to manipulate the matchup. So he was with Myers, then he handed him over to Burns. Now he's gone to Warple because he just wants to play by himself.
Edwards pumps it down.
Great call, Rama.
Comes back to him. Edwards sweeping hand pass to Warple. Long kick inside 50. Ollie Henry one out in the cage with Wilkie. Free kick for a hold. Oh, it's going Ollie's way. Wilkie thought he was getting the kick. And yet it's the forward who is going to get it 30 metres out just right of centre.
I just watched that stoppage. And Brad Hill is nowhere near Warple. Just not interested in getting an arm across. You're playing as a defender, Brad Hill. You've got a direct opponent at a contest.
He's had big numbers in recent weeks.
But that's the problem, Corb, isn't it?
Blessing and the curse.
Yep.
As Ollie Henry joins in the party. puts it straight through the middle, and the Cats' lead swells. Geelong 7-4-46, St Kilda 2-1-13. It's out to 33 points the Cats' way, 15 minutes into this second term.
So just because you've had big numbers in the previous couple of weeks means you just completely forget about your defensive assignments.
And your expectations of your own game shift. You think, I've got to get it 35 times to play well. But no, in that situation, you're a defender first, as you're calling, Rama. Don't let Warple be a threat on the outside. Shut him down. And then naturally, when you make the right decision, you'll get in a position to win the ball.
Well, you're under siege at the moment. Your opposition's had 25 inside forward 50s.
Yeah. And so they've moved him up to a wing now, I think, to get him out of that position.
Ollie Henry becomes his 6th individual goal kicker for the Cats tonight. Back in the middle of the ground, Edwards wins down the tap against Mitch Owens. Warple trying to spin out of a tackle. Byways play on. Garcia got there first. His kick ricochets into Dempsey, but then stops it off the ground. Clears Hunter Clark, picked up by Atkins. Trying to get a hand pass to Dangerfield. He cuts on his right-hand side. Looks up to the top of the 50. The kick is on the bounce for Wilkshire. He shoulders it towards Warple, who then volleys it off the ground inside 50. They keep it alive. Ollie Henry runs onto it. Hand pass to Myers. Kick smothered by Travalia. And rolls out towards the boundary line. Goes out of play at right half forward for Geelong. The Cats by 33 points, as wide as it's been. 7-4-46 to St Kilda 2-1-13. 16 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Remind me of your Cal Wilkie stat from last week, Corb, because he's only had 1 mark.
11 marks is the tipping point. More on that in a moment. Warple, hurried kick towards the goal square. It almost rolled through. Touched on the way there by Wilkie and called by the goal umpire. So a minor score. So it's out to 34 points. So when Kel Wilkie has 11 marks or more, St Kilda win. They're 7-3. So 7-3 when Wilkie has 11 or more marks. And when he doesn't, I'll come back to that, Clinchy.
Sinclair, the long kick up towards Caminiti. Can't take the mark. The kick inside 50 is a beauty, and here's Polkinghorne. Beautiful pass from Ollie Dempsey. And Jay Polkinghorne is getting a chance to have a dream debut here. He's had one and went straight through. He's had one that hit the post. He's got a chance now to kick his second and join the number on his back.
So 11 marks, they're 7-3, 70% win rate. When he has less than 11 marks, they're 1-6.
Wow. Well,
and he's had 1 mark.
One mark, and Polkinghorne's his opponent, now lining up for his 3rd shot at goal. It's a big win in that matchup for the blue and white at the moment.
The South Australian in the left forward pocket. Played last week here in the VFL. Here he is in the big time. It's across the face of goal and fails to score. Stays in. Matter keeps it alive. Jags it on his left. Misses to the right-hand side. A couple of St Kilda defenders were nervous for a moment there.
Just punch the ball.
Get a thing. 35-point lead St Kilda's way, Corby.
Go and put it in the 20th row of the stand.
Hunter Clark with the kick-out duties. Out to half-back. Edwards picks it off. Takes the intercept mark. Gives a handball away to Myers. 45 metres out. Short to Polkinghorne, who hits up and marks.
All right, you've had a sider. Jay, you have another one from the exact same position.
But all you can ask a kid in his first game that's playing as a key forward is to present.
Yeah.
And he's doing that.
Yep.
So this will be possession number 4. But he's taken 4 marks.
Yeah.
So that's terrific. They've all been inside forward 50.
Yep.
Great start to your career.
Had 8 shots here last Saturday, which you would have seen on ABC TV in the broadcast game in the VFL for Geelong. 5 goals, 3 that day. What an opening for him. Left half forward, drop punt, this is near side. So 1 goal, 2 the return for Jay Polkinghorne so far. 18 minutes into the second term. It is all Geelong. They lead by 36 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I've just got one I want to run past Lingy. Lingy, what would you say the most famous name down here is? I'll come back to you on that as well.
Stocker with a long kick up towards Ryan Marshall. Higgins front and centre. Hand pass to Wood. Hand pass to Cooper Sharman. Back to Marshall. Higgins just has to kick a high ball up towards half forward. Henry's underneath it. 2 Geelong players charging at him. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Lake. They're on here. The run of Hall. Vacant goal square. It's offline to the left. And Brad Hill was running into the pocket. He turns his head back and says, "What about me?" There's a bit of that tonight with St Kilda. It's a 35-point lead Geelong's way.
I would start with the letter G and end with the name Ablett.
Jump in, Ben.
I'm glad you said that, Lingy, because I'm just looking over at the Ablett Terrace, and you can't even see the naming of the Ablett Terrace. You can see the Joel Selwood stand, but all I can see is Terrace, which is off to the side. Oh, I think you're a man of significant clout in these parts. You need to sort this out, Lingy, and that needs to be more prominent given the fame of the Ablets down here at Cardinia Park.
That is the standing room area too. That is a fun part of the ground to be at. I'll work on that one, but I can't promise anything.
Stewart long to the wing, picked up by his opposite number, Wilkie. Handball away to Garcia. Inside 50. The ball dies, and Jai Clark read it well, claiming the mark. Umpire says no. It's a half volley, and after all that, they're going to throw it up here. Centre half forward for the Saints. 106 goals. Geelong's way. They've kicked the only 3 goals in this second term. Cats win it from the stoppage. Humphreys goes back to Jack Henry. Tumbles a kick out of the defensive 50. Bounces through to the wing. Intercepted by Wilkie. Hand pass away to Hunter Clark. Back down to half forward. Marshall got his name written all over it. Marks at left half forward. Immediately turns and looks at the 6.
This in the first quarter, this is when it just shifted a little bit. The Saints were able to own some territory. Bradley Hill running around the back trying to get a little handball. He's desperate to get a kick at the moment. But Rowan Marshall's gone the Michael Holding run-up.
Yep.
And he's backing himself. Oh, he's got the distance, yep. He's going to have to... No, he's going to start his approach in time.
So, left half forward. He's going to have to kick it about 52, 53 metres. This will be the Saints' first goal of the quarter, which is 21 minutes old. The kick for Marshall is tracking okay. It's right to the line, not to be. Ryan tries to throw a boot at it. Still alive on the behind line. Ryan got a kick away, smothered a second time. Spills to Owens. Hand pass to Wilson. Handball back to Ryan. Dispossessed in a tackle. Jai Clark gives it on to Warple. He's dragged off his kick. Now Atkins somehow got boot to ball, and the Cats have got it out of there. Edwards handball away to close at half-back.
Sends it up towards Polkinghorn, who slides in front and takes the mark. Cal Wilkie in tow. Thought about the hand pass to close. He stepped off his line, so Wilkie runs at him. He gets around him. The athletic 20-year-old, 180 centimetres, and kicks up towards half forward. Neil can't fly, and in from the side, Ryan Burns takes the mark.
Which will be Silvani's ball. They still give it to Burns when it's already been taken as a mark, but it would have been paid to Jack Silvani if he hadn't have marked it.
So it is a 35-point lead the way of Geelong. Sends it out to Filippo. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Patrick Dangerfield has had his left thigh strapped up. Just the way he was rubbing it. Looks like a corky rather than something muscular like a hamstring for Danger, but that left thigh strapped up.
Just the one disposal for him, Benny. Not a great hand pass from Darcy Wilson. Almost forces the turnover. Mark O'Connor has the pressure from Brad Hill. Hand pass to Atkins. Kicks off the outside of the boot. It's wide of Max Holmes. It'll be a lasso free kick the way of the Saints.
There is a clear mandate with Geelong tonight to press as much as they can. Like O'Connor, Henry, Atkins in that passage of play there, just all pushed up without even thinking.
Silvani shanks it, turns it straight over to Mark O'Connor. Marks on the wing, sends it down to Close. Close dabs his kick to half forward. Polkinghorn marks. Right,
they're going to be saying Jeremy who soon.
Right on the 50. What a start it's been for him, and then dishonours the lead at Myers, who marks in that channel at right half forward. He'll have to kick it from about 45 out.
So he doesn't necessarily have... Oh, he should have the distance just from here. He doesn't have great distance with his kicking style because he slices across it a little bit. So if I was the Saints, I'd make sure, Jack Silvani's heading back on the goal line.
Polkinghorn's taken 6 marks. Yeah. 1 goal, 2, 6 disposals for him. And Myers, who's been busy in this second term, arcs out to the right, drop punt, won't get there, punch through for a minor score as Marshall whacks it into the goalpost. So 1 more to Geelong's tally. They move to 7-8-50. They lead St Kilda 2-2-14. It's a 6-goal lead for the Cats. Time on in this second term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Saints haven't kicked a goal since the 29-minute mark of the opening term. Nasai Wanganeen Miller kicks into Silvani, was trying to get it back around the back, but Mullen was awake to that. Had to kick out to Ryan Burns at half-back. Now the hand pass to Wilkie, up towards Brad Hill. Caught flat-footed, and O'Sullivan comes over the top and makes the spoil. A boundary thrown in front of the 2 benches. Geelong 7-8-50. St Kilda 2-2-14. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Quite funny after that as well. Bradley Hill, he just turned and started spraying the St Kilda bench as to what he wants tactically. He didn't want that kick. He wasn't happy with it, and he let them know what he did want.
Throw in. Marshall tries to palm it down to the front, but Dempsey gathers. Hand pass to Max Holmes, to a stationary De Koning. Hand pass to Warple, who runs away from Marshall. Kicks up towards Neil and Silvani. It clears the two. Awkward bouncing ball for Wilkie. He's tangling with Polkinghorn. Wanting a free kick, doesn't get it. Silvani back to O'Connell. All the way back to Burns. He's 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Finds Winhager, but not without risk.
Handball away to Philippo. Centre half back. Looks at Stewart. Runs around him. Hand pass away to Travaglia. He pushes it forward by hand to Garcia. Kicks to Sharman. They got one out here, the Saints. Sharman collects. Sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass to Higgins in the goal square, who pops it through. And Sharman's hand pass would have went 35 metres. It'll count as a goal assist. And the Saints, a much-needed one. 25 minutes gone in the second term. St Kilda's first goal of the quarter. 7-8-50. Geelong leads St Kilda 3-2-20. It's a 5-goal advantage for the home team. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So, Rama, just a little bit earlier, you spoke about Geelong's intent to press, and they've been doing it so well all night.
That's the risk, of course.
Exactly. So I think it might have been Stewart, you called Corbs, who pressed really hard but didn't influence. And it meant once it was out the back, everyone was going to continue to try and press, and eventually someone was going to be left free. And it was Jack Higgins for a Joe the Goose, as you called. I think we got a text message before asking where that came from. I have absolutely no idea.
I know. I've done a quick Google search, but there's
no definitive answer.
No. There's conflicting stories. I'll bring you some of them at a half-time.
De Koning wins down the tap. Garcia was sweat upon. Got the hand pass to Winhager. Back to Burns. Kick smothered. Philippo's hand pass to turnover, although Warple gave it straight back to him. Philippo kicks up the wing in the direction of Darcy Wilson. Can't take the mark. Yeah, trickles towards the boundary line. Mark O'Connor gathers. Try to get it to Humphries. Did that come off the boot?
Yep.
Umpire said lasso. Free kick will go the way of St Kilda and Hugo Garcia. Geelong by 30 points. Just having a look at some of the stats, Rama. 15 to 6, the inside 50s in this second quarter, but the tackles, Geelong 47 to 28. Real intent shown tonight. Marshall kicks inside 50. It's wide of Cooper Sharman. The intercepting mark taken by Tom Stewart. A role in which he does so well for Geelong. Two minds initially as to what to choose. Yep, went backwards to Dempsey, got it on the half volley. Sharman now runs at him, has to kick out towards Jai Clark. Naz is there, reaches up, can't spoil. Jai Clark just hangs on to it in the right back pocket.
Only the 3 possessions to Naz this quarter. Mullen doing a terrific job on him in this first half.
Here's Jai Clark, one of the 7 inclusions. Heads down the wing with it. They come from all directions. Spills out to Marshall. His hand pass picked off by Holmes. Bobbles around. Spills now to Warple. Geelong still with it. Kicks a torp off a step. Wilkie and Dangerfield in a collision. Dangerfield grabs it. Tackled front on by Hunter Clark. And from behind by Wilkie. Ump says holding the ball.
Interesting.
Saints go racing away. Kick finds Naz, who marks it left half forward. Wangane Miller plays on. Loads up from 55 metres out. Kick has got the trip. It's offline.
I think they're going to review it.
On the behind line.
Just one thing I want to clear up. So if Dangerfield had just been tackled from behind, it was clear holding the ball.
Yep.
But you can't smash a player in the head. The tackle, the second tackle, still has to be a legal tackle for it to be holding the ball.
So chuckling because Tom Stewart's done the goal umpire signal for a behind. He thinks he juggled it over the line. So a pretty good effort in the end.
So either a behind or a mark.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball crosses the back.
There we go. So it'll be behind. So 7-8-50 Geelong. They lead St Kilda 3-3-21. It's a 29-point advantage for the Cats. 28 minutes gone in this second term.
What do you think of the style of St Kilda in the last 5 minutes, Rama? Get it forward as quickly as you possibly can and maybe try and score yourself.
I think it's a much better formula what they've been playing with. But they've got to find a winning forward.
Oh, Stewart's kick, little lazy looking for Connor O'Sullivan. Kept alive by Mitch Owens, taps it forward, trying to open it up for Wilson. Tackled, had to get a hand pass back. Sharman in the left forward pocket, great tackle. Tom Stewart wrestles into the ground and Darcy Wilson's taken over the boundary line by O'Sullivan.
Those 2 tackles from Stewart was an angry Tom Stewart for his kick.
As opposed to St Kilda, they got themselves out of a bind by 2 ferocious tackles there to make sure no goal was scored.
29-point lead for Geelong. Forward 50 stoppage for the Saints. Marshall hooks it down. Still no clean takeaway. Warple wrestles it out. Now Wilson puts his head over it. Attracts the crowd in a hurry and a ball up. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Another whistle. More intervention. Free kick. Marshall's going to get it. And a ruck infringement was taken over the shoulder in all of that by Jack Henry, who was outsized in the ruck contest. And Brett Rosebery right on the spot said, yep, that's a free kick for Rowan. And the Saints will have a look at the sticks here. Half-hour mark, second turn.
He's been all right, Rowan Marshall.
Yeah, well, the left hand was over the shoulder there.
Against Coney.
Apologies. Yeah. So, it's there. Not a lot in it, but it's there.
Jack Henry was arguing on Sam's behalf, which threw me and all of that. That's what you want. Good teammates. Just take up the fight on your behalf. Here's Rowan Marshall. With the finish, it's well right. And in the end, lucky to sneak in for a behind. So 7-8 plays 3-4. It is Geelong by 28 points, 30 minutes into this second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, all Geelong.
Max Holmes ran straight into Higgins. He bounces off him. It almost ended badly as Holmes kicks up towards half-back. Flying in the pack was Ollie Henry. Can't take the mark. Mason Wood kicks inside 50. For half a moment was going to fire towards goal and then spotted Filippo leading up all on his own. Good unselfish footy.
So the Cats want the halftime siren. I know they've got the nice lead, but the last 3 or 4 minutes, they have been really rattled. A poor kick from Tom Stewart. Max Holmes wasn't even thinking then. And then with the long kick, it was the setup behind it was just awful. And now the Saints with a chance to make them pay on the halftime siren.
After the halftime break, Mateus Filippo looking to close the margin from 50. It's out to the right. And misses to the right-hand side. So the Saints finished with the last 3 scores of the half. But couldn't come up with a major, with Geelong leading by 27 points at the main break, having led by 14 at quarter time. Geelong 7-8-50 to St Kilda 3-5-23. The Saints trying to break a 27-year hoodoo, having not won down here at Kardinia Park since 1990, despite having won their last 4 against the Cats at Docklands. The goal kickers for Geelong, 2 goals to Graham Myers, individuals to Polkinghorne, Manor, Warple, Atkins and Ollie Henry. Jay Polkinghorne on debut, 190 centimetres, 20 years of age. He's kicked 1 goal, 2 and 1 out on the full, while for St Kilda, their 3 goals have come through Higgins, Marshall and Garcia.
In the deep, dark corners of the internet, these are some of the reasons and perhaps explanations for Joe the Goose. First of all, the Sturt connection. So one explanation traces the term to Joe Johnson, who played for the Sturt Football Club in the early 1900s, who famously hovered near the goals to distract defenders for an easy goal.
We're going to have to test the credibility as to how these sound.
The third one, I think, is the most credible. An alternative legend claimed that it started in 1976. So even that's 75 years later, when a Richmond player, Joe Richardson, actually removed a goose from the field of play.
I like that, but less likely.
And then this one, I think, is where we're actually at. It's simply that it's rhyming slang. So another theory suggests that it simply evolved as a catchy rhyming phrase for an attacker who has gotten loose. So he's
Joe the Goose.
Joe the Goose.
Yeah, that makes probably a little bit more sense.
So there are a few of the theories where Joe the Goose came from, but thank you to Beck and Max, who sent that through a little bit earlier on, querying as to the origins of it. Half-time here at Kardinia Park, the thoughts of Rama and Lingy. Geelong by 14 at quarter time and now by 27 at half-time.
Interesting case study, Rama. Sorry to jump in. Between the 2 quarters, Geelong totally dominant for 20 minutes of each of the quarters. And on both occasions, the last 8 to 10 minutes, St Kilda have been able to flip it around and really should have kicked 2 or 3 goals there at the end of this second quarter. I wonder the way Geelong are trying to play, their hunt and their press and everything you're talking about, the energy and the ball movement and all that, whether it's just too taxing aerobically to be able to do it for an entire quarter of football, and that's what's letting the Saints back into the game. I assume it's not complacency when you've been in such bad form and you actually need to slam the door shut on your opponent.
Well, plus 11 inside 50. So they've really had the territory game covered tonight, Geelong. But it's sort of still been a little bit of disconnection, I think, going inside forward 50. 15 scoring shots, 7 goals, 8. Your first gamer in Polkinghorns had 6 possessions for 6 marks, and 5 of them were basically all inside forward 50. So you probably want a little bit more out of Shannon Neal in this second half. He's only had the 2 possessions for the half. Dangerfield's only had 1 possession for the half of football. So that's still a connection piece there, Lee. He's not quite working as Geelong would want.
And the door hasn't been slammed shut, and I'm not going to blame a kid in his first game of football, but Polkinghorne misses the 2 shots at goal, which could have really slammed it. From a St Kilda perspective, to get their way back into this game, the ball winners, their major ball winners, are actually the guys you want winning the ball. So Hugo Garcia's had 18 disposals, Wilson's had 16, Windhager's had 14, and Marshall in the rucks had 14. If you could somehow manufacture Wanganeen Millerer to have a big second half, and Bradley Hill to get rolling a little bit more, and those other players I just named to continue on their form, all of a sudden it's
26 points.
Yeah, so that
27 points, sorry.
So that margin perhaps at three-quarter time becomes
2 goals.
2 goals, and then you game on, and then you're convincing yourself Geelong have thrown their best at us. They're not in good form. They lapsed last week in the second half. We could get them. So that's what Ross, no doubt, would be trying to work on with his players at the halftime break.
Well, Mullen's done a great job. He's had the 8 possessions himself. So Naz 9 possessions. I think Geelong walk in there and go, well, that's an incredible win.
Yeah, going at 40% kicking efficiency.
Like you're sort of going, well, if we hold him to 15 or 16 at halftime, we're reasonably happy as well. But they need to get Liam Henry into the game. They need to get Liam Ryan into the game. Sharman, these are forwards. Mason Wood, 7 possessions. Wilkie, he's had the 8 possessions and he's only had the 1 mark. So that's another big win for Geelong there. So there's plenty of upside, I think, in St Kilda's game for their supporters that are listening. But a couple of times they've had the ball through the middle of the ground, and rather than just going and putting Geelong's defence under pressure, they've gone wide.
Yeah. And that's that overlap run we saw against Port Adelaide last week and Essendon the week before. But then when you play the better sides, it's so much harder to execute that.
Yeah, but overlap run will continue if you want to give the handball. So Max Hill gets one right in the middle here of Kardinia Park, and all he had to do was turn and either give it a little quick handball or kick the ball. Like kick the ball to centre half forward but he goes wide as wide can be out to the red chicky side of the ground. And then it's just, it's a nothing.
But why is that? Because it's the safest option.
Of course it is.
Yep. So it's I'm going to defend with the ball and I'm going to allow our defensive structure to stack in behind it. But Rammer's right. You've somehow created a turnover. You've somehow got into the corridor with time and space. You have to take advantage of that situation and put the Geelong defenders under the pump. And the last 5 minutes of that quarter showed it.
Correct.
Tom Stewart, a horrible kick. Look, rattled. Max Holmes making a mistake. They're feeling it a little bit. They give away a free kick inside that in the ruck contest. Put them under pressure. Remy, you played with one of the greatest ever in Dustin Fletcher. I played with Matt Scarlett. Yeah. Even they could look rattled when the ball comes in fast and deep and tests them out a bit.
And they can't do anything about it.
Do you reckon Tom Stewart looks a bit rattled at the moment?
Well, that was just a bad kick, maybe. I might be judging him a little bit harsh, but I think that entire group is just, they were feeling it in the last 5 minutes. They needed that halftime siren.
I think a few of the older boys tonight for Geelong know what's at stake.
Yeah.
You just feel like Tom Stewart's trying harder than you usually see in his game tonight. Even Bailey Smith, he's a leading possession winner on the ground, but I don't think he had a great half of football.
And that's where I know what you're saying about St Kilda. They've laid 49 tackles, so that they've tried hard at times, but that's where their start tonight was so disappointing.
Really disappointing.
Like, they conceded 4 goals before you could blink.
4 goals in 20 minutes.
And they're playing... So, from that point on, the game's been relatively even, but, gee, that's it. You're playing catch-up from the jump, aren't you? All night.
I will say, you're right. On a scoreboard, they are playing catch-up. So, I think we brought up early on one of the stats, they were minus 40-odd in uncontested possessions. They're back to equal.
Yeah.
So since that moment, they've been plus 40 in uncontested possessions. They've evened up the contested possessions. They've wrestled themselves back into the game a little bit, but they still find themselves nearly 5 goals down. because of the start to the game and a period in that second quarter too where they were off again.
Conceded the first 26 points. They trailed by 27 at half-time.
There you go.
That's the game. 7-8-50. Geelong leads St Kilda 3-5-23. More from Lingy and Rama, along with Matt Clench, myself, Corbin Middlemass, and Ben Cameron here from Cardinia Park to begin round 19 of the AFL Premiership season in a few moments. We're going to bring you up to date with what happened in the FIFA World Cup earlier today, plus the Open Championships. Of course, the fourth and final major of the year. We'll get into some of that, plus the news around the footy world with teams dropping for the rest of the games in round 19 in just a moment. But at half-time, it's the Cats by 27, and it's time for us to check in with the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Premier Roger Cook has played down the risk to investment in the resources industry in Western Australia from a strike at BHP's Port Hedland operations. Nick Perpich has the story.
The protected work stoppage by up to 200 unionised workers comes after months of failed negotiations. Unions say ships might not be loaded or leave port. BHP and the mining industry say it will cost tens of millions of dollars in lost revenue and could impact economic activity across the Pilbara. Mr Cook would not be drawn on whether the workers are underpaid. He says this level of industrial action is very rare and won't become more common.
We continue to see very strong investment in the Pilbara from our resources industry, and we'll continue to see it into the future.
BHP has just recorded its highest ever quarterly production of iron ore.
Meanwhile, WA's Supreme Court has today heard an application from Woodside Energy to compel environmental activists behind a stench gas protest to reveal whether more people were involved. Samantha Girling has the details.
3 years ago, Disrupt Burrup Hub campaigner Kristen Morrissey set off a stink bomb inside the company's West Perth headquarters, prompting the evacuation of the 29-storey building. Morrissey, along with Joanna Partika and Emil Davey, were sentenced in the Perth District Court last year for their roles in the protest. Woodside's lawyer told the Supreme Court today the company believes more people were involved and planned to pursue damages. Morrissey's defence lawyer said his client had volunteered her devices to police and her residence had been searched during their investigation. Justice Matthew Howard adjourned the matter to consider his decision.
US President Donald Trump has called the release of a US citizen held in Iran a gesture of goodwill, even as conflict rages for a fifth night across the Middle East. Mr. Trump said in a post on Truth Social that an American who was, quote, wrongfully detained under the Biden administration in 2024 has been allowed to leave Iran. He added she was safe and in good condition and that the United States appreciated the gesture from Iran. The release came despite US military strikes across Iran aimed at reopening the vital Strait of Hormuz. And recent disruptions to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz have heightened concerns that other strategic waterways could too become future choke points. Attention is now turning to Indonesia's North Natuna Sea, where China's maritime claims overlap with Indonesia's exclusive economic zone, and tensions between the two countries have persisted for years. Assistant Foreign Affairs Minister Matt Thistlethwaite says any disruption to shipping through those waters would have serious consequences for Australia and the Indonesian economy.
We both rely on freedom of navigation and open shipping lanes for much of our commerce. Many of Australia's exports head north to nations like Indonesia and beyond. Many of Indonesia's imports and exports will head through that important strait of water as well.
China's government says Papua New Guinea has decided to close Taiwan's office in the country, a move Beijing says it highly appreciates. The Pacific has long been an area for diplomatic competition between China and Taiwan, which Beijing views as its own territory. The democratically ruled island rejects China's sovereignty claims. China's embassy in Papua New Guinea says closing Taiwan's office is the right decision and will strengthen the foundations of China-PNG relations. Taiwan and Papua New Guinea's foreign ministries haven't yet commented. Back home, the Victorian Liberal Party will tomorrow move to disendorse embattled MP Moira Deeming as a candidate for November's state election. This week, Mrs Deeming withdrew Supreme Court action that had sought to stop the party removing her after she failed to apologise to colleague Matthew Guy after an assault allegation. Police say CCTV footage showed no offence was detected. The party's state executive is set to vote on revoking her pre-selection at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon, needing support from 3/4 of members. members, a threshold expected to be easily reached. Mrs Deeming has been contacted for comment. And the team behind queer nightclub Divine Playhouse has vowed to continue fighting after it was forced to shut down. The venue opened in a deconsecrated church in Sydney CBD last week, but was met with Christian and Catholic protesters. Divine Playhouse was then ordered by its landlords to cease carrying on, quote, offensive trade or face eviction. Protesters have accused it of mocking religious faith, but entertainer, etc., who's performed at the club, says queer people have been reclaiming religious imagery for generations.
If that causes offence, I understand that. But the Catholic Church has been causing offence to queer people for generations, and we don't turn up outside your churches and protest.
This is ABC News.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Out past to Silvani, nice sidestep, kick as a turnover though. Myers gathers in the right forward pocket, turns to goal and bangs it through. Welcome back, Brian Myers. Partially torn ACL or not, but not many can finish like that. Cutting boundary side in the right forward pocket. And the Cats have 5 of the first 7 goals in the match. And after St Kilda kicked 2 goals ahead at quarter time, the Cats restore the order.
Ollie Henry won out in the cage with Wilkie. Free kick for a hold. Oh, it's going Ollie's way. Wilkie thought he was getting the kick. And yet it's the forward who is going to get it 30 metres out just right of centre. As Ollie Henry joins in the party. Pops it straight through the middle. And the Cats' lead swells. Pushes it forward by Handa Garcia. Kicks to Sharman. They got one out here, the Saints. Sharman collects. Sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass to Higgins in the goal square, who pops it through. And Sharman's hand pass would have went 35 metres. It'll count as a goal assist. And the Saints a much-needed one.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
I am a sucker for a Polly Farmer hand pass, and when one like that goes 35, 40 metres downfield leads to a goal, there's a bit to get excited about, Lingy. There's something special about that in the game.
One of the first things I ever learnt as a kid, football, was the Polly Farmer hand pass to Billy Goggin on the run, lace out the Dougie Wade. That's what Dad taught me from a very young age.
Cats by 27 points. They scored the first 26 points of the night, and really from that point on have never looked back. The closest that the Saints got was within 14 points at quarter time, and then Geelong came out and kicked the first 3 goals of the second term. So at half time it's a 27-point lead for Geelong. The headlines out of the teams, I won't go through the whole lot, but Taylor Walker's been managed from Friday night footy, so he won't play for the Crows in Sydney against the Swans. Hayden Young's back in for the Dockers. He takes Shea Bolton's place, who's out managed with a hand injury. And Mason Cox holds his place in front of Sean Darcy. So Justin Longmuir was saying today that he's just a bit ahead of him at the moment. So Cox the preferred choice there for Fremantle. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Jeremy Howe is added to the injury list, so he will miss the showdown with Carlton. Water game, that'll be Saturday night at the G in front of a bumper crowd. And then Sunday teams at this stage, but headlines here. Sam Lawler, the number 1 pick from a year ago, is back from his Achilles injury to play the Hawks. Dan Rioli is back for the Suns, as is Ben Long. Extended squads at this stage. They play the Western Bulldogs, who regain Tim English. And Jackson Artemis is listed to debut for Essendon, the number 1 pick in the pre-season draft. Pre-season draft. In the mid-season draft, of course, from a couple of weeks ago. And as Clinchy said, we've seen 12 already. Mid-season recruits. The record number is 14. That was the last season. But in terms of this stage of the year, last year there was only 8 that had debuted by this particular point. So at 12 and soon to be 13, well ahead of that particular number. The World Cup, you mentioned it off the top, Clinchy. You were watching earlier today. So Argentina.
I was actually just curious about the England response as to how they were dealing with the disappointment. And I'll give you the insight, Corby. Not well. They wanted someone to blame.
They're a big fan of their manager, aren't they?
So he has copped it.
Oh, yeah.
So 84 minutes in, they lead 1-0.
Yeah, they're parking the bus too.
They're 6-7 minutes away from all of a sudden playing in a World Cup final. And they concede twice, 85th and 92nd minute. Lionel Messi actually had an assist on both. which, by the way, takes him to the top of the Golden Boot race. Here's something that I never knew until today. So assists actually serve as the primary tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So Messi and Mbappe both have 8 goals, but because Messi now has more goal assists, he goes in front of Mbappe in the pursuit of the Golden Boot. Argentina will play Spain. It's a dream final, MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, 5 a.m. Monday morning Eastern time. So Argentina up against Spain. We've got essentially the champions of Europe in Spain, who have undefeated in their last 37 matches, up against Argentina, who are the reigning world champions, and of course the South American Kings as well.
So it hasn't been a good week for Bazball, and there's one thing coming home, and it's not the cup, it's the England team. The response has been savage over there, and to go defensively when they were leading 1-0, it's fair to say there's not a lot of love lost with the fact that they were going there with bold ambitions and couldn't get to the final.
And there's a fair bit of love between England and Argentina too, of course, isn't there? Because there was a little controversy at the end with some of the players holding up the Bellingham one, but then the players holding up the sign around the Falklands. It's
and what else would you want to do after being eliminated in heartbreaking fashion? They get to play for third, for whatever that's worth. So a third place player.
Well, you know what? It's probably worth a couple of $1 million in prize money. That's what it's worth.
But it's not as if it's an Olympic Games and you're playing for bronze or anything like that. But third place playoff, 7 a.m. Sunday morning in Miami. So we'll get to see France up against England there.
There was a stat that England had the most expensive playing squad of any of the international teams at the World Cup. So that'll go well when they're running around for third versus fourth.
You sort of thinking it's like semi-pro, the fourth place mega ball?
Terrible. Couldn't think of anything worse. Good luck to the 7 Aussies who are in the 156-strong field at Royal Birkdale, so the fourth and final major of the year. It's already underway, so the Open Championship in England, so $25.6 million total prize pool there. Winners checked $4.6 million. Scotty Scheffler's the defending champion, and Minwoo Lee is the informer Aussie, having been the runner-up at the Scottish Open last week. All right, second half upon us here, and it's the Cats by 27 points. We're enjoying the debut of Jay Polkinghorne, the 20-year-old who's taken 6 marks, had 6 disposals and kicked 1 goal 2 on debut from his 4 shots so far. Let's see what the second half has in store as the Saints look to break a 27-year hoodoo at Kardinia Park, coming from 27 down.
Starting the third quarter, Filippo slipped over. Dangerfield gets a hand pass out to half forward. Wiltshire bouncing into Stocker. Good ball to be won at half forward, and Close is taken high. He'll eventually get the free kick for Geelong at left half forward. Cats leading by 27 points, and Kilda going to try and make a statement here tonight. Close drives it inside 50. Charging out Mason Woods, the only one who really goes for the footy, and he marks uncontested. He's 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Around the back to Nasiah Wanganeen Miller in game 100. Why not? Kicks up the wing, and Mitch Owens takes the mark on his chest. He's a right half back. Can they transition a little quicker? Caminiti's gone back forward to start this third quarter. And Jack Henry does enough to see the ball out of play between wing and half forward on the broadcast side. So Liam Ryan alongside Zach Guthrie. Cooper Sharman has the company of O'Sullivan. Wilson Humphreys has Higgins. And now Tom Stewart is alongside Mitch Owens. Wenhager's gone to Bailey Smith from this throw-in. Marshall just does it all himself. Takes it out of the ruck against Edwards. Kicks inside 50. Caminiti back with a flight. The mark from Jack Henry with eyes. Too many Jacks.
Jack Higgins, Jack Henry, and
all eyes on the ball. Great mark from Jack Henry.
Short kick to Wiltshire, who marks at half-back. Gives a handball away to Smith. Smith pokes his kick inside the centre square, finds Mullen. Mullen up into the middle of the ground for Close. 27-point lead for Geelong, early stages third term. Handball to the runner at Holmes. He gives it away to Dangerfield, drives it inside 50. Neal floats in front of Polkinghorne, who was the intended target, and Shannon Neal picks it off.
It was actually really well done by Polkinghorne because he kept Wilkie out of the contest. The umpires thought that it was just a one-on-one marking contest between those two, Wilkie and Polkinghorne. But little did he know that Shannon Neal was coming across and floating across that pack, which was really good ball movement again. So the ball gets to O'Shea Mullen on that half-back flank, and let's just see if this one goes through first.
This is his second kick of the night. Shannon Neal knocks it through. And a way to get himself involved. Geelong with the tone setter to open the third. And the Cats pull further in front. They move to 8-8. They lead St Kilda, who are 3-5. It is a 53-point advantage for the Cats. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Mark O'Connor starting the third quarter, getting some work on that, hip flexor or quad on the left side. He wasn't laid out with it last week, as we mentioned, so that's causing him a fair bit of trouble at this point in time.
So you look at that, so there's a stoppage on centre wing, ball goes inside St Kilda's forward 50. Geelong win the ball. But Wanganeen Miller, whose direct opponent is O'Shea Mullen, he just leaves him. Just leaves him free on the half-back flank. Geelong find him. Then they're able to sort of to chip the kick up the wing to get into a scoring position. But again, Wanganeen Miller, as good as he is offensively, he's still got to defend.
And here he is running into Wiltshire. Wanganeen Miller are penalised. Geelong took the advantage. Trying to knock it forward, Edwards. Dangerfield slipped over. Chance for Windhager. Hand pass to Phillippo. Up to Mitch Owens. Slips over. Phillippo tries to knock it on. Here's an arm pinned by O'Shea Mullen. And the umpire will ball it up. So 4 of the last 5 goals in the match have gone the way of Geelong. They lead by 33 points. Marshall tries to bounce his way through O'Shea Mullen. Atkins, hand pass back to Holmes, up the wing to Wiltshire, into the middle of the ground for Close. Hand pass back to Atkins, almost run down by Higgins. Hand pass to Wiltshire, down low for Humphreys. He just gets a hand pass forward. Myers keeps it going. Humphreys runs onto it, breaks a couple of Saints from 45. His eyes lit up, but he misses to the left. What could have been? He tried to force his way forward, and Lawson Humphreys, the defender, almost ended up with a rear goal.
Can't do that.
I thought exactly the same thing, Rama. Kel Wilkie's just handballed out of the kick out to Brad Hill, and I don't think the umpire was looking. The outer zone umpire didn't see it. And so instead of a kick out, we've had a handball out of the defensive goal square.
Which is kick one out the full.
And Caminiti, who was on the end of that bizarre chain, puts it out on the full, and Geelong are going to get the footy back here on halfway. Guthrie goes short to O'Sullivan.
Well, once you're out of the square...
You can.
Yep.
You can, but I don't think he was out of the square.
I don't think he was either. O'Sullivan heads down to half forward. In from the side comes Dempsey. Hand to it, no mark. Spills out Geelong's way. Neal gives a hand pass back to Dempsey. High bomb forward, puts it out on the full. Every week it feels like there's some kind of a talking point or little episode in the game. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 34-point lead for Geelong. Saints are going to bring it back in here as Silvani goes very short to Bradley Hill, who's got it left half back.
That's a good kick.
That's the kick.
Into the middle of the ground for Phillippo. Caught high by Lawson Humphreys, and will get a free kick. Trying to take the game on in this second half. Phillippo with a hand pass around the back. Travalia looks out to the red chicky stand side where Caminiti's in space. Quick hand pass to Wood. Trying to move it quicker. Dempsey offers chase. Driving ball inside 50. Marshall's gone forward. Juggles the mark in the left forward pocket.
And that is the biggest threat they have at the moment. Rowan Marshall is the one matchup where it is completely advantaged St Kilda. He knows it too, so he's pushing forward hard. With that quick ball movement, they get it to him. He's a massive threat.
With no Tom DeConey in the lineup, Ryan Marshall trying to lead the way single-handedly as it curls it through for his second. Not a bad effort as a ruck to kick 2 of St Kilda's 4 goals of the match. The Cats 8-9-57 to St Kilda 4-5-29. And that is St Kilda's second goal in a quarter and 6 minutes. 28 points the Cats lead. Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport.
So already
running, Lingy.
Yeah, and with Marshall though, he's had 16 disposals. But what about this? 13 contested possessions, 6 clearances, 4 inside 50s himself, 5 score involvements, and kicked the 2 goals. So he knows it. He's against a young player in his first full season of AFL, and he's working him over. And you're right, hard running, and he's getting the massive rewards for it. This is the only bit that Edwards has got the advantage on, the jump. At this, then it's all Marshall.
Comes down Geelong's way, though. Bailey Smith, long kick inside 50. Good spoil in all of that from Silvani. He's going to get a second play at it. Can't trap it. Spills to Ollie Henry. Centre half forward. Hand pass to Manor. In the pocket. Snaps. Misses. Similar spot where he kicked the game's opening goal. Sean Manor. So it's a 29-point lead for Geelong. 7 minutes into the third. Just catching you up, Geelong kicked the first 4 goals of the game. They led by 26 points before St Kilda scored and have protected that lead all night.
Possession number 11 for Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller as he brings St Kilda back into play. Straight through the middle to O'Connell. Spots a free player in the middle of the ground. It's Winhager. Hand pass to Hill. Now they get the overlap run. Hand pass to Darcy Wilson. Breaks the tackle but then slips over. Dribbles a kick up towards half forward. Marshall gathers. Hand pass to Hall. Chips it over the top to Lake. End to end for St Kilda. And probably their best passenger play of the night.
Yeah, great ball movement. Terrific ball movement. Again, it was Marshall getting forward too. Rama, we've seen it all night, and he just got the handball. It just meant a defender had to come to him because Edwards wasn't there, and now Edwards coming to the bench. I think he's cooked. So they'll get Sam de Koning to try and quell Rowan Marshall a little bit.
It's now in the hands of the 21-year-old Campbell Lake, who was the mid-season pickup from Southport in the VFL. In the right forward pocket, he steers through his first goal of the night. And he's second in AFL footy, and the Saints put on a couple in quick succession to pull the margin back to 23 points Geelong's way. 8-10-58 to St Kilda 5-5-35, and for the second time in the match they kick back-to-back goals. Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling, your experts on ABC Sport.
So, Lingy, that's the one that concerns Chris Scott. So it's from a direct kick in there. Now, Naz straight up the middle of the ground there, and then they're away. That's what Geelong have been struggling to defend. So tonight, as we referenced in the first half, Geelong are pushing up. It's when they're going backwards that they're really easy to score against.
Yep.
So that's the risk that I think that Geelong have in this second half. St Kilda are doing enough to keep this game interesting at the moment. Geelong need to turn the screws again and start pressing.
And James Kelly spoke about that, didn't he? Yep. He said they needed to fix that area of the ground up.
Back to 23 points and St Kilda out of the middle. Phillippo. Hand pass away to Wilson. Back to Phillippo, still in the centre square. Handball back to Wilson. Now the kick gets them going forward. Out to right half forward. Liam Henry the target. Hits the deck along with Jai Clark. Sits up for Holmes. Geelong win it back. Handball away to O'Connor. He gave it away to O'Sullivan. And O'Sullivan tackled out of play by Wilson. Boundary throw-in.
Great play. Darcy Wilson. He's had the 19 disposals, but that was hard.
There was actually remember that tackle at the other end where O'Sullivan tackled Wilson into the ground?
Yes.
Maybe just a little one. Just
I want to get you one back.
Good memory from Darcy Wilson. Just made it stick. Boundary throwing. Toe poke forward by Warple. And then in the other direction by O'Connor. Coughs it up. St Kilda with it. Marshall. Hand pass away to Windhager. Puts it out on the full. Free kick for Geelong at left half back. 23-point lead for the Cats, but the Saints have kicked the last two. 10 minutes into this third term. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Hammed into the back pocket. Guthrie goes short inboard. O'Connor takes the mark. He's had work done on his quad throughout the night. And been laid out against the Giants last week. Up the wing, Mitch Owens in front. Has the sport out of play. By to Koning and a boundary throw in front of the St Kilda bench.
Brett from Canberra off the SMS did send a question through saying who's won the most first halves out of these two teams. Geelong 12, St Kilda 11. So with the Cats winning tonight, make that 13-11. Thanks, Brett. 0437 774 774.
Mitch Owens in the rucky and Koning. Koning wins down the tap. Wanganeen-Miller gets the clearance. Hand pass to Phillippo. Into the middle of the ground for O'Connell. To Travalia. Cross half back. The hand pass to Burns. Back to Silvani. Looks up to Lake, who's running out onto the Hickey stand side. But once more forced laterally. Gets the hand pass to the run of Mason Wood. Looks up. Cooper Sharman on the lead. He marks. And left half forward in front of Zach Guthrie. He veers out to the right. Tries to send it long towards that goal square. Humphreys brought it down. Still a chance. Wilson tries to toe poke it towards the goal square. Mark O'Connor gathers. Hand pass to Stewart. Hand pass to Dempsey. And Geelong around to defence with a kick up towards the wing. Neal dropped the mark. Then Byrne left it behind. Then Hill tried to sock it off the ground. It ricochets back to Wood. Hand pass to Silvani around the body inside 50. Caminiti has it spoiled away from him. And Koning sees it out of play for a boundary throw-in.
St Kilda's ball movement is causing Geelong a lot of headaches right now. Geelong aren't settled at all. Even then, St Kilda had a free player in the goal square for an extended period of time. If they got it there, it was a little tap-in goal.
Yep. Remembering the Giants were 39 down late in the third last week. Ended up winning that game as Jai Clark tackled. Got a hand pass away over his head. That boundary throw-in comes back to the point of the stoppage. Still at half forward here for the Saints. Eventually Liam Henry got it away. Hurried kick forward from Hall. Ball bobbles around in the hot spot. 20 out from goal. Oh, Stewart threw a hand out to tackle Liam Ryan. Got him high. And Liam Ryan gets the free straight in front. 15 out.
I'm interested in a replay of this one.
Tom Stewart pleading his case, but Trent Roseberry saying, look, high tackle's a high tackle.
It is a high tackle. I think they're saying he definitely buckled at the knees. He went low. Yeah, he was down on one knee almost as it was. The tackle came through, but you've got to adjust to that. It's not like he ducked his head. He just lowered his centre of gravity.
Liam Ryan, the recipient, he knocks it through, and the Saints are on the march. They've kicked 3 in a row for the first time tonight, and all of a sudden, the margin is just 17. 8-10 to 6-5, 13 minutes gone in the third term. This game's come to life. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, and all while this has been going on, Rowan Marshall has been on the bench. I think he might have copped one in the unmentionables. He's been sort of grimacing and pulling all manner of faces, standing up, looking like he's trying to get his breath back. No real check from the physios. He might be okay to come back on, but he's been uncomfortable for a moment.
Well, they need him back on. Mitch Owens is in the ruck here against Sam De Koning, so the Cats will try and get pretty proactive. Marshall has been superb.
Thrown up in the middle of the ground.
Owens
took it out of the ruck. Hand pass the turnover though, straight to Mark O'Connor. Hand pass to De Koning, feeds it out to Bailey Smith on the wing. Hand pass Miss Warple, down low, good work from Hunter Clark. Gets the hand pass forward to Garcia. The Saints winning a few more one-on-ones. Got crashed into, downfield advantage taken. Wilson into the pocket, that's a poor kick. And Jack Higgins leading into the left forward pocket, but the kick was well wide of him. Connor O'Sullivan takes it for the Cats with Geelong leading by 17 points. All of a sudden needing to steady. Short to Humphreys, who gives it away to Max Holmes. Kicks up towards Tom Atkins at halfback. It's a goal in the opening quarter after some of his defensive highlights were shown on TV shows during the week. And short back to Humphreys, has it at left halfback. Geelong 8-10, 58, St Kilda 6-5, 41. Geelong switch across halfback. Jai Clark has it. After featuring in the VFL, that's a poor kick, turns it straight over. Liam Ryan takes it, they're on the break downhill now. Kicks to Cooper Sharman, inside 50, pierces it towards the goal square and misses. To the right-hand side, he was trying to replicate the work that Liam Ryan
had to go in.
Had to go in. Tried to dribble it through and skim it through, missed to the right-hand side. It's a 16-point lead Geelong's way.
It's a big bailout as Humphreys kicks wide, finds O'Sullivan. Ben Cameron on the boundary in just a moment as O'Sullivan gets ready to kick to a contest on the wing. Shannon Neal the target, shoves Silvani out of the way, no mark, but feeds a hand pass forward. Stocker trying to intercept, left it behind. Ollie Henry sweeps a hand pass to the pocket. Myers pulls the kick back inboard. Dangerfield marks, plays on, goals. Oh, how costly is that miss? Geelong score from the kick out after Cooper Sharman bounces one wide of the major opening at the other end, and Geelong go whooshka to score at the other end of the ground. 15 played in the third. Geelong 9-10-64, St Kilda 6-6-42. A bit more comfort for the Cats, a 22-point buffer. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Rowan Marshall went down to the rooms just to check everything was as it should be, and he's come back, and it looks like he won't get on for this centre ball up, but he'll be back shortly for the Saints.
Well, he doesn't need to rush out there with what Mitch Owens did in the last one.
And their coach Killer's linking.
Oh, yeah.
Cooper Sharman there.
He's a beautiful kick of the ball.
Kick the ball. Kick it over the umpire's head.
Correct.
But then, to just go one end of the ground from the kick in to inside 50 to a goal. Yeah, that's a costly couple of minutes for the Saints.
We'll keep running Sharman. He's so athletic that few are going to catch him.
Spot on.
De Koning wins down the tap. Bailey Smith can't break away. He and Windhager are in a good tangle at the moment. De Koning this time beats Mitch Owens down to Warple, and he is locked up.
Windhager is right into Bailey Smith. Not giving him an inch.
Well, they had to do that. They're just letting Smith get plenty of the footy.
Interestingly, the umpires have let it go for the moment, but he's crashing into him at every stoppage. Atkins is tackled and brought down.
He's not doing anything wrong.
Wilson.
No. You're allowed to make contact with your direct opponent.
It's a physical game, isn't it, Rama?
Yep. Clearly has been given a mission. Mitch Owens wins down the tap. No chance to break clear here on the very bottom of the pack. It's James Warple, who's very slowly getting back to his feet.
You know what I say, Lingy, when the geelong chant starts up, you know they're serious, the locals. They get right into it, support of their team.
It's so loud.
From the ball up, comes to Lake. Lake puts the Saints inside 50. Jack Henry settles it down. All right, so fullback for the Cats.
Takes a little while to get them fired up, too.
They sit on the back of that danger goal. Settles it down, 22 points. The lead for the Cats. Have led all night. Jack Henry long to the wing. Through the hands of Dempsey. Spills to Hill of the Saints. Hand pass away to Wood. Handball inboard to Windhager. On the wing eastern side. Kicks inside 50. Hitting up Caminiti. No mark. Ball spills out to Jai Clark. Tries to burst through the tackle. Coughed it up. Lake intercepts to St Kilda. Handball to Garcia. Kicks from half forward and getting back. Humphreys saves the day. Marks right in front of the goal umpire at fullback. Chips it short to Guthrie.
Oh, that's a rough
to Guthrie, and that was questionable whether it was 15. And as a result, Ryan Burns didn't wait for the umpire and took a step in.
Well, he kind of just tested. Was it 15? He took one step.
Guthrie straight through the middle for Warple. Looks up for Dangerfield. He's led up at half forward.
Oh, he led it to
50 out. He's got Ollie Henry in the goal square. Danger goes himself and misses everything out to the left.
O'Sullivan was on the whole from centre wing to inside 50, and 3 Geelong players missed him.
Having kicked the last goal of the match, Patrick Dangerfield's eyes lit up. Had a couple of better options. A throw in the left forward pocket under the Joel Selwood stand here. Cats by 22 points after the Saints had kicked 3 of the last 4 goals of the match. Out of the ruck to Koning, tries to get a hand pass forward. Wilkie tackled by Manor, up and under kick, underneath the Dempsey. Takes the mark. Jack Silvani pleased. He was bumped out of it illegally. The umpire doesn't agree with that. And on the Dempsey in the right forward pocket, a chance once more to restore a 28-point lead.
Silvani was definitely kept out of the marking contest. It was by Shannon Neal. Neal did it subtly enough that it wasn't quite going to capture the umpire's attention, but Silvani had a case. He did not have a run at that ball at all.
Ollie Dempsey had a goal disallowed early in the game. This is more straightforward from the right forward pocket on a 45-degree angle. 35 metres out as the Cats look at a wrestle, back control. Dempsey completes his part of it. A couple of quick goals for Geelong just to steady things down here at Kardinia Park. And the Cats are back out by 28 points. 10-10-70 to St Kilda 6-6-42. Ollie Dempsey with his first goal of the night becomes the 9th individual goal kicker. Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport.
Lingy, it's amazing what a moment can do to your confidence in a game or your momentum in a game. And the miss by Sharman a couple of minutes ago, St Kilda have barely touched the ball since then. They give away a 50-metre penalty. They've made silly little mistakes. Like Cal Wilkie there, inside defensive 50, he doesn't make those mistakes where he just kicks the ball up in the air to a dangerous position. Usually he's so composed and calm where he'll clear that zone. But yeah, they're so deflating with that missed goal by Sharman.
Marshall grabs it out of the ruck, tumbles a kick to centre half forward. Hall collects. Handball away to Wanganeen Miller. He's got Mullen right on him where he's been all night. Coughs it up. Taken by De Koning to Dempsey to Jack Henry all by hand. Hand pass away to O'Connor. Kicks out to half back and here's Mullen. So gets off Naz, takes the mark, right half back. It's a 28-point lead for Geelong.
Just been watching Naz the last sort of 7 or 8 minutes.
Oh, bad turnover. Sorry, Rama.
Picked off by Hall on the wing. Naz is looking for a handball out the back, eventually receives it. Logo eastern side, not his best drop punt. Inside 50, turnover. Smith gives it away to Jai Clark, back to Smith. Hand pass under pressure to De Koning. He coughs it up. Marshall for the Saints gets 2 plays at it. Hurried kick forward into the pocket, wrestling for it down there. Sharman let it bounce, and now O'Sullivan able just to take it easily. Shakes a would-be tackle. Kicks for half-back, looking for Ollie Henry. Slides past him. Close, clever. Sockers it out to Manor. Manor looks forward for Polkinghorn. Spoil comes from Stocker. Wins it back for St Kilda. Handball away to Trevelyan.
Hand pass back to Stocker, feeds it to Marshall in the middle of the ground, now to Hunter Clark. They link up by hand. Wilkie involved, has Lake all on his own at left half forward. Still 2 kicks from home though. He's got Liam Ryan in the pocket, tries to drive it long towards Cooper Sharman. Can't complete the mark. O'Sullivan spoils it out of play. Just throwing in the left forward pocket for the Saints, Rammer.
Just with Naz, like Mullen's not closely tagging him, I wouldn't say, but nothing. We never question Wanganeen Miller's work rate because he's run so hard, but tonight that running power is just not there.
Cats have scored 5 goals from forward, 50 intercepts. Lake tries to get a hand pass out to Hall to Wilson. Windhager's kick is smothered by O'Connor. There's still a chance for the Saints as they lock it up 25 metres out from their goal. Jai Clark on the bottom of the pack.
I think he knows this as well as anybody. If you're tagging somebody and they're not running hard, it makes your life so much easier.
Marshall grabs it out of the ruck, gives it to Hall. Quick kick and a goal. And there's something out of nothing for the Saints. They hang about in this game. Geelong 10-10. They lead St Kilda 7-6. Another stoppage goal for St Kilda. Time on in the third. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas.
But you've said that a couple of times now, Cobbs, something out of nothing. It's Rowan Marshall out of nothing.
Little handball there.
Yeah, just so strong again. The first time he did it was a goal from him. He took it and kicked the goal. This time he dishes it off to Max Hall.
So he's just creating his own stuff.
Oh, he is. Yeah. Right now, he's the most important player on the entire field because he is dominating his matchup. So it was DeConing then at the end. So Mitch Edwards comes back on.
Yeah.
But Marshall dominated Edwards to start this quarter. So he is the biggest headache in the Geelong coach's box right now, the number 19 for the Saints.
He's had 9 disposals, a goal and 3 clearances. Rammer in this third quarter, including, as Benny mentioned, copying one in the unmentionables. And we're going to have another stoppage in the middle of the ground.
Simon from Adelaide, by the way. Clinchy, Benny and the Unmentionables. What a great name for a band.
Benny be on the drums or on the bass, or I think he'd be out front as the lead vocalist. That's more likely. Filippo across half back, gave it to Winhager, kicks up the wing, gathered by Darcy Wilson, half pass to Travalia, kicks to a 1-on-1 at half forward. Sharman in from the side, spills to the back. Higgins ricochets off him. Hall kept it alive to Sharman. Look away, hand pass. Higgins just left it behind. Jake Clark trying to reel him in. Garcia's hand pass to Hall, who kept running outside the boot, smothered by Tom Stewart. And getting back there, Jack Henry gathers. There's Ollie Dempsey, who runs the wing so well in the defensive goal square. He takes the bounce, sends Geelong up to the wing. A long searching kick for brother Ollie Henry, who slides and takes the mark. So Jack Henry working on the last line of defence, and Ollie Henry covering some territory, racing up the wing and got there in the end.
They'd love to move into a bit of possession footy here, but the Saints aren't allowing it. It's long down the line, slow. They've got the covered, the Saints. So a stoppage here for the Cats as it's punched out of bounds. Is a good result. I reckon Geelong want to take a little bit off the game right now because the Saints are back, feeling pretty good about themselves, got momentum again, and they want to score and move it fast.
Geelong, an excellent final quarter team. They've lost only 3 final terms this year. They're late in the third at the moment. It's a 22-point buffer for the home team. For the boundary throw-in, comes out to Manor. Got a hand pass away to Holmes. Links up with his dash brother in Smith, who kicks down to half forward. Danger gives a shove to Stocker. No whistle. Spills down to Dempsey. Centering kick. Myers went one-handed. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Trevelyan slips over. Myers wins it. Hand pass to Atkins under pressure. Back to the 50 for Dangerfield. Scrap on for the ball here. Throw a blanket over half a dozen players. And the ump says, I'll have it. Half forward for the Cats. 25 minutes gone in the third. Game has gone up a notch. St Kilda drew within 17 points, but the Cats have kicked 2 of the last 3 and are still in control.
Off the stoppage, Garcia kicks up towards half-back. Tom Stewart lunges forward and takes the mark in front of Jack Henry. The 5-time All-Australian, so reliable as he switches into the middle of the ground. Jack Henry marks back in defence tonight. Around the back to Humphreys. Pulls his kick inside 50. Almost found Manor. Just spoiled at the last moment. Marshall's hand pass straight to Myers. Turns towards goal. Brian Myers has his third. What a return it has been after a month in the VFL. Putting on a show back on his home deck. And the Geelong side steady ahead at three-quarter time. Back to a 28-point lead. 11-10, 76 to St Kilda, 7-6, 48. Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
That's incredible ball handling by Brian Myers. You can see he's reached it with the one hand. So it's a tricky kick for St Kilda to defend, going inside forward 50, but pressure again inside forward 50 by the Cats forces that turnover. But Myers is working a little phone box there.
Yeah.
And it's a one grab, twist the ball, get it to where you want it in your hand, then goal.
If you fumble that at all, or you take an extra half a step, it's not a goal. So you're right, Ramak. Great description. Brilliant by Myers, and that's what he's done coming back into this team tonight.
All of a sudden, Geelong winning the quarter. As Edwards palms it down, but his direct opponent, Marshall, takes it, gives it to Naz. Floats a hand pass forward to Garcia. Garcia kicks inside 50. Higgins, the target, slips over. And Jai Clark with the intercept. His kick out towards half-back. Punched away by Wood and over the boundary line. Will have a throw-in half or forward pocket for St Kilda. There's a few errors in all of that. Players slipping over. 27 minutes gone in this third term. 28-point lead for the Cats. Forward 50 stoppage here for St Kilda, who are chasing the game as they have been all night. Marshall eventually controls it, gives it to Higgins. Handball away to Wilson, now to Sharman, but they're retreating. Great pressure, Stewart. Forces the turnover. Dempsey wins it, gives it to Stewart. Half-back for Geelong. Handball away to Jai Clark. Surge kick forward out on the full. Free kick St Kilda and Bradley Hill will take it just forward of halfway.
Good pressure by the Saints. Just kept coming at them.
He plays on the mark, runs his full measure, sends it inside 50. Stewart flies, didn't make the spoil. Wanganeen Miller at behind. Jack Henry's kick is smothered from Darcy Wilson. Stewart held it a long time, just got a hand pass away at the last moment as he spun. Spills out to Zach Guthrie, tries to run the gauntlet. He's brought down by Hall and also Brad Hill, and the umpire will ball it up. Interestingly, Graham Myers in his 9 games before tonight had kicked 3 behinds, hadn't been seen at AFL level since round 13 against the Crows, has 3 goals tonight. Mason Wood sends St Kilda back inside 50. Stewart makes the spoil, and off hands it goes out of play. So I never quite understand the selection policy with Geelong, Liam, but you wonder whether Chris Sott said get confidence in your body for 4 weeks at VFL level and then come back, and if you do your ACL, you do your ACL.
Yeah, that's it. It's a strange one, isn't it? Partially torn or whatever it might be. Do they have the op? Who knows?
The boundary throwing. Marshall hooks it down. Taken by Wanganeen Miller, pushed off his kick, spills to Guthrie. His kick smothered, and Higgins and tackled by Guthrie, who kicked it. So ball up, 25 out from the Saints' goal. They pinch one before three-quarter time. Keep themselves in this game. Secondary stoppage, another ball up.
This is where Marshall got one himself and gave one to Max Hall. Mitch Edwards has just got to stand strong here from a Geelong perspective, not let him get it.
Holds out Marshall. Marshall hits the deck.
Should have been a free kick, shouldn't it?
He was trying to draw one, not forthcoming. Geelong are getting repeat stoppages here. We'll do it all again.
That's the worry. So Edwards is so nervous about it. Marshall can draw a free kick. I thought he had a good shout at one there.
Here we go. Marshall takes front position here. Holds out Edwards, palms it down. It's straight to Geelong's player and all of that in O'Connor. Can't get a kick away. Spills to Dempsey.
Ouch.
Liam Ryan with a big hit in all of that. And upended Guthrie. He appears to be okay. Kept the footy, but he was crunched. Ball up, top of the goal square for Geelong.
Entering stage right. Marshall slaps it down, looking for Hall. Can't gather. Holmes picks it up. Hand pass to Warple. St Kilda play goes down. Wilshire kept it alive to Holmes, has the hand pass out in front of himself. Racing after it, Travalia tries to knock it on to Hunter Clark. He kept it alive. Hall to Wilson against the boundary line. Centering kick. Ryan's wrestling over the top. Dempsey dropped the mark. And Higgins tries to slap it back into play. Dempsey knocked it on and it worked for Geelong. Gathered by Jack Henry, gets the half pass to Bailey Smith and he's off to the races. Takes a bounce up the wing and a second as he runs away from the chase of Windhager. Looks up to half forward, sends it looking for Neal. Great transition, he takes the mark. Looks up inside 50, Polkinghorn's all on his own. He has close on his own in the goal square, but Hunter Clark makes sure he can't play on. And now slightly tighter in that right forward pocket, Jay Polkinghorn on debut. He has 1 goal tonight.
How important are game-breaking midfielders? But that turned defence. You get it to Bailey Smith with, 3-metre break? And just ran and all of a sudden it's a shot at goal down the other end of the ground. Just brilliant run to back himself. He loved it too with the flowing locks going on the Reg Hickey stand side of the ground. Terrific play.
Bailey Smith. Jay Polkinghorn, 1 goal, 2 on debut in the right forward pocket. Misses once more. 1-3 and 1 out on the full.
He could have had a monster day.
Could have had a dream debut at home. Not quite to beat. Geelong lead by 29 points heading towards three-quarter time.
Stocker takes some ground, kicks up to the wing, and Jai Clark picks it off. He was the high pick as part of that Jack Bowes celery dump. Inside 50 goes Clark. Edwards and Silvani share it. Says, I'll have it. Edwards thought he had more of it.
No, I reckon it was a true side-by-side. No man in front. Good call by the ump.
So a ball up inside the forward 50 for the Cats. 1 down to Garcia. Hand pass away to Phillippo. Caught by Dangerfield. Just got it away to Stocker. Hurried kick out of there. Drilled in the tackle by Warple in the process. Cats win it back. Jack Henry. Handball away to O'Sullivan. Sweeping hand pass inside 50 to Edwards. Moves one over his head. Smith can run onto it in the pocket. Smith squeezes it. Kick the full forward. Wilkie's got a spoil. Does so. And Saints work it out. Phillippo gives it to Wood. Kicks to half back. Target is Hall. Got a hand on it. Spills out of bounds. And a throw-in half forward for Geelong. Cats by 29 points late in the third. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Sean Manor has gone down into the rooms to be checked on. I'm not 100% sure what the issue is, but he did have that hamstring troubles earlier on in the game. So I'm assuming it's to do with that. I'm not exactly sure if it's like muscular tightness, which I did see him mouth to the trainers when he first came off, bothered by it in the first quarter, whether there was a corky or something of the like, but he's getting checked at the moment.
Mr. Ben Cameron, so a couple of sore players to keep an eye on in this final term, in which Geelong will lead by 29 points, 11-11, 77 to St Kilda, 7-6, 48. The Cats in the end, despite 3 goals on the bounce for St Kilda, led that quarter and won it 4-3 to 4-1. Having led by 14 points at quarter time, Geelong 27 points at half time. They'll head for home with a 29-point lead, courtesy of 3 goals from Graham Myers in his return to AFL footy after a month in the VFL. Individual goals to Polkinghorne, Manor, Dempsey, Warple, Atkins, Neal, Dangerfield and Ollie Henry. 9 individual goal kickers for the Cats, while for St Kilda, 2 goals to Rowan Marshall, individuals to Higgins, Ryan, Garcia, Lake and Hall, Corby.
So they're playing from in front, the Cats again, and they've only been outscored 3 times in final quarters this year. Do you know who the second best final quarter team in the league is, Rammer?
Essendon.
The Bombers. How about that for a misleading stat? So I'd love to know how many of those games are live, but Essendon's number 2. 11-11 to 7-6, as Clinchy said, a 29-point buffer for Geelong. More from Lingy and Rammer coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host Another Cuppa.
Well, we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names.
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage.
Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
He gives it away to Dangerfield, drives it inside 50, Neal. Floats in front of Polkinghorne, who was the intended target. Shannon Neal picks it off. This is his second kick of the night. Shannon Neal knocks it through. And a way to get himself involved. Geelong with the tone setter to open the third. And the Cats pull further in front. Ball bobbles around in the hot spot. 20 out from goal. Oh, Stewart threw a hand out to tackle Liam Ryan. Got him high. And Liam Ryan gets the free straight in front, 15 out. Liam Ryan, the recipient, he knocks it through, and the Saints are on the march. They've kicked 3 in a row for the first time tonight, and all of a sudden, this game's come to life. It's ready to kick to a contest on the wing. Shannon Neal the target, shoves Silvani out of the way, no mark, but feeds a hand pass forward. Stocker trying to intercept, left it behind. Ollie Henry sweeps a hand pass to the pocket. Myers pulls the kick back inboard. Dangerfield marks, plays on, goals. Oh, how costly is that miss? Geelong score from the kick-out. Up to Cooper Sharman. Bounces one wide of the major opening at the other end. And Geelong go whooshka.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
So Cooper Sharman misses at that particular stage. And he kicked the goal. The Saints would have been within 11 points. He misses. The margin 16, and Geelong kicked 3 of the final 4 goals in the term. And the Cats lead by 29 at three-quarter time. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanaskas with their take through 3.
Well, that was a 2-goal swing there for the Cats when he missed, because they went down the other end, kicked one, and then got the next one again. So, and as I mentioned in that quarter, it just deflated St Kilda there for a 6 or 7 minute period until they got their mojo back again.
And they would have been feeling it. And Geelong, it would have started sowing a seed of doubt, given what happened last week and the little run the Cats are on at the moment. Instead, the Cats go into the three-quarter time break having won the quarter by 2 points in a quarter where they probably thought they were under the pump and feeling pretty ordinary. Rowan Marshall has been the one for St Kilda in that quarter alone. 12 disposals, 4 clearances and a goal.
Well, and 9 contested possessions on top of that as well.
In that quarter,
in the quarter.
So he's the one who can spark something and can do something here. You look around this St Kilda group, okay, they've got to make up a 5-goal margin. Marshall, keep going like that. I know it's a big ask, but keep going like that. Naz, as you spoke about, Rama, has been pretty well held by Oisin Mullen, but has almost then semi-conceded. It's not the right word, but just stopped running as hard as he normally
Well, he's
does.
had 15 possessions for the game, Lingy.
Yeah.
Now, we know he can explode, but I was wondering in that quarter if he was injured. That's why I was keeping an eye on him just to see, but it didn't look like it. It just looked like, Mullen had his measure with the run. He could go with him, and Naz was conceding.
And so for the Saints to make any sort of comeback, as good as some of the other players are.
It is that 10 or 12 possessions in the quarter.
Yep, and probably kick a couple or at least set up a direct goal assist. So Geelong, no doubt they'd be talking about some of the lessons they learnt from last week and how they handle this a little bit better. St Kilda have got to go all out attack. Now, once or twice in that third quarter, we saw some ball movement that was just scintillating and had Geelong all completely confused and disorganised. That's got to be done more often for this last quarter, obviously, for them to win the game.
We had the conversation before the game about Max King.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why Max King has to come straight back into the team. They haven't had a tall forward winner on the ground today. So that quarter alone, they had 18 inside 50s. So Geelong only had 12.
Yeah.
But they just didn't have a target to kick to.
No, and by their ball movement speeding up and the change of direction they're doing, which has been a really good addition to their game style. So that brings a Lam Ryan or a Jack Higgins into the game. Fantastic. So that's how you might be able to get a couple of your goals. But you're right. In the times where you can't go fast, the opposition's really well set, we need to just be able to kick it to a one-on-one and that guy to mark the footy. As simple as that. That's why the big forwards get paid the big bucks, because you go, we're stuck, we're going to kick it to you.
Get us out of it.
And you mark it and kick a goal for us. And that's why St Kilda in that quarter don't take advantage of 18 inside 50s.
Just Rowan Marshall's stat line to three-quarter time call.
Pretty impressive, isn't it?
So he's had 26 possessions, 20 of those contested. He's had 12 ground ball gets for a ruckman, 9 clearances and 2 goals, and 7 score involvements.
Brilliant.
There's a reason Ross doesn't want him to go at the end of the year, another year.
Well, there's a reason why every other club should be after him.
Marshall wins it down. Filippo thought about getting a handball away and then just ran it out the front door from the centre square. Blows his lines on the kick. For some reason, just decided to lay it up. Was he going for home? If he did, he landed 10 metres short, kicked it 38 metres and turned it straight over. Jai Clark with the intercept mark.
But that's where you want him to back himself, run another 10 and just bang it home and celebrate to the...
We saw him last week on a set shot run, knock on through from about 60 out. Kick finds Guthrie, handball away to Stewart, kicks down the wing, scored away by Caminiti, into the path of Windhager, so Caminiti down back. O'Connor went without it, Geelong went it back. O'Connor, hand pass to Polkinghorn, to De Koning, back to Polkinghorn, hurried kick inside the forward 50 and Stocker. And the box seat takes the mark after despite dangerous best effort.
Sorry, corridors on here. They should whip through them here, the Saints.
Oh, Wilson's kick
by Jack.
made Silvani wait a long time for it. In the meantime, Zach Guthrie slides in and completes the mark.
Wrong option.
Jack Henry, I should say, completes the mark.
Yeah, they could have run that together the whole length of the ground then.
Henry over the top to Graham Myers. He has it 60 out from home. Just wonder whether Filippo ran out of gas having burst out of that centre square and couldn't finish from 50. The kick into the pocket. Ollie Henry overran it. Brad Hill gathers. Hand pass to Travalia. Into the back pocket for Mason Wood. He kicks up towards Filippo. Spoiled away by Atkins. Myers gathers at ground level. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, who reloads into the pocket. Dangerfield trying to get to the back, but a good intercepting mark. Taken on the last line of defence by Liam Stocker.
Stocker short to Marshall. From 90s had possession 27. Kicks out to half-back for Wilkie. Knocks down the boundary line. Windhager. Oh, yes. It was right on the line. The Geelong fans thought it was out. It was pay to mark. Keeps it moving to Ryan. He's got it 70 metres out. High bomb inside 50. Silvani straight through his hands, leaping up. Can't complete the mark. 20 out from the Saints goal, and Humphrey settles it down. Short to Guthrie. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Sean Manor is out of this game. The Cats tell us with hamstring tightness. Got the compression bandage on it. He's got the ice on it as well. That right hamstring he's been fighting through all night.
Thanks, Ben. Smith just cleans up that Guthrie kick, goes short to Myers at half-back, and that's not his best effort. On the hop, got to Wood, who shoved out of bounds by Holmes, who was the intended target. So boundary throwing, 60 metres out for the Saints goal.
I'm not allowed to comment on that out of bounds because I'll be accused of bias. But from...
It was out.
I'm not allowed to comment, Corbin.
Give me a comment, Lee, on what you think about Jack Silvani going forward in this last quarter.
Yeah, no,
I like the move. I think it's a good idea. Yep. You can mark the ball.
Coney tried to flip it over the back. Hall was taken high. It'll be a St Kilda free kick. At right half forward, he is one who's tried to win the ground ball tonight at ground level.
Naz has gone forward as well. So another threat. Lawson Humphries on Silvani.
Can they overrun Geelong as Hall sends it into the pocket? Flying Cooper Sharman. So Stewart makes the spoil and it goes out of play in the right forward pocket. 35 metres around from St Kilda's goal. Heading to the Joel Selwood stand in the final quarter. Back up the freeway to Melbourne. Geelong 11-11-77 to St Kilda 7-6-48. Saints trying to break a 27-year hoodoo, having not won here at Kardinia Park since 1999. They did lose by 8 points a couple of years ago. Flicked over the back, that almost works. Silvani was there, can't clear. Tom Stewart, who reloads with a clearing kick up towards half-back. Mason Wood dropped the mark, still a chance for St Kilda. Stopper overran the footy. Bailey Smith's hand pass to Dangerfield. Tackled by Travaglia, taken high. Geelong free kick at centre half-back.
We did the Hawks game clinchy where Silvani went forward in the second half, kicked 3 that night as Holmes receives a handball, goes long, straight up the pipe. Polkinghorn the target. Wilkie knocks it away from him. Down to Filippo. A 1-2 with Stocker. And then dishes it off to O'Connell. Hand pass to Hill. Hill kicks to the wing, turns it over. Intercept mark for Atkins. Has not been Bradley Hill's night. Hand pass away to Smith. Geelong work it down to half forward. Goes with a little 1-2 there from Myers. Smith on the run from 50. Kicks right to the goal line. He's got it there. Bailey Smith goals. And the Cats get the first of the final term. And is it a bridge too far now for St Kilda? As Smith trots towards the interchange. And the Saints are going to need to be perfect to win from here. Geelong 12-11-83, St Kilda 7-6-48, 5 gone final term.
Now I know Bailey Smith is one of the premier midfielders in the competition, so it's hard to compare. But Filippo, who wants to be a midfielder and become that level, that when he broke out of the centre square before, we said just keep running that extra few metres and just bang it home. Back yourself in. You've got the responsibility there. Compare that to Bailey Smith there, and he just knew. He knew if I ran that extra couple, I'm within range, it's now my responsibility, and smashes it home for his team. That's the level you got to go to.
Becomes the 10th individual goal kicker for Geelong tonight on a night without Jeremy Cameron. Warple up towards half forward, close trying to run onto it. Hunter Clark locks him up.
The problem with that is Bailey Smith's a give and get player.
Yep.
Like St Kilda have got to put some physical pressure on him after that first handball.
To Koenig, punches it away from Marshall inside 50. Holmes lost his footing. He's grabbing his right knee as well. We'll keep an eye on that. As Wood, hand pass to Garcia, cuts around a couple. Hand pass to Brad Hill, hand pass to Darcy Wilson. Clears the defensive 50 with some run through the corridor. Travaglia looks up, kicks down towards Mitch Owens, who slipped over at the wrong time. Allowed Jack Henry to take the intercepting mark.
They're going to have to stop here.
Yeah, this is concerning. It's Max Holmes down.
It's right in the middle of, he's about 40 metres out.
So his weight carried him forward and his knee buckled underneath him, and that's the concerning part as he is in enormous pain in the forward 50. So the trainers are helping him, not able to really put any weight on his right knee, which is the concerning part for all Geelong fans.
I think it might have got caught under him.
Yeah, here's the replay, Rama. Oh, yeah, did get caught under.
So it could be an ankle as well.
Almost in that stage where you're trying to slide, but your right knee gets caught underneath you, and the whole weight is on that one joint. So the umpires have stopped playing. He's only onto the wing now. He'll get a round of applause from the Geelong fans, Ben Cameron, as he heads your way, but one of their most important players who has been a grand final premiership hard luck story in the past.
Yeah, he doesn't look a happy boy. He's trying to hop now. He was almost getting dragged off for a period of time there by the two physios with his left leg, which is not the injured one, being just dragged along the ground. But he's hopping off now and, just lifting up. Whether it's that right knee or that right ankle, I'll come back to you, but he doesn't look a happy boy.
No, that is, for the Geelong fans here, that'll take a lot of wind out of their sails. If that's a serious one, just obviously for him, but also on the back of Jeremy Cameron's injury last week. That's
huge. I mean, as Ollie Henry took the mark from the Myers kick, drives it goalward to ice the game. He's got it there. And all of a sudden, it's a new game-high lead. And the Geelong fans don't know what to do. As Max Holmes comes limping off the ground, and the ramifications of that front of mind. Ollie Henry pops through a goal, and Geelong just about put this game out of reach. 13-11-89, St Kilda 7-6-48. 8 minutes gone in the final term. Back to Ben Cameron. Max Holmes, Ben, played the last 80 consecutive games, so he has had a couple of phantom hammies, which you've spoken about in the past. The prelim of 24 and then round 17 against the Lions, but this looks a lot more serious than that.
It does, and they're not playing around with it. They've gone straight down into the rooms. So Steve Saunders has got up and headed down there with him with the two physios. So we'll wait to hear from Geelong.
Well, great finish by Ollie Henry there. Outside 50, it should be enough now for the Cats.
Koning got it down to Warple, who kicks inside 50. Neil over around the footy initially first and gathers. Cuts past two St Kilda players. Warple almost too slow. Squeeze the kick. Ollie Henry juggles the mark, not paid. Then tackled by Hunter Clark. He was spun a full 360. Yeah. Umpire said it was touched on the way through.
The Saints player just in front of him. Clinchy got the first little grab at it. Ollie Henry did his best to try and convince the umpire, but well played.
This is all one-way traffic, though, in this final quarter, which is the concern. Wanganeen Miller sockers it out of the congestion. Dempsey, hand pass to Koning, pinched away by Wanganeen Miller at right half-back. Kicks up towards Mitch Owens and a one-on-one with Jack Henry. Geelong had the numbers 2-on-1, but off hands it goes out for a throw-in.
Jack Henry's been supreme in this last term. I know it's only early, but every time St Kilda have tried to exit, Henry's been the one who's been right there either to intercept or to spoil it.
It's a 41-point lead the way the Cats are looking to snap a 3-game losing streak and keep their top 6 hopes alive. Lawson Humphreys through the middle of the ground, kicks to Mark O'Connor. Around the back, Jai Clark, who's played a good role across half-back. Shannon Neal just cut away from Caminiti. Caminiti makes front-on contact. Just a bizarre way to give up a free kick, and Shannon Neal is probably a tough shot, but he's within range.
Just on Jai Clark, he's had the 23 possessions coming back into this team. Jet Bew's played a really critical role for this team for a number of years, Lingy.
Yep.
And I know Jai Clark was drafted as a midfielder, high pick and all that, but it hasn't quite worked out for him yet as a midfielder. He looks extremely comfortable playing as a small defender.
Absolutely, and he's got that hunger and strength with the toughness, you're right.
Jai Clark, pick 8 back in 2022, Geelong's highest pick since Joel Selwood. And Shannon Neal hasn't timed this, it's offline. Ollie Dempsey flies and takes the mark. Few St Kilda players thought there might have been a touch there as he sort of awkwardly had it on a St Kilda defender's shoulder as he managed to juggle it. That's Mason Wood's shoulder. But Cameron Ling's eyes, that's a mark to Ollie Dempsey.
Oh, no, that was Ramo who said that was a mark.
That's a mark.
I think everything's a mark here, Clinchy.
Just looking for some affirmation.
But again, he gets a run-up without any body pressure.
Dempsey's going to kick across his body from 15 metres out, directly in front. And that's 3 final quarter goals to close this contest. Dempsey with his second, and Geelong lead by a whopping 47 points in a contest between 9th and 10th. It's been the Cats who have taken a big step forward tonight. 14-11-95, leading St Kilda in their wake, 7-6-48. 11 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport. With Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Lee.
It's been a really impressive last quarter. I expected St Kilda to throw plenty at the Rama. The way they started the third quarter, I thought, well, hang on, Jack Silvani forward. Naz fires up a little bit. Rowan Marshall's been completely dominant. Geelong's going to be on the back foot a little bit, but instead, they've really attacked. Maybe the English soccer manager could have taken a leaf out of the book. They've actually chosen to go at St Kilda and really attack them, and they've blown it apart now and put the game to bed. Sorry, England fans out there. You don't need any more cheap shots from someone who knows nothing about the game.
And how similar do you and Rama sound? Even Clinchy's now. He's joined in. We might just be able to perpetuate this as we go forward. Similar sounding Rama and Lingy.
All the really clever stuff's made.
Yeah. Pay one invoice for me. We can save some money at the ABC.
Good bailout for both of you. If someone says, "Hey, I'm not sure about what you said about me," just say, "Look, it was the other guy." Long kick inside 50. The Saints scoop it up through Sharman. Hand pass away towards Higgins. Higgins blasts goalward, misses near side. 46 points is now the lead for the Cats. Keep in mind, by the way, if Cooper Sharman kicked that goal, I know it was one moment, but it felt like a big turning point in the night and would have been an 11-point game. Yeah. Oh, that's a shocking kick. As Jai Clark, we've been singing his praises. Mark's in the back pocket, went to straighten up, and Silvani, awake to it, jumps in front of Stewart on the behind line to Mark. Silvani plays on, hooks it through for a goal. So he's done the hard yards down back. Silvani thrown forward in the last. He hits the scoreboard here, but the game's already out of hand. One back for St Kilda, 13 gone final term. Saints 8-7, Geelong are 14-11, and the margin is now 40 points the Cats' way.
And you quite rightly singing Guy Clark's praises. The only thing that he's got to add, Rammer, and you'd know this better than me, you played down back a bit. If you telegraph your kick too much, opposition are going to pick you off. And that's not the only time the opposition have seen him turn, square, look his target down for a second or so and then kick it and been chopped off. So he's going to have to just disguise his kicking a little bit more.
And I think that will come, but I think there's something definitely there to persist with.
Yep, 100% with you on that one.
Saints' first goal since the 22-minute mark of the third quarter. The game has been lost since then. Filippo tried to get it forward, pinched away by Tom Atkins. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, tucks the footy under his arm, takes the bounce, runs away from Garcia, kicks into the pocket over the head of Shannon Neal. Ricochets off close and goes out on the full. Free kick St Kilda's way in the left back pocket. Toby Travalia to take it, stepped off his line, so Close comes running at him. Has to send it up the wing. Marshall will present once more, bounces into Edwards and almost did enough to be paid the mark. The umpire said both had a piece of it. Jump ball. So he'll pull it up.
2 jump balls in the one game. For usually the man in front gets it, but
and in the end, Edwards throws a boot at it, wins the tip. Out towards Wiltshire. Hand pass inboard to Close. Has Atkins running. Hand pass corridor wide. Hand pass to O'Connor. Gave it back to Atkins. Through the opponent on the left. Can't snap it back. Misses to the left-hand side. Geelong by 41 points. 15 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Hasn't been the night that St Kilda wanted. A 27-year hoodoo here at Cardinia Park. 1999, their last win at the venue. Looks like that's about to extend as Hill kicks out to half-back. There's a free kick and all of that for a shove. It's going Marshall's way.
Yeah, he got shoved into Brad Close, and Close is sore from it. That would have hurt a lot.
Close holding his left knee. So, talked about Geelong's injuries coming in, and Cameron and Bruin both missing tonight, injured. They've had 3 more out managed. Max Holmes hurt on the run, and now Close problems with his left knee. First game back for him. Saints send it down the wing eastern side. O'Connell to Filippo. Hand pass away to Burns. Handball to Hill. Sweeping Polyfarmer. Hand pass picked off. At half back for Geelong. O'Sullivan. Got it going back the other way. Humphreys. Handball finds Myers. Myers. Hand pass wide to Dangerfield. Long 50-metre drop punt towards Polkinghorne.
Young man.
And the debutant marks against the boundary. Left forward pocket. A chance to kick his second.
Yeah,
just effort.
Yeah, great call, Rammer. A lot probably think, I'm not quite going to get there to that. I'll let it run out of bounds. But he just made it his. I know he's missed some shots at goal, and he could have had a much bigger night, but what an outstanding debut.
8 marks. And this is going to be his 5th shot at goal on debut. In fact, it's going to be his 6th shot at goal. He's got 1 3 and 1 out of bounds on the full. He's now got 2. And Jay Polkinghorne is having a night out on debut. He has been busy. He's been lively inside that forward 50. And the Cats crack the ton. 15-12, 102. They lead St Kilda 8-7, 55. He's headed for a Gatorade bath. And a little stay in the middle of the song, a 47-point lead for Geelong.
Well, and it solves a problem, I think, for the coming weeks, Lingy. Now, with Jez out for 4, 6, whatever weeks he is, you know you've got a kid here who actually competes. He wants to work hard. What's he had? 5 shots on goal? 6 shots on goal?
Done it on Cal Wilkie.
That's right.
Wilkie's had 2 marks.
Yeah, incredible.
You guys spoke about the importance of his stat if he takes 11-plus marks.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe he's not going to have a game like this every week. But now the opposition have got to think about him, and Shannon Neal might get a little bit more of a run at it.
Yeah, back in the middle. Decisive tap from Edwards. Bailey Smith tackle went on possession. No whistle. Slapped away by Ryan Burns. Back into the corridor. Wilson has to gather. Tackled by Dangerfield. Winhager. Hand pass to Stocker. Mr. Trevally with his hand pass. Tries to knock it out to Brad Hill. Edwards tries to knock it on. Wilkie eventually hits it into space. Hill comes charging over the top of Dangerfield. Geelong gather. Tom Stewart through a couple. So Wanganeen Miller lays the tackle with Filippo, and the umpire will challenge and ball it up. So the challenge for Ben Cameron. Jay Polkinghorne comes from Penong, 800 kilometres west of Adelaide, so I'm sure his mum and dad might have made the car trip across the border to Geelong, so we'll have to see if there's family representative in the rooms after the game. Liam Ryan at half forward, can't break clear here as Zach Guthrie has it, desperately hangs on as Higgins comes into offside, laying a tackle.
They might have flown into Avalon Airport as well. That's a much easier.
I'm sure those flights happen nearly as often as people talk about them.
The 8-hour car trip might be a bit rough.
Sam DeConey wins the hit out. Down towards Dempsey, hand pass to Warple, Cats on the back flank. Handball out wide for Myers. Myers gets it further afield to Smith. Almost ran out of room. Ball stays alive, off his knees. Smith sweeps a handball forward to Dempsey. Just dabs a little kick out to half forward. Hill left it behind. Picked up by Neal. Neal inside 50. That's a turnover 2, and Wood with the intercept mark. Sweeps a hand pass to Lake. He's away off the back flank for St Kilda. 19 gone final term. It's all Geelong.
Oh, he's in 2 minds because Mitch Owen had already led up. That option dried up, so he kicked over his head. O'Sullivan, coming in from the side was Lawson Humphries, and in the end, the collision thankfully didn't happen. The two collide over the boundary line in front of Ben Cameron.
Yeah, so Max Holmes down in the rooms. The doctor is still with him. All that Geelong can tell us at the moment is they are assessing an ankle.
Well, that's a good result if it's an ankle.
Yeah, ankle injury there. Warple volleys it out of the air, ricocheted off Mason Wood. Gathered in the end by Ollie Henry. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, who just ragdolled Cal Wilkie. Get out of here. Breaks the tackle and kicks out to Dangerfield on the wing. It comes to a complete stop. He tries to kick inside 50 to Polkinghorn. Can't take the mark. He didn't lead up with the footy. O'Connell marks for St Kilda. Through the middle of the ground. Filippo gets the half pass away to Lake. And now the half pass to Darcy Wilson. He turns it over. Straight to Tom Stewart. Across half forward.
Very quiet night from Paddy Dangerfield. Only the 8 possessions.
Stewart goes short to O'Sullivan, gets it back again. Stewart to half forward, Wiltshire from the back. Held out. Wood takes the intercept mark.
Which is a good sign for Geelong.
Great sign. Yep.
Shannon Neal, he's only kicked 1 goal, so two of the other key targets down there along with Polkinghorn. Not big nights for them. The Cats kick 100 points anyway. Saints with it on the back flank as Hill goes short to Burns. Burns long. Liam Henry gets upstairs. Couldn't come down with the footy. Ball hits the deck. Liam Henry follows up. Still in St Kilda's hands. Hand pass back to Burns. Centering kick. Finds O'Connell, who genuflects to take the mark. And swings his kick out to the wing. Wilkie collects on the bounce. Hand pass goes forward to Wood. Wood wants to get back on his left side. Closer weight to it. Handball inside to Stocker. Stocker crunched. Warple tackles with intent and a ball up on the wing. We're ticking the time on in this final term. Geelong by 47.
That handball there is just selling your mate into all sorts of trouble.
There's been a bit of that tonight as well. Atkins gathers for Geelong. Half pass to Wiltshire. Takes a bounce as he runs the broadcast wing. Half pass to Graham Myers. 3 goals for him tonight on return. Back to Wiltshire. Tackled and brought down by O'Connell. Spills out to Koningsway. Still got it going forward. Polkinghorn breaks the tackle. Half pass a little loose for Close. Just wide of him. And stays in for a moment and then does go out of play.
But that handball from Mason Wood is, I don't want this to be my problem anymore, so I'll make it your problem.
So how do you coach that?
Take him off the ground and tell him.
Yeah. Take the responsibility.
Yeah.
Take the tackle.
Hit Rowan Marshall. You're on your left foot.
Yep. Back your leg.
Thrown back in, 50 out from Geelong's goal. Clears Marshall and Edwards. Running onto it, Mason Wood. From left half back, drives a kick up towards Ryan. In from the side, Jai Clark. Wow. That's a good mark. 2v2. Takes an impressive contested mark in his new role. Switches it inside the defensive 50 O'Connor.
That's what Ram is talking about. The ability to take that mark is something he's added massively to his game. Hard, in and under, strong tackler, midfielder as a kid in his early years. But that was impressive, that grab.
O'Connor to Mullen, back to O'Connor. Short kick to Humphries. 22 gone, final term. Geelong leading by 29 at 3/4 time. Have kicked 4 goals to 1 in the final term. The big concern, the big sore point on this win tonight is going to be the injury for Max Holmes. So Holmes was tackled in this final term and his right leg stuck underneath him. So his right leg buckled underneath his body in the tackle. Had to be helped off the ground with 2 trainers, so that'll be a huge watch. Sean Nanner, hamstring tightness. I don't know the severity of that, and it's fair to say the Cats probably won't let us in on too much on that front, but there's at least 2 out of the game banged up for the Cats.
They might give us Chris Scott after the game.
Yeah. So Connor goes along close to the boundary line. Wiltshire has it knocked away from him and out of play. You can argue, though, if you look at their injury list, the only two from their best 23 unavailable, Cameron and Bruin. Bruin short term, Cameron shoulder 4 to 6. And then Colin Jasny, Martin Blitzarves all managed, so we don't know, how serious that is, but expect them to come back in. And that's it. Apart from that, that's their best 23 as we've seen across the course of the season so far.
Yeah, the one is Reece Stanley, who suffered a hamstring injury in the VFL, so maybe a couple of weeks on the sideline for him, but Edwards has been the proven selection all season. Bailey Smith dodged a couple, kicked inside 50. Neal couldn't take the mark, almost first back onto it. Hunter Clark ran into Oisin. Mullen just got a hand pass away to Savani, who's back behind the ball now. Hand pass to Brad Hill, to Garcia, through the middle of the ground to Lake, who looks up, has Mitch Owens streaming back inside 50. Leads up now, O'Sullivan in front, but didn't hold on the mark. Henry kicks off the outside of the boot and curls it away from goal. Out to the right forward pocket. And in many ways, that sums up a bit of St Kilda's night. The opportunity with a vacant goal square, and kicks it out of bounds for a throw-in.
It's his first kick, Clinchy. Liam Henry.
4 possessions for the game. 1 kick, 3 handballs.
Yeah.
Liam Ryan, 4 kicks, 1 handball.
Yep.
It's not enough, is it?
Boundary throw-in. Deep forward for St Kilda. Ball will sit up for Stewart. He just knocks it away to Humphreys, and Humphreys paddles it through from rush behind. 24 minutes gone final term, so St Kilda, they can look ahead. They've got a pretty pivotal game. Docklands next Sunday against North Melbourne. It's our broadcast game next Sunday, so big one for the Saints. You get the feeling there's going to be a few of these big games on the run home now that there won't be room for both of them in the top 10, so must win next week for St Kilda.
Cats have quite a few on their run home. They could finish as high as towards the top 4, or they could just scrape into the wildcard position. Mason Wood on the wing. Gathers. 2 Cats try to tackle him. Got a hand pass forward. Oisin Mullen lays the tackle and the umpire balls it up.
Am I right in saying Geelong have got Melbourne
at the MCG?
Yeah, that's
how good's that going to be?
A huge game.
Friday night.
Plenty of Geelong fans, I'm sure, will head down the highway to see how they feature in that one. As Corby said, the concern is there might be a couple of players down with Max Holmes and Sean Mannon not featuring in this final quarter. De Koning has it just inside the centre square, wide of the wing. Kicks really to no one at half forward. Ollie Henry comes up, gathered by 2 St Kilda players. Burns and Hill, and the umpire will ball it up.
Wanganeen Miller at 19 disposals, 42% kicking efficiency.
Mullins,
that is a superb job.
Mullen has done an incredible job tonight.
Marshall takes out of the right, hand pass to Garcia, kicks in the middle of the ground, down low. Mitch Owens sliding in, can't take the mark. Henry gathers, hand pass to Lake, tries to fend off the tackle of Tom Stewart. Just got a hand pass away to Wilson, who burns off Jack Henry. Takes a bounce, he's all the way out now on the Hickey wing. Kicks up towards Liam Ryan at half forward. He marks out in front of his eyes, looks centrally, has Max Hall in space. Bailey Smith trying to get back, front on contact. And Smith throws the ball in frustration back. Did go to him, but the umpire says that's 50.
It bounced on the way to him, as opposed to on the full.
Max Hall walks into an unmarked goal and can bounce through, kick through his second goal of the night. So the Saints finish with 2 of the last 3 goals for the match. The margin back to 40 points, but Geelong on the way to registering another win. 15-12, 102. St Kilda, 9-8-62. 26 minutes gone in the final term.
So Bailey Smith's had 35 possessions in the game, 862 metres gained,
that is
and a goal. So he's had offensively an incredible night. But every time I watch him, I just feel like I just want him to do a little bit better defensively. And it worries me, Lingy, from a finals point of view, when you've got to do it and really sort of really dig
both
in.
ways. Yeah.
Your great teammate Jimmy Bartel, who was incredibly offensive, but when he had to play as a stopper or a defender in a final, he was able to do that. Now, I know that's not Bailey's game, but he's got to become adequate at it, capable at it.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Liam Stocker coming from the ground with blood coming from his nose. And something I've noticed from St Kilda recently, they go with the red towel whenever there's a blood rule, so it just blends in nicely.
There's Marshall palms it down to Wanganeen Miller. I couldn't have done much more, Marshall, as the handball from Wanganeen Miller ends up in Geelong's hands. Warple, hand pass away to De Koning, and the Stings well and truly come out of this. Almost like a walkthrough as he just turns and kicks it long out to the wing for Humphreys. It's probably on Geelong's side as much as it is St Kilda's. The margin of 40 points and the Cats have lost a couple again tonight.
Well, Geelong with the 5-day break as well, so they would just want to take all the sting out of this. If they could go into kick mark for the last 3 minutes of this, they would. Happily.
Jack Henry kicks to a contest on the wing. Wood's going to be paid the mark. 28 minutes elapsed, final term. The Cats so far have won every quarter tonight. Wood runs, carries, kicks inside 50. Jack Henry floats across, broken up by Lake. Knocks it down towards Owens. Owens just pulls a kick to Ryan. Top of the goal square. Marks, walks it in. So St Kilda have kicked 3 of the last 4. Liam Ryan's got a couple. And after they were well and truly blown out and trailing by 47 in his final term, they put a little pretty face on it here. So 34 points is the deficit currently. 15-12 to 10-8 as Liam Ryan able to come up with his second of the night.
And it'll be interesting because a few players getting a goal or two or getting a few touches. Mason Wood takes that mark. You can make your stats look reasonable by the end of the game. Yes. And I know Ross Lyon's much smarter than that. He won't fall for it. But as an individual, you need to say, hey, doesn't matter that I might have ended up with 18 or 20 by the end of the game and maybe I got myself a goal. You weren't there when the game needed to be won.
When the whips were cracking.
Yep.
So challenge for St Kilda will still be to try and win the majority of their games in the home straight. Otherwise, they won't feature in that wild card spot. Ollie Henry gathers in the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Koning inside 50. Flying Edwards in attack. Can't take the mark. It's gathered by Jack Silvani. Hand pass around the back to Burns. Works it up to Garcia. Sting out of the game so can run through the middle of Cadinia. Take a bounce over the top of Koning. Links over the top to Hill, who looks up to Ryan, who leads in the left forward pocket. And takes the mark in front of Guthrie. 45 metres out. Garcia pleading for him to centre it.
Fair enough too.
Yeah.
Liam Ryan not all that interested. Now he pokes it over the top to Naz. So Wangani Miller in game 100, so maybe by the end he felt like he probably should have as well.
I know this would annoy me. Sorry, I'll come back to it.
He's going to kick around his body. Nasai Wangani Miller in game 100 curls it through for another St Kilda goal. So they've kicked 3 goals in 3 minutes, and the margin's back to 34 points. Now becomes 28. And you wonder, where was this earlier? Geelong 15-12, 102 to St Kilda 11-8, 74. Half an hour gone in the final term, to be fair. The Cats have lost 2 players. So Max Holmes and Sean Manor not featuring in this final quarter. So maybe everyone's thinking, let's just get through. But the margin now back to 28.
Campbell Lake got to the goal square. Oshin Mullen was thinking, well, I've got to cover him. He's completely by himself, which meant Wangani Miller could lead, take the mark, kick the goal. When you've done a job, I know it's not all about you, but when you've completely locked away one of the premier players in the competition, you kind of look around and think, come on, guys, can I not have just finished this off and completely destroyed this bloke? Yep. So he's got every right to be a little frustrated with that.
Spoken like a true tagger.
Oh, correct.
Cameron Ling, the ultimate Hall of Fame tagger, if there was one, with us on ABC Sport as Marshall wins it down towards Hill. Hand pass in the middle of the ground. Ends up back with Marshall. Handball out in front of Garcia. Handball away towards Wilson. He kicks inside the forward 50 and Liam Henry knows. So the Saints are getting some cheap goals late here with this game completely done and dusted. They have now kicked the last 3, 4 of the last 5 after falling 47 behind.
And now, if you're Chris Scott, you're starting to think, come on, guys, you're hurting our percentage in what will be a very tight ladder. Not stressed about the loss, of course.
Marquee slot, by the way, Thursday night footy, 23,737 the attendance. Liam Henry misses near side. Behind, and the margin sits currently 27. Is that a little light on, Lingy?
I could have guaranteed it to you. 100%. Thursday night footy does not work in Geelong from a crowd perspective.
Or a broadcaster's perspective.
Guthrie into Mullen. He makes that trek every Friday night, coming back from Friday night footy. It's not great for the rest of us. Wilkshire sends it up towards half forward. Hunter Clark in prime position. Can't juggle the mark against Polkinghorne, but he's first back onto it. Looks into the middle of the ground. Centering ball forwards Lake. On the bounce has Jack Henry right there with him. Trailing him like a caravan. Knocked it out to Hill. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Cooper Sharman. Can St Kilda kick one more? He's got plenty of loose players inside 50. Mitch Owens takes the mark. Henry wants it over the top. Getting back O'Sullivan. Gets a fist to it. Naz comes sliding in. Asai Wangani Miller is tackled and the moment is lost for St Kilda. A stoppage in the right forward pocket for St Kilda after the Geelong reinforcements came racing back.
Up it goes, forward pocket, knocked out of play. Another boundary throw in. The clock stops with 1 second remaining. An important night for Geelong, making 7 changes. They're back in the winners list. And Geelong extend St Kilda's drought at Kardinia Park. 27 years and counting. The Cats by 27.
The greatest team of all. We are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. At home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark. Down at Kardinia Park.
It was a win, and the Cats desperately needed that, having lost 5 of their last 6, but at what cost? As Max Holmes is greeted not just by his teammates but by opposition players on crutches. He's got his right foot in a moon boot, and after losing Jeremy Cameron last week for 4 to 6 weeks, Max Holmes, the latest casualty in the Geelong win.
So stand up and fight. Remember our tradition. Stand up and fight. It's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Final margin 27. The hoodoo continues for the Saints. 27 years since they last won at Kardinia Park. That will extend at least into a 28th year. And really, it all happened at the start. The Cats scored the first 26 points. They won by 27 in the finish. The Saints kicking the last 3 of the game after falling behind by as many as 47 in the final term. The goal kickers, well, for Geelong, they had 10 of them. 3 for Myers and then 2 for Jay Polkinghorne on debut, who had 6 shots at goal for 2 goals, 3. 2 for Ollie Dempsey and 2 for Ollie Henry, and then singles for Smith, Manor, Warple, Atkins, Neal and Dangerfield. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, they all got involved, a lot of them late. 2 for Marshall, 2 for Liam Ryan, 2 for Max Hall, and then singles for Higgins, Silvani, Wangadine, Miller, Garcia and Lake. The Cats, winners, Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas, they get home by 27 points. And when you've lost 5 of your last 6, there's no such thing as a bad win. They're all good at that point.
100% right. They had to win it. And they did the work early. They did the work almost every time at the start of the quarters. Maybe the third quarter, the Saints early on were pretty good, but a few consolation goals at the end for St Kilda makes the scoreboard look pretty reasonable. But I felt the Saints were pretty disappointing. Probably, sorry, Rowan Marshall, I don't include you in that one, and maybe Hugo Garcia as well. But the rest of you just didn't give enough when it really mattered, and were badly beaten. Geelong were desperate for that win. Rama was onto it all night. They hunted around the contest and they pressed hard and defended really fiercely. They knew how much it meant, and Rama, that just led to goals for the Cats early on. That willingness to come forward, be brave with your pressing, created turnovers, and then they hurt them on the back of it.
Well, it just felt like in previous weeks the Cats had been just very lacklustre with their pressure. They didn't know they were coming forward, dropping back. Now, when Geelong have dropped back in the past, they've had such a solid defence that they've been able probably to work it out. But what was happening in previous weeks is teams were playing fast through them, and they just couldn't get back to set and to set the ground up how they wanted. Now, tonight, it was evident early that everything was press up, and then we can get our defenders off the back of our press to set up back behind the football. So I thought they were terrific early to catch it. It was four goals straight off the jump there, and off they went. They were out of the block. So that was critical to the game. Warple comes into the team, 24 possessions, 7 clearances and a goal. Jai Clark comes into the team, 25 possessions.
Brian Myers comes
into the team. He kicks 3 goals. So the 7 changes that we thought that were weird for a Geelong team to make probably all paid off in the end. The young kid comes in, Polkinghorne, looks a play. He's had 11 possessions, 8 marks, and 2 goals, 3. So that's worked. I think the concern is the mounting injury list. So obviously Holmes will look like he's going to miss some time. Manor looks like he's going to miss a little bit of time. So each team gets to a critical mass of good players that you can afford to have out of your team, and you just wonder where that is with Geelong.
If I said to you a fortnight ago, who's the top 2 players that Geelong can ill afford to lose on the run home, you would say there's a top 4. Holmes
Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes, yep.
They'd probably be top 3.
Yep.
I mean, you could probably think Tom Stewart, Bailey Smith.
Yep.
You got them somewhere in that top 4, and to think that they could potentially have lost 2 of them for at least a month, 6 weeks in back-to-back weeks is, in a football context, it's catastrophic at this time of the year. This is the time of the year you can't afford to miss your best
just
players.
makes the possibility of finishing that in that top 6 harder. That's in the run home, and potentially in your momentum going into a final series, you want your best players available.
That run home, Corby, is tough. As you mentioned, Melbourne at the MCG next Friday night, Collingwood at the MCG, Essendon, North Melbourne and Richmond. So a couple of
they should win the last 3.
They should win the last 3, but the Collingwood one will be interesting with the injuries. I mean, the Magpies have their own challenge as well. For St Kilda, they really had to win 4 of their last 6. So that now becomes, 4 of their last 5 with North Melbourne, Sydney, Carlton, Richmond and the Gold Coast Suns. And I just wonder as Ross Lyon walks across Cardinia Park as to whether he ponders, did the Geelong system beat them once more tonight? Were they brave enough and able to...
Well, no, they certainly weren't brave enough. We mentioned that a number of times, Clinchy, where they won the ball through the middle of the ground through being brave from their back half, but then they go wide and they fan out wide, and Geelong love that.
And I didn't get it, Rama. You spoke about it a number of times, and you were right onto this. But the odd time where they did go through Geelong, they sliced Geelong apart. And the Geelong back 6, as you touching on before in previous weeks, looked unsettled and couldn't quite get themselves into where they wanted to be. That was what Geelong looked like. But it was brief periods of time, because the other times, Saints got it. They could have gone, no, we'll go wide and safe.
Just Rowan Marshall's stat line tonight.
Yeah.
He's had 33 possessions. 26 of those are contested. He's had 15 ground ball gets for a ruckman, 12 clearances.
12 clearances.
Hang on, how many ground ball gets?
15.
As a ruckman?
As a ruckman. Then he's had 4 centre bounce clearances,
10 score
involvements, 6 inside 50s, and 2 goals won.
It's a pretty good addition if he wants to go to Geelong, isn't it?
That's an incredible stat line for a ruckman.
We'll get the votes later, but he couldn't have done much
saving
more.
time.
He couldn't have done much more.
So 12 clearances. The next highest is Hugo Garcia with 7 and James Warple with 7.
Yeah. He's had an incredible game. Now, I think it'll be a great lesson for Mitch Edwards to come up against the ruckman of that calibre. But it does ask the question around Tom Ducote. Like, what's the future look like there? How does it look if they are going to continue down that path?
It's a good question, isn't it? Because Ducote's been really good, and they've managed.
He's been
good. Yeah. They managed to coexist pretty well.
Yep.
But then you see Marshall play like that, and last week.
Yeah, and if Max King does come back into the team.
Yeah.
So if you're list manager though, Rami, you're not going to get value for Rowan Marshall if you let him go, are you?
Well, on a performance like that, you are.
Oh yeah. What do you want for him?
Like, if you can put up a stat line like that, you're going, whoa, can he put up a stat line like that in my team?
Yeah, the problem is the other guy they got isn't living up to the value that they paid for him. 27 points, Geelong's victory, 15-12 over St Kilda, 11-9. They're coming your way, Ben Cameron.
Yeah, they're virtually here. So led in by Patrick Dangerfield, very laid back. Max Holmes on the crutches, as you mentioned, in the moon boot. So that's a little bit of a sombre note. I did see his mum too in the hallways as we came in. She was in before all of the other family and friends, so I'd clearly come down to see her boy and check in on him. Jay Polkinghorn is in the middle. He's going to start in the middle, but no sports drink shower, then he'll jump on the edge. Here we go. So Bailey Smith did run over and give him a little bit of the sports drink. No one else was doing it. Mainly got Patrick Dangerfield in the eye. So the grumpy old man's not too happy with the young buck there, Bailey Smith, who trots off, and Jay Polkinghorn didn't really get too much of that sports drink shower anyway.
It's a mature group.
We got rid of that nonsense a long time ago. Don't start bringing that rubbish back in.
Is that one of your initiatives? No sports drink shower?
That's why Captain Grumpy.
Fun police. You're going to have a chat to Bailey Smith?
It's well, if you want to do it, you can clean it up. You get the mop and bucket out and clean it yourself.
Full time, a 27-point win for the Cats. So they snap a 3-game losing skid. They did lose Max Holmes on the runner. He's got his right leg and a moon boot, so hopefully that's not as serious as it first looks. He was tackled and his right leg buckled underneath him, so the weight of his body went back underneath his right leg. What sort of injuries does that kind of action or motion ordinarily lead to?
Well, you know what, that's why I think we all struggle. Rama and I usually have a really good feel. You can just tell a certain injury, a certain movement, that's that. We've either experienced it or a teammate's experienced it. That one was a really weird one. Yeah. So it could have been any one of, worried about the knee, you worry about a break, a broken leg, tibia fibula, and then obviously the ankle if it gets caught under there. So I don't really know. It wasn't a clear lateral ankle. It didn't appear to be syndesmosis, but it might have been.
Is it fair to say that you wouldn't be in a moon boot for a knee?
No, you wouldn't be in a... No. So they were assessing it for an ankle or a foot.
Yep.
You're in the moon boot for that reason. So the moon boot's not a startling thing for me. They stick you in a moon boot if you have an ingrown toenail these days. It's the right thing. Jump on the front foot early. Make sure... before any scans are done, hey, let's not make it worse. Get you in a moon boot, even if it's for overnight.
Yep.
And then once we find out you're all clear, then we'll quickly get you out of a moon boot.
Might be able to find out a bit more downstairs. So let's head back to the Geelong rooms. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I'm down here with Grime Myers, who kicked a wonderful goal earlier on this evening. Grime, it was a pretty professional performance from the group. How did you assess it?
Yeah, it's a great word to describe it. I think that's what we're after today. After a few weeks where we didn't have those professional performances, we had good moments and a lot of bad moments. So I'm very proud that we can get back into the Geelong way, and that's what it felt like, a Geelong game, even though the end was a little bit ugly. We set it up, and now we're in great position to attack the year.
Max Holmes was out there on the ground in the moon boot on his right ankle. I'm sure he chatted to a few of the players as he came in. What's the latest?
Yeah, I believe it's very Zach Butters-like, where it could be a fracture, but hopefully a syndesmosis. I know me and him have had a Cindy in the past, and it would give him a chance of finals, whereas I don't know if a break would, so really fingers crossed over the scan over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, certainly. We've all got our fingers crossed. Great to see you back at AFL level after a few weeks in the VFL. It's a little bit strange for you at the moment. We know you've got the partially torn ACL. You're back in the VFL. What did the coaches tell you as to why you were back there for that period?
Yeah, it's been a hell of a different year for me, and every week is a different challenge that I face. But I think that their focus was just getting me back to my best, and I think I'm a very unique player that plays a bit of a different style of game that they need me at my best to play. I think that was the instructions, is that build your confidence in the VFL, get your hands on the ball and feel confident in my knee, and attack contests with confidence. And I think over the last 3 weeks I felt ready the whole way through, so I didn't lose confidence in myself, and that put me in good stead to return this week.
Just before I send you upstairs, can I ask you a little bizarre one? There's been a lot going on with kicking over the man on the mark and not changing the angle as you kick on goal. You've got a very unique kicking style where you sort of arc out and kick across your body. What's your understanding, and have you thought about whether you would be moving off the line if you kicked after the siren, and what you'd need to do?
Yeah, I've spoken to umpires at training about that. I would take a step to the left, a step or two to the left, so then I would kick over the man on the mark and keep my routine the same apart from that.
There you go. I'll send you upstairs. Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanaskas, as well as Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch, have some questions.
Brian, obviously you've had a great career so far. How challenging has it been for you this year to, I guess, accept what the coaches are saying, to go back and perform at reserves level, whereas you've been such a good player, like I said, at senior level for so long?
Yeah, I stripped it back and just went, that's my job. So whatever they want, I just need to do. And I know there was different factors to why I was there, and I'm facing a very different kind of season and probably a future for myself, that I just need to know what I'm confident in, what I believe in, and what I want out of football. So I think it was actually a really fun few weeks. Unfortunately, the AFL was losing each week when I was playing, and then we're winning by 85 points. So I had a good fun month, actually, considering. But the things was that they wanted me to go back and do those things, and I just thought that's my job. I'm getting paid to do that, so just go and do that and do it right. So then once I'm called back upon, which I was confident I would be, I could do my job, which I felt like I was able to do tonight.
What does fun look like for an AFL footballer?
I just love playing footy, so I was able to play with the VFL boys, and that's a whole different experience where I'm playing with blokes 8 years younger than me that are learning the game. So I'm playing with Killian Burke, who's an Irish fellow in his second season. I'm able to coach him out there. I'm able to see different experiences of him, whereas there's a bit more stress at AFL level, whereas you don't want to stuff up as much, whereas at VFL level you're able to experience growth and change, and we're getting some good wins, so I was having a great fun time.
That's a great answer, Brian. Thank you for that insight. And well done tonight, mate. It was great to see you back out there. I do the podcast each week with Zach Tui. I think he was threatening to tear this place to the ground if you weren't back in the team. So I think he was very excited you kicked a few tonight. You mentioned an Irish fella there. What about the other one tonight? Oisin Mullen, his job on Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller. That's as good as we've seen on Naz, who's just a special footballer. To be able to shut him down and not have him have any influence on the game, it's a magnificent performance, isn't it?
He's an incredible player, an incredible athlete. I want to get into the recruiting list management side of things, and there's two players that I reckon I put my stamp on, and that was Connor O'Sullivan and Oisin Mullen. I think Oisin Mullen is going to be an absolute superstar. I think over the next few years we'll see him go away from the tag and progress to being a really good inside mid that can be attacking and offensive. He's one of the best players out of Ireland, and he's one of the best athletes I've ever come across. So I can't wait to see him blossom, and he just does a job for us every week that is incredible, but we'll see the best side of him more to come.
So Lee spoke about the job that Oisin's done. Talk us through the job that you needed to do on Cal Wilkie tonight, because he's only taken
2 marks, I think.
3 marks, I think, for the game, whereas I think last week he took 16 marks, and his average this year is incredible. Now, James Kelly was a bit vague with us before the game, but was there a plan for Cal going into the game?
Yeah, definitely, and it wasn't a specific person or thing. It was whoever's on him, go to his body and take him out of the game. Yeah. He's one of the most important players to them and kickstarts their attack. He's a two-way player that is so hard to beat in the contest, and if it was Jay Polkinghorn dominating him or my time on him, it was just do your job for the next 5 minutes while you've got him, and then we can get on the back of that and get some more attacking looks.
It was perfect the way that led in. Jay Polkinghorn was one I wanted to ask you about. Sometimes we see a player like Connor O'Sullivan, the man you just mentioned, who was just ready, perfect, just fits in and is amazing from day one. Others have to bide their time a little bit, and that's what Jay's had to do. Had you seen it? Your time in the VFL playing with him, I know he kicked 5 last week. Did you know he could have that sort of impact at AFL level straight away?
I believed in it. There's always a bit of a doubt where you're like, how ready are they? But I think that's the way our program's been so good that most people play 2 years of VFL, then they come in ready, and you see Ollie Dempsey, Tom Atkins, Tom Stewart, players that have come in, developed, Shannon Neal, so they're ready to go, and he's no different, and seeing him over the last 3 weeks, he's been so ready for his chance, and with the unfortunate news of Jezza, it's been great to see.
Grind, I know you got to run. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Grind Myers in the Cats' rooms. 27-point margin at full time, so the Cats get home. They did lead by 14 at quarter time, 27 at the half, 29 at three-quarter time, and as many as 47 in that final term before the Saints kicked the last 3 goals. Hamstring tightness for Sean Manor. And it looks like a syndesmosis injury is the fears, as we heard there, coming out of
with a worry of a fracture, as Brian told us.
For Max,
get the 2 scales. We've got the Lockie Schultz, who's sort of a 1 to 2 week for Collingwood, and then the concern is that the other end is the Zach Butters, most likely season over. You need a bit of luck to try and get back in September for the Cats, depending on where they finish on the ladder. I mean, he was a class above in the VFL last week, Graham Myers, 3 goals, and just the depth in which Geelong have. So the 7 changes, but Jay Polkinghorn comes in and was ready for his opportunity. The other one is probably James Warple, who that conversation would have been delicate, Lingy, around you've come from Hawthorn, you've been recruited to the club Geelong, in which you grew up down the road from, and you don't want to be playing in the VFL, having made your transition to a new club. So to try and get him ready that when he got his next crack at it, he was ready to take it with both hands.
Yeah, and I love clearly he's been good in the VFL from what I've understood, has won plenty of the footy. But clearly his attitude's been really good as well. He hasn't cracked it. Thinking, hey, I'm coming here to play senior football. He's had to learn a different style, a different game plan, different way. He has to learn where he fits into that. But he showed tonight that there's very much future and a really bright future at Geelong. So their ability to sustain intensity at the contest was really important. So Tom Atkins is often doing that.
So you think there's a future for him here?
Absolutely there is. You can't. So if Holmes is going to play predominantly half back, but maybe a little bit in the midfield, and Bailey Smith is a running machine. And
if he's playing that style, Bailey Smith as well, Tom Atkins needs some help.
Yeah. So Rama spoke about it. Bailey Smith is outstanding attacking. He has got interesting defensive decisions. He gets back into defence, but that's to kickstart his run and attack again, just when he's playing on a player. So you need those complementary players. So Tanner Bruin, they want to take a leap there, but you need Tom Atkins, James Warple, Mark Blitzarves occasionally just to be inside, Hart, and just to be battering rams, and not let it be only one person who can only sustain it for about 8 or 9 minutes, and then they drop off there. It's Warple's got an ability to do it. Oshie Mullen's another one who will just be a battering ram in there. Sustain that, and then let your cream rise to the top, and Bailey Smith and Max Holmes and Ollie Dempsey and maybe Tanner Bruin in the future become the ball carriers and the runners.
You know how the conversation goes. I mean, he's playing 3 weeks in a row in the VFL. He's contracted through to 2028, so it's still a couple of years' time from now. But sure enough, reports this week, there's interest from other clubs. You know, is he going to be out at the end of the year with 2 years to run on a contract? So, I mean, interesting to hear him speak there and talk about, you know, what he feels like the future is going to look like for him. It feels like it's been made pretty clear to him that, hey, this is what it might have been in the past. This is what it's going to look like going forward. Go away and work on it and come straight back in tonight, and Brian Myers, does his role.
I loved hearing Brian Myers say, that's my job. Yeah. That's what I get paid to do. I'm asked to play those 3 weeks in the VFL. I'll go and do it really well. And then when I'm asked to come back up, I'll come back up and do that really well. To me, that's an amazing attitude.
Yep.
You're not a prima donna, you don't crack it because, no, I'm an AFL player, don't you dare play me in the VFL.
One that's not all that common.
No, that's fair, Corbs. That is very fair.
Yeah. Not every, not so much uncommon, but not every player in the game.
It's funny, Rama, I loved his answer around enjoying football in the VFL, and you said, what's that look like? I remember, so my very last season, I did a hammy in pre-season. Never done one of those before. And I redid it just before round one. Got back, and I was this close to being right for round one. But Scotty said to me, hey, let's just get a run under your belt. Play one game. It was a VFL practice match then. And you're not going to play in the first game. Be right for round two. We went to North Ballarat, me and Chappie, Paul Chapman, and we played VFL. And it was as much fun as I'd had on a field in a decade. Yeah. Because AFL football is so serious, so intense. Every move and structure is so crucial, and you get it wrong, consequences are massive. I ran around that day and just got the footy pressure. And just played and talked to young guys and everything. He's right. There is an enjoyment to that can then reinvigorate you to go, okay, but now I want to be back in the AFL challenge. I love the cut and thrust of it, but it is genuinely fun.
And that's, look, I agree. I think players drop their lip quite often when they are, and particularly a player of Graham Myers' class. He's in every right to say, well, hang on a minute. Surely there's other players that, and you look tonight, what's he had? He's had 22 possessions, 3 goals, 12 score involvement. So he's had a big game.
It is noticeable at VFL level. They're 3 games clear on top of the ladder, and yet Reece Stanley picked up that hamstring injury in the first quarter. At quarter time, he's coaching Joe Pike, Ruckcraft, and saying, righto. And so you do notice that with the clubs that do have that AFL, VFL connection, as opposed to standalone who have to do it a little bit tougher. So it does mean that when you step up, you know the role in which you're going to be asked to play. But it then does lead to the follow-up question around St Kilda as to whether they have a similar sort of culture. You look at Nasai Wanganeen Miller and Brad Hill, who have all got big numbers over the last 2 weeks, and then tonight their numbers are well down. So are the standards they're setting at St Kilda the same as sides like Geelong?
They're in the process of trying to establish them and set a new bunch of standards. So you're right, it's not there yet. They don't have that person. I mean, when you go back to the guy we spoke to in the pregame, Lenny Hayes was there. Lenny and those types of people, they'd set a standard. and then that dropped off, and they've gone through some lean years. Now they're trying to re-establish those.
But that's Garcia, Wilson, Filippo, Max Hall, Mitch Owens. Those guys, they're the next standard setters for St Kilda.
Just on the Cats and short breaks, it's incredible what they're able to do given how old their list has been for a long period of time. So since the start of 2023, they're 6-0 on 5-day breaks.
Well, that's a professional, calm outfit.
Yeah.
And again, it ties into their previous conversation.
But I don't know why the age is
because you would think, older bodies takes them longer to back up and all the rest of it.
But you're more conditioned.
I think a younger body would struggle more with the shorter breaks.
It's interesting when you talk to the players about it. I think we had Patrick Dangerfield and Jeremy Cameron on earlier in the year, and they both said, I'd rather play for a short break than the long week and the less. You obviously don't train as much on a shorter week and everything else, but I would say more people would think that the correlation with a short break would suit a younger team than an older team. But, I mean, those stats tell us the opposite, and you look at St Kilda in the same period of time, they're now 1-4 on 5-day breaks.
If 32 is the new 28 now, at 28 years of age, back when we were playing, it was bulletproof. You could play. You could probably have a couple of quiet ales that night too, sitting up watching a Premier League game or a Tour de France or something like that. And you could then say, play again tomorrow, and you'd be like, yeah, cool, no worries. Because you're conditioned from games, pre-seasons, you've just got the hardness and the edge to you. Not a worry. I reckon when you're 18, 19... you play a game and you are so bashed up, you've never experienced physicality like that before, that a month later you're still sore from the game 4 weeks earlier. It's like, the age thing's not the factor. It's what you do during the week and how you go about it and how professional and level-headed you remain.
If you're any team in the competition and you take 2 of your best 4 players out, you're a different team.
You are.
Completely.
Yeah.
So with no Cameron and no Holmes, what does it look like in the next 5 weeks for Geelong?
Oh, it's hard work. It's hard work. Melbourne next week.
Yeah.
That makes it really tough. They're a good team. They'll still beat the really poor teams on their run home. But those 50-50 games...
Who starts favourite next Friday night?
Ooh.
Stephen King knows the way Geelong play.
Yeah, it's got to be the D. With that
at the MCG.
If Holmes, Manor are both out...
Yep.
And then we know Cameron, if Bruin's still out...
Yeah, Manor's the other one.
So Manor's crucial.
Yeah.
40 touches and 4 goals last week.
And it feels like because the ankle injury is so bad for Holmes, we've sort of forgotten that Manor's had a hammy and had ice on it at the end.
Yeah. So, if that injury list stays there, I know it's not a long injury list, but it's a quality injury list, I think Melbourne probably would. Yeah, they're playing great football.
They're 9-0 this year at the G for the Demons. They're no side has won their first 9 games at the MCG since Richmond in 2018. So you have to go back, of course. They only lost 1 game at the G that year. It was the Mason Cox game, of course, on preliminary final night. But it's an amazing run what they're doing there. And obviously the D's still to play this weekend. We'll see them on Saturday. So syndesmosis fears, just repeating if you're on the way home for Max Holmes. That's what we've learned out of the Geelong camp. A hamstring injury for Sean Manor, so hamstring tightness. They were already without Jeremy Cameron, I think, until the end of the regular season, and Tanner Bruin's got a neck injury. He was listed as a test for this week, but obviously didn't play. Colin Jasny, Martin Blitzarms, you'd assume would be available as well, coming back after being managed.
So that'll be their leading goal kicker in Jeremy Cameron and their 4th leading goal kicker in Sean Manor. So that's the other part, is you bring in Jay Polkinghorne on debut, who did his part with 2 goals, but your depth is starting to get tested.
It is, and
he was good, wasn't he?
Oh, Polkinghorne, terrific. And he ended up, the second one he kicked was the hardest of all his set shots. He got them in good positions and probably should have kicked 2 or 3 more. The fact he did it against Wilkie was really impressive and played him smart, led up to the ball, just worked hard. It's always, sometimes a debut can go perfectly like that, or almost perfectly. Often the second game up is harder then. Because all of a sudden your expectations are, I've got to take 8 marks and I've got to have 6 shots at goal, and you then cloud your mind with that. Whereas tonight, clearly, he's just come to the game and thought, I'm just going to contest. I'm going to make sure every time the ball comes in my area, I'm just going to contest.
Yep.
And he's athletic.
And
That's the part that really helped. 190 centimetres. You forget how big Shannon Neal is at 200-odd centimetres, but there's a couple of times where he just put blocks on and it allowed to get to the very back of the pack, and Tom Atkins ran into an open goal. And just those little things I'm sure will be highlighted by his teammates about that's all they need is just him to bring a competitive edge to give their small forwards some chances in front of goal.
Well, the interesting part, if he continues to go that way, it'll be a decision later if Jeremy Cameron does come back between Polkinghorne and Henry.
Yeah, yep.
That's what it'll become.
Ollie Henry.
Yep.
Because Dangerfield is part of that.
Yep.
Shannon Neal is that threat, tall. Yeah, and Ollie Henry, I think, has shown glimpses of improvement this year, but
not consistent.
No, still has moments where you need to influence that, or you need to bring that to ground. It doesn't need to be a mark. Just contest it. It'll be an interesting discussion.
Are they playing the same role, Ollie Henry and Patrick Dangerfield?
I think Ollie Henry struggled with that last year, Clinchy. That was the hard one. When Paddy went to a more permanent forward, Ollie got pushed out and felt a little bit lost. I think Ollie's finding his way home, but it's still not perfect yet, and maybe they rob each other a little bit. But I mean, danger's danger. You've got to put a great defender on him, otherwise he can still have moments. Yeah,
he's up to 28 goals for the season, Ollie Henry, and Patrick Dangerfield has 18.
Yeah, and Dangerfield's gone to the midfield at times.
Yeah,
had some big moments there. You've still got to respect him even more than you do Ollie Henry as far as matchups go.
Can I throw one curveball before we move on? Is Zach Merritt a missing piece for Geelong, do you think, Lee?
No, I don't. I think it's a different. If they could get Zach Butters, you'd take him. Or who was the other one? Toby Green's a different player. I think they could go after Toby, but that's a bit of cream on top. But not Zach Merritt.
I don't think they would play Merritt, Smith, and Holmes in a midfield together.
No, someone needs to go near an opponent in the middle of the ground.
Listen to the tagger.
And just a balanced footballer.
Yeah,
those three in the midfield. You sure if things are going well?
Yeah. Plus Merritt's contracted, so feels like Geelong, if they could get him for nothing, they might do it as a free agent. But
that's true.
Feels like if you're going to have to get a package together, I don't know whether the Cats will stump up for that.
I think the Cats look at it from a list management perspective as if they could get Toby Green, we're giving away nothing. Yes, you got to pay him and give him a contract, but you're not giving away player or draft capital. So why not take a flyer on a superstar who's past his prime but still was a superstar? Maybe we get 2 really good years out of him.
Yep.
So they'd look at that. I don't think Zach Merritt's in there.
27-point win for Geelong full-time. Max Holmes, the big concern coming out of it, though, with syndesmosis fears. So that's a serious ankle injury. The St Kilda side of it then. So Saints now worsened to 8 and 10. Felt like if you're ever going to get a good chance to play Geelong at Kardinia Park, this was going to be it. Short week, Saints were in form, Cats weren't. Cats make 7 changes. Saints only make 1. They come down here, they concede the first 26 points. They never bridge the gap.
I was pretty disappointed with St Kilda tonight, to be honest with you. You know, outside of Rowan Marshall, like Garcia was okay, but he kicked the ball at 31%. You know, Wilson was the same. He was okay. Kicked the ball at 46%. Philippou, 33. Like, you know, guys having heavy touches of the ball. Their kicking efficiency as a total, the collective tonight was 58%. So, you know, that's 10% under season average. But then you look at it, didn't get anything out of Caminiti, Henry, Ryan, Mitch Owens, Sharman as forwards. Just got...
If I said to you at full time they had the same amount of disposals,
I know.
You wouldn't believe me. Like, if you didn't have the stats next year the whole time.
Yeah.
They look like they really missed Jack Sinclair tonight. They missed the connection across half-back and their connection inside forward 50.
So, I don't know if all of these players are in the absolute best team. And this year is probably a bit too much uphill. Maybe they could still sneak into 10th spot. I shouldn't write them off. But Tom De Koning, Sinclair, Max King, Jack McRae, maybe, Flanders.
Where is Jack McRae?
In the twos.
So it probably suggests he's not in there, but I'm probably going by a name there. You get all of them back in and you get Naz at his level and you get some improvement. You know, Garcia continues to improve and those names you mentioned before, Max Hall, all of that. It feels like at least they're heading somewhere, but I reckon they missed an opportunity to take a huge scalp, not necessarily to win a premiership in 2026. That wasn't going to happen regardless. But if you beat the Cats now, you use that to launch to next year and you say, let's do this now.
So there's 0-9 against top 9 teams.
Yeah, well, that's the only stat you need.
They're 10th on the table.
Yep.
So every team above them, they haven't beaten any of them. They're exactly where they are. They beat everyone below them. They don't beat anyone above them.
But yet the curiosity could be they've got North Melbourne at Docklands, which becomes an 8-point game. Then they have Sydney at Docklands, so they can lose that. And then they'd have to beat Carlton, Richmond, the Gold Coast to get there.
And they'll get them to 12.
All sides below them.
They'll beat
12
Richmond.
and 11.
No, but that, Cobbs, you couldn't have delivered any more perfect a stat.
Isn't it?
0-9 against top 8 teams. That's it.
Yep, they're not quite against the teams above them, and we've sort of seen that time and time again, and too much for the teams below them. Ben Cameron is in the St Kilda rooms after Geelong's 27-point win. Ben.
Yeah, Ross Lyon took them quickly into a team meeting after the game. So even after we'd completed our Geelong interview and then waddled around here, the players were still in that meeting. They then came out. Only a few of them have gone and spoken to some family and friends, and now they're all mainly just milling away. So the media team have ducked off to the press conference with Ross. I don't think we're going to get anyone down here, regrettably, but the great Gavin Wanganeen's down here, so that's cheered me up. Tex Wanganeen is his young fella, isn't he, Rama? Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, that's correct.
Tex Wanganeen's down here with him, so obviously the connection to Naz for his 100th game, and always nice to see a champion Essendon player who you like down in the rooms.
We might leave that as your final word, Ben. What a way to sign
the best work.
What a way to sign off. Ben Cameron with the latest from the St Kilda rooms.
I thought he was going to say he was going to do a roaming Ben, given the media managers were nowhere to be found, take it into his own responsibility.
We will hear from Ben on the ABC AFL Daily podcast. Of course, you can find that wherever you get your podcasts in the morning. So that's the perfect way to get into your weekend of footy. Adam Ramanauskas will be along for the ride. So key question from each of the 8 remaining games, plus our 3 big things out of Thursday night footy. So ABC AFL Daily, 5 episodes a week, wherever you get your podcasts. So they're an interesting watch, aren't they? St Kilda. There's almost not much more to say other than that. I know I mentioned it a couple of times, and it's not all on Cooper Sharman. But the moment
that was a moment.
The moment he gets the ball, he can run it in. Yep. He can run from 40 metres out the whole way in. Decides to try and skid it through off the deck, misses to the far right, and instead of being within 11 points when that goal goes through, momentum surging, all of a sudden they've kicked the last 4 in the game. He misses. Geelong score from the kick out.
It was genuine coast to coast as well.
That was it. Yeah. And that was it. And then they
went deflating.
So from that point on, they kicked 6 of the next 7 goals. And the game's busted wide open.
Game's finished, yep. And they get the Saints get the cheap ones at the end, and it looks respectable. But, 6 of the next 7 after that moment. It was. I know.
Yeah, it's one moment, but it felt bigger than that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was huge.
It did.
Massive.
It did. I know you're about to lead us into the votes.
Yeah.
Can I just play a little bit of
I've got it
here with Rama? Have you got
him?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going.
Are you?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, I reckon we'll agree.
Have you gone 3?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. All right.
Just a little nod. And,
I wondered which way, because often it goes with the victor, but...
See, that they not only sound the same, but they think the same. Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas, 2 different people.
Going to be controversial together.
We're going to do the votes?
Give us the votes,
okay.
Rama.
I'm going to give an apology. I don't give apologies too often, particularly not to Ben Cameron. So I'll give one an apology to O'Shea Mullen. I thought the job that he did tonight was outstanding.
I would have got him in there, Corbs.
Yeah.
That's where we're disagreeing.
Yeah. Look, Naz kicked that late goal and hurt. So you've got to do your job completely leading his attack.
Burnt by the teammates again.
I gave one to Bailey Smith, so 35 possessions, 868 metres gained, a goal. Like there's just critical moments where he broke the game up tonight, just with his run and carry. Look, his disposal, I always question it a little bit, but he makes you chase him. Yeah. And that just exhausts the opposition midfield. I gave 2 to Graham Myers. I thought he was terrific tonight, particularly when the game was really there. He just, 3 goals himself, 12 score involvements, 22 possessions. I really, really liked his game tonight, and I find it staggering that he's been out of the team. And 3 to Rowan Marshall. It's one of the better stat lines I've seen. 14 kicks, 19 handballs, 33 possessions. 26 of those possessions were contested. 15 ground balls for a ruckman. 12 clearances for a ruckman. A couple of tackles. 10 scoring involvements. 6 inside 50s and 2 goals, 1. He was best man on the ground.
Yeah, he was the one who the whole time, the little inner
he was trying to win
cat supporter of me was thinking, oh my God, Marshall's going to win this literally off his own boot. He was so dominant and they didn't have an answer.
Do you know the one stat that I love most out of any of that stat line?
Ground ball get?
The 15 ground balls. I'm trying to do a quick scan. I think the next best was 9. And we're talking about a guy that's like 2 metres tall, and he had a game high 15 ground balls plus 6.
So, for example, we would consider Bailey Smith just a supreme get across the ground, outnumber. He had 3 ground ball gets.
Yeah. Yep. 15's a massive number. 15 ground balls. He gets the top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So 3 for Rowan Marshall, 2 for Brian Myers, 1 for Bailey Smith. The rest of the weekend, tomorrow night, it is the Swans up against the Crows. And then full Saturday footy starts from 12 noon Eastern with AFL Saturday. So no Mick Moldhouse this week. He's laid out. Brent Boomer Harvey is an in, so we'll have
That's a big get after the North Melbourne Hall of Fame on Friday night. I would have thought he was a 100 to 1 chance of rocking up on Sunday morning.
Boomer is a professional.
If he sounds a little scratchy, you'll know why. But he's at the Hall of Fame, so we'll see how that goes. Luke Ball will be along for the ride. You two will be together on Sunday from 12 noon.
Yes, I'll make sure I'm not scratchy at all, Clinchy. Yes. I'll be perfectly professional.
Hall of Fame weekend for you guys as well?
No, that was a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? Okay. Mark Thompson was inducted.
You got nothing to worry about.
I only get a little scratchy when I've been yelling at the kids all morning in the under-14s.
Well, it was very interesting tonight for you. One of your young fellas was bringing a date to the football.
Oh, stop it. You will get me in a lot of trouble, Rama.
And then Adam Romanascus is on AFL Monday at the moment, so you can catch him from 6:30 Eastern on Monday nights on ABC Radio across Victoria. It's also available streamed through ABC Listen and, of course, all available through ABC AFL Daily, so you can catch that wherever you get your podcasts.
Who wins out of Sydney Adelaide tomorrow?
Adelaide.
Oh, at the SCG?
Yeah, they're in great form.
I'm a bit with Yilly. I think they will.
Oh, I'm not game enough yet.
All right. No, I'm with the boys. I actually think the Crows will win as well. Then Saturday footy, Port Adelaide up against Fremantle. The news there is that Mason Cox gets the nod over Sean Darcy.
Yeah, but it's not going to matter. See the outs in Port Adelaide?
Yep, most of the team.
Butters, Horn Francis and Georgiades.
It'd be interesting to see how many players for a rest in the coming weeks.
Nah, don't flirt.
Shea Bolton has the weekend off here with a hand injury. North up against the D's. Ram will be there under the roof for that on Saturday in the twilight. The main event is clearly Saturday night. Collingwood-Carlton. You're doing that, Clinchy?
Certainly are. Retro jerseys for Collingwood. I think Carlton have got a throwback jumper as well. So such a big game for both sides.
We are guaranteed that it's not going to be a clash. So
I don't think we're guaranteed anything in today's times.
The Blues, even though they're the away team, they're going to wear the dark shorts. Collingwood are going to wear the white shorts.
Just a little event. Like the World Cup, they managed to be able to get their clashes right, but not us in the AFL.
Get the little things right. It's just those little things. At the same time, West Coast play the Brisbane Lions. The Lions humming, obviously, having won their last 5 games. The Eagles, though, going unchanged after their spirited performance against the Bulldogs. And then Sunday footy, 3 games on. Tigers up against the Hawks. Sam Lawler amongst the ins there for Richmond, which is nice to see. Meanwhile, Gold Coast play the Western Bulldogs. The Suns have had another week in the spotlight. They play the Dogs, who get Tim English back, and then Essendon and GWS to round out the weekend. Little plug too, Rammer, for the challenge game. The Bombers do this so well. You're obviously there way back at the start with your cancer battle, and the club had the yellow armband, and all these years on, it's still going strong.
Yeah, it's terrific. It's terrific. Just a great day for these young kids from Challenge. So I look forward to going and seeing it.
Hopefully the Bromers bring some fight for us.
Yes, absolutely.
Not sure about that game, Rammer. 4:40 on a Sunday we're doing?
Jackson Artemis is going to make his debut. How the mighty have fallen, the poor old Bombers, on the Sunday graveyard shift. But
make the rise better, Corb.
When you win 1 out of 30 games, it's hard to make
the Giants are the Jekyll and Hyde. We'll see it when we see it.
Thank you, everyone, for your company tonight. Thanks, Lingy.
Thank you.
Rare Thursday night from you. Thank you, Ram.
Good work.
Thank you, Clinchy. We'll hear from you as the weekend progresses. That's us done. Thanks to Ben Cameron downstairs, to Stuart Hollywood-Baker for all his work as our audio tech, and to Jules Hay dominating back at HQ. We are out. The Cats by 27 points to start round 19 of the AFL Premiership season. Max Holmes, the big concern coming out of it with a right ankle injury. Hope you can join us tomorrow night for Friday night footy, the Swans and the Crows. We'll catch you